We'll get started here. Nikki, could you do the roll call, please?
Looking out. Well, I sure will. Supervisor Arroyo.
Here.
Supervisor Wilson.
Presente.
Supervisor Bohn. Here. Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning.
Supervisor Madrone.
Present.
Thank you.
And if you'll all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, welcome to the meeting here on January 24th. So we have a huge agenda here today. And so in order to try and manage this so we can get done by 5 o'clock, if at all possible, I would just like to ask that we as board members do our best to be succinct and to the point and try not to be repetitive as best as we can. And I also am going to institute a 2-minute timeline on all public comment today for the entire day. We have a huge agenda, and I know that can be a bit of an inconvenience, but I don't think we'll get through everything if we don't do that. So I'm going to have a 2-minute public comment period all through the day, and I will remind us as we go through each agenda item on that. I also would like to say that I think it's important to hear from the public, and so I would prefer if we have motions after we've heard from the public. I'm not trying to dictate anything, just offering, if we can, have a preference to do it that way. I think that shows the public that their opinions matter to us. So with that, do we have any modifications to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Madrone, item D16 will be pulled for discussion.
Okay, great. All right, with that, we have the consent calendar. And is there any comments from any board members at this time on the consent calendar? Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes, I'd like to take the opportunity to lift up the letter of appreciation for Mike Newman for his service on the Planning Commission and express my appreciation to him and express my appreciation to Lennox Landry for stepping up to represent the 4th District.
Great, thank you. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank Ryan Rice for his service on the Humboldt County Resource Conservation District.
Great, thank you very much. Long-standing service there, huh, for both of them. Oh, okay. All right, anybody else? Any comments on the consent agenda from the board? All right, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and go to Zoom first and see if we have any hands up. Nikki, what do you see there?
Yes, Chair Madrone, we have 7454.
Great, okay, 7454. You know the drill. It is *9 to raise your hand, which you've already done, and *6 to unmute, which you've also done. And we do have a 2-minute limit today on all public comment, so please share with us your thoughts. This is on the consent agenda.
I will reboot as everybody else will for 2 minutes, and here we go. I wish to make comment on consent item number 15. You're going to find a real common thread with me. It's called risk management. And there's a reason that things like you're doing bridge preventive maintenance projects, which are winding down here, fortunately. I think Mercer Fraser this is their final payment. But risk management and doing these things is imperative. If you don't do risk management on these kind of projects, you're setting yourself up for litigation, you're setting up for failed public services. So again, I wanted to thank the county for any time they do anything, look at preventive maintenance, stitching time saves time, risk management in the intent of keeping this succinct. I will now cease to make further comments on your consent agenda.
Thank you very much. And you modeled not using the whole time quite well. Appreciate that. I don't see any other hands up on Zoom. Is there anybody here in the audience today that would like to make public comment? If so, please come up to the podium. And seeing none there, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve consent calendar.
Second.
Moved by Bushnell, seconded by Wilson. And if we could have a roll call then, please. Or are the voting things up today? Is everybody, no? No? Okay, that's all right. We're moving along. There it is. Everybody got it up? No?
All right, we'll do a roll call. Try next time.
Thank
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes,
Supervisor Bohn. Yes. Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
great. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to the next item on the agenda, which is public comment on non-agenda items. And again, this is a 2-minute opportunity, and I'll look at Zoom first. And we have two hands up. We'll start with 0116. You've got 2 minutes. Oh, you were on mute. There you go.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, this is Ash Teeter, LosCoastPacos.com, commenting on non-agenda items. Today, once again, I want to ask that the board would refrain from following globalist agendas. I'm talking about the people who are flying around the world on private jets to the World Economic Forum, telling us that we can't have gas vehicles. The same hypocrites that don't even use electric vehicles when they are lowered to the status of ground travel. A recent article I read asks if California's electric industry can support everyone driving electric cars. Did we put the cart before the horse on this? Another article I read says that GM is hedging their bets, investing billions in future gas engine vehicle production. It seems that they are planning on keeping a lot of ponies in front of their cart. The list said that the world needs to take the experimental COVID jabs, but they have a policy of not using vaxxed pilots over concerns of now widely known heart conditions. But not for us plebs. No, for us, the FAA, what they did was alter the definition of cardiac health for pilots. They say that eating meat is bad. Eat the bugs, they say. Coincidentally, hundreds of food processing plants have been destroyed over the past few years. Now farmers are claiming that the chicken feed that they buy from these multinational corporations are poisoned, and we are seeing the results in the egg shortage we see on our very shelves and the high egg prices. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next I see 7454. 2 minutes.
And appreciate Ash keeping within his 2 minutes, and we will continue along that line, hopefully. We'd appreciate a little bit of prompt, maybe 10 seconds before we're done, because we don't have access to the screen always. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about risk management, and that's going to be my theme for today. Recently, and I brought it forward before, there was a lack of risk management with the city of Arcata. They ended up with a settlement and didn't go to the final court of $3.9 million. Risk management would dictate that whatever caused the problem, you would fix. Unfortunately, that has not come to fruition. The same risk is still there. In fact, it's actually been compounded by actions that the city of Arcata has taken. So I'm hoping the county will learn from other people's successes and learn from other people's mistakes. I think that's the most important part. So I'm going to be taking my 2 minutes later on a project that will come before you regarding risk management, probably also before closed session. Thank you for my opportunities to bring this most important thing. We don't want to be that ham sandwich. We're living in a very litigious world. Mexico, there's no such thing as litigation. We don't get liability insurance because attorneys are involved. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. And next we have 2223. You have 2 minutes. *6 to unmute.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. This is Craig Johnson, and I don't know if there's technical difficulties, but we are unable to view this on Zoom.
On Zoom. Okay. Thank you. We'll see what we...
Or maybe not Zoom, but you know how we normally look at it through the Legistar. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you
Thank you. That was my comment.
Thank you for letting us know, Craig. Appreciate it. Okay, I don't see any other hands up on Zoom. Is there anybody in the audience here today that would like to make public comment on non-agenda items? You've got 2 minutes. Please join us.
Good morning, everyone. Well, that commenter that just called in about risk management, that is a serious issue. The trail project out in Manila looks like there's supposed to be a crosswalk across 255. I mean, it's built to look like that, but there is no crosswalk. And that was a project that had some, had to go back and forth and back, and then it only got done halfway. There's another project, a trail project also, that the county issued an encroachment permit up on Fickle Hill. That's got same kind of safety issues that haven't been addressed. So that is a good comment that that gentleman said before. And it was a dear friend of mine that got hurt, really seriously hurt. She was a super athlete that turned into a quadriplegic because of just negligence, and something that can be prevented for the most part. We can't live in a bubble all the time, but it can be prevented. And I think we really need to take a hard look at some of these projects that are going forward. They're very expensive projects, and they need to have the risk management better assessed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else here in the audience today? Well, I very much appreciate the brevity of the comments that have come in. Thank you for helping us manage a big agenda. So with that, we'll move to items pulled from consent, and I believe the only one is item 16. And we have Deputy Director Hank Siemens here to present. Welcome.
Good morning. Hank Seaman, Public Works Deputy Director. This item involves approval of the construction bid package for the Humboldt Bay Trail South project. And this is a project, efforts have been ongoing for over 10 years. And it's really a community-driven project to connect Eureka and Arcata and the trail projects that the two cities have completed. A few years ago, the county competed for active transportation plant project funds that were competitive to go towards this project. And this project has spanned the transition from the North Coast Railroad Authority to the Great Redwood Trail Agency and the approval of rail banking. This project integrates with the railroad, and because this project predates rail banking, we're going with the design we have. So the most of it is offset from the railroad, and then part of it goes on the levee around the Brainerd Mill site. This is a big project with some new trail bridges, tree removal, and then we're also doing repair and maintenance of the shoreline armoring between Brainerd and Braecut. And that is also a vulnerable area for flooding because of the elevation and condition of the rail prism. And so between Brainerd and Braecut, we're proposing to remove the rails and ties. We're leaving room, a setback between the railroad and the trail. So that's the project in a nutshell, and we're ready to put the project to bid. So the rails and ties that are going to be removed, the wood ties will be treated, managed as treated wood waste, and then the steel rails are the property of the Great Redwood Trail Agency. And we received from representatives of the agency over the last 2 months, we were led to believe that they wanted to, that they weren't interested in taking the rails, and that we would, the contractor could take those materials and then factor in the salvage value into their construction bid. But then yesterday, the Great Redwood Trail Agency staff confirmed that they would like to take possession of the rails that are removed and take the opportunity to see if there's net revenue from salvaging those materials. And so that's going to require a small revision to the specifications. And so that's why we pulled this item for discussion. And Nikki, could you show the slide that we have? Yeah, this is a map that shows the project area that connects the existing trail projects between Eureka and Arcata. all the right-of-way has been acquired, all the permits have been issued as of yesterday. And then the next slide. So this shows the revised staff recommendation. We're adding item 2, which would be to authorize Public Works to revise the specifications to reflect the Great Redwood Trail Agency's desire to take possession of the removed rails following removal. And then we may need to make other corrections and revisions before the bid package gets released for bid. We're waiting for one more step, which is authorization from Federal Highways Administration, because there's federal funds involved, and we expect that authorization probably within a week. So that ends the staff report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Siemens. So at this point, let's take any questions or clarifications from the board, and then we'll hear from the public. Any questions? Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, so instead of the contractor taking the rails up and scrapping them or selling them for what value and then crediting back, the Great Redwood Trail's going to take the money and try to scrap them, or will they scrap them on site too, so we're not handling them twice and end up costing us more money?
They need to be removed anyway to allow the project to be
Understood.
done. So we'll stockpile them on one of our approved staging areas, and then at some point, the Great Redwood Trail Agency will come and take possession and remove those and take them off-site for scrapping.
Okay, and then the other thing was, and I know we talked about this, but at Braycut, we couldn't, I was always wondering why we didn't circumvent Braycut like we did at Brainerd. So we didn't have, because that's a pretty busy intersection with 5 active businesses, and now with the tree service and everything else, that seems that, and it's actually a little bit wider than the one at Brainerd. So was there no way we could go around? And actually, I think that parcel goes into the bay, probably one of the most, that's where a lot of us put our school boats, but that's one of the most beautiful parts of the whole bay. Was there a reason we couldn't go around that at the same time? I mean, we're 20 million into this. What would it, what would it have done to not walk this trail next to the highway and put up barriers and stuff?
We did take a close look at that, and the problem is there's 2 things. One is the configuration of the buildings on the property.
Yeah.
There's constraints, and then the condition of the levee is not as good, and it's not as robust, and it's not as wide as the levee around the Brainerd Mill site. So just
wondering. It's one of the prettiest parts of the whole trail. So, all right, thank you.
So at Braycut, there is a trail around the levees, although there are 2 inlets to the marsh system that would have to have bridges to be able to cross. But people do walk out onto the levees just as a spur trail, shall we say, off what would be the Great Redwood Trail. So, but appreciate the question, Supervisor Bohn. Yeah, you're right on the second half of it. The first half is in the Braycut Marsh, second half would be on private property. Thank you for that. All right, seeing no more questions or clarifications, we'll go to Zoom, and I see the first hand up is 7454, and once again, it's a 2-minute time period today. And also, if you are listening by your phone, please know that you should turn off the audio because there is a delay, and you could miss your chance to speak. So 7454, this is your turn.
Thank you very much. The point that Rex Bohn brought up here was a very pertinent one. Again, it's risk management. In my opinion, there was no reason not to run that. You're already making larger things. Of course, you would have had to work out something with the person who actually owns the property, but I think they would have been willing. It's kind of a shame to not see that incorporated in this plan. Now, let's go back to the biggest risk management. What you're creating here is, in my opinion, what would be a attractive nuisance. To protect the public health, safety, and welfare, in my opinion, and many other people's opinion, there should be some kind of a barrier or fence along this trail, both to protect the ESHAs, and I don't think this was addressed correctly in your environmental study. It should have had a full EIR, Normally, when you have setbacks from etches and prime areas, it's 100 feet, and it's required to be fenced. There's no fencing here. Also, to protect the people. You're going to have children, dogs, pets out on this trail, and yet it's quite close to the roadway. Without a fence for those two purposes continually along it, maybe only 3 foot high or something, I think you're setting yourself up for a situation where people on Jacobs Avenue and other people on the other side will have no choice but to play Frogger across the road. You may end up with more deaths with what you're doing here by creating this situation than currently happen within the zone, your safety zone. People are not going to go ahead and walk or take their bikes all the way up to Indianola, cross underneath, and come back to go to Eureka. They're going to cross the road. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. And next I see 0712. You've got 2 minutes, *6 to unmute. There you
Hi.
go.
My name is Bruce Sylvie, and I'm speaking for the Humboldt Trails Council. And as an organization that's been involved with the Bay Trail project for many years, we are 100% in support of this project as it's been presented today. It is safe to say that there has never been a trail project in Humboldt County that has been more anxiously anticipated by more people than this Final Four Bay Trail. We would like to extend our appreciation to Humboldt County's Hank Seaman for his dedication in moving this project ahead through many obstacles. With regards to Mr. Uri Driscoll's written public comment about this project, the Trails Council takes exception to all of his assertions. He states that the rail runners has standing regarding the design and development of this public project for his private concession. He further states that modest design changes could avoid implied legal problems for the county or further delays. In a May of 2019 letter from this board to the NCRA in support of rail runners, it was stated clearly that the board's support was conditioned upon no additional expenditure of public funds for the development of the Humboldt Bay Trail project and no conflicts with the Humboldt Bay Trail. We believe any further delays could be critical, so it's our sincere hope that the board will support the recommendation of your staff and approve the project today without further delays. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 5235. *6 to unmute. You've got 2 minutes. There you go.
Hello, this is Simone Najon de l'Étang. I am representing the State Coastal Conservancy, and I'm one of the project managers for the Great Redwood Trail and help provide interim staffing for the Great Redwood Trail Agency. I just wanted to say thank you so much to the board and to Hank for working with us on this project. We apologize for the last minute change to accommodate salvage of the rail. We are still working through what our agreements have been for leasing the project, and we just really appreciate you all working with us for us to partner on this project. I guess I also wanted to say that this is going to be a landmark project for the Great Redwood Trail when it's completed, and we are so thankful for all of the effort that Humboldt County has put in and all the trail advocates have put in for the years that they've advocated to get this done. So I just wanted to take the time to say thank you, and thank you for discussing this revision to the staff recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank all the speakers for actually using less than their full 2 minutes. Thank you. So I don't see any other hands up in Zoom at this point, so if we have anybody here in the audience today who would like to come up and make public comment, please come to the podium or line up along the wall there so we can see who's ready. Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Reese Hughes. I'm actually taking a break from working at the McKay, and I'm going to head back. We've been, volunteer group is working there for the last 6 months on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Really excited about this project. It's been advocating for 14 years to finish the Humboldt Bay Trail. And there are a lot of reasons and a lot of evidence of community support. One is the volunteer nature of many of the sections of completed trail, the Humboldt Bay Trail North, the Ikshari Trail, what we call the Wharf Trail, and the Waterfront Trail have monthly work days with scores of volunteers that work to support the maintenance of those trails. You all know this. I've also been involved with the Humboldt Bay Trail Fund, which in support of this very project, over 400 people from this community have donated $500,000+ to support this project. And if you go out on a day like today, you'll see the scores and scores of people of all types using the trail already, the sections of completed trail, whether it's on bike, on foot, in a wheelchair. There are lots of wonderful ways that this trail is currently being used. So I at times probably been frustrated with Hank's thoroughness, but I think that's a great thing. It's time to move this forward. We have been
30 seconds.
We have been working on it for a long time, and I think it will be a signature project that this county will relish for a long, long time. So thank you. Take care.
Thank you very much. Anybody else here in the audience today that wishes to provide public comment? Please come forward.
Hello again. I was like I say, it's what a mess. 20 years of developing this as a rail with trail project, and it's not that. It is to the north and it is to the south, but it's not right here. Removing trail, or rail rather, removes that legacy that this was supposed to be. A rail with trail. That is what the community supported, not what is in this package today. The Great Redwood Trail did not have a salvage component to its environmental design. So I'm not sure what they're thinking, that they can just take this track and salvage it. That's not going to work. There's not a hazardous material storage and disposal plan that is supposed to be a part of this. If there has been a permit issued, a CDP by the Coastal Commission, I'm unaware of that. I've been in contact with the Coastal Commission. As of yesterday, I didn't know that there was, and I would have thought they would have let me know. So there's a whole ton of issues also, and 2 minutes isn't going to get it all. But I do have standing in this. You know, the board here supported not just my, rail bike project, and that's just a little project. That's not a big thing. But what this project does is it eliminates the THA from using it, despite what, is being asserted that this is a cooperative use. It's not a cooperative use. And they know, Hank knows that this is not a cooperative use. If this trail project goes as is proposed, THA is done with their speeder program and all the efforts they have had over the decades of cleaning up and maintaining that rail corridor. You just kick them to the curb. And that, to me, is a shame, and that is not what the project description was in the first place. Legal problems, appeals are coming.
Thank you. And next. Good morning.
Good morning. I think I need to move, you okay to move it?
You can pull it down, yes.
Yeah, okay. I picked up a witching stick, or whatever they used to call them when they used them to find water, on my way in. I'm here with my broken arm, waiting for St. Joseph Health System and their benevolence to take care of me. And I am absolutely delighted to be here. I am so excited about the Great Redwood Trail. Those of you who know me know that I cut my eye teeth at the age of 8 or 9 when we delivered Daddy's lunch at the corner of 4th and Broadway because NWP Railway Carmen were on strike. Daddy had to come out to get his lunch because we couldn't cross the picket line. My roots here are deep. I care a lot. Several of you have been, Rex brought me water at the flagpole. Rex pumped my gas at Renner. I worked long and hard because of the mental health issues in my extended family. I stopped on the way to another meeting at the Great Redwood Trail Summit in October and had the best time. I was late to the League of Women Voters mental health meeting. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Anybody else here in the audience? Seeing none, I do see one hand up in Zoom, and I'm going to allow it right now. I just want to reiterate for those in Zoom that if you're watching the video feed, the audio and the video are delayed, and so you might miss your opportunity to speak. I see 7536 with your hand up. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to go forward 2 minutes. *6 to unmute. There you go.
Good morning. This is Christine Driscoll. I would just like to say here in Humboldt County, we have a rare jewel at our feet. I'm not referring to the ocean or the redwood forest or miles of sandy beaches, but to that flat set of open railroad tracks right beside our bay, passing through a magnificent and diverse ecosystem of plants and wildlife stretching from Eureka to Arcata. Planning for the Humboldt Bay Trail was completed in 2012 with much input from members of our community in an open public process and provided for the creation of a trail alongside and in conjunction with a rail line. Arcata completed their section a few years ago. Now it is up to Humboldt County to keep up their end of the bargain on the Humboldt Bay Trail South. It saddens me to see that the county is considering a plan that removes the railroad tracks and paves over the rail line instead of situating the trail next to the rail lines as the community requested 11 years ago. Now, I know there's people who fear the return of a Class 1 industrial locomotive, but the tracks do not need to be Class 1 to support a tourist train, a trolley, speeders, or a rail bike operation. Envision this with me: trolleys operating between Eureka and Arcata, narrated excursion trains all the way out to Samoa connecting to the Mattakit. Trails are nice too, but if you can't walk or ride, sitting on a trolley, a train, or a rail bike can get you around the bay. Our elected representatives have a choice to make today about the kind of legacy they will leave the citizens of Humboldt County. And I implore you to please vote to make sure that the rail lines are not compromised in any way and that this community's wishes are upheld. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that will conclude public comments. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Arroyo.
I'd like to move approval of the attached plans and specifications for the Humboldt Bay Trail South project, direct the Director of Public Works to advertise the above referenced project upon receipt of authorization to proceed from the Federal Highways Administration with bids to be opened 5 weeks after the date that advertisement begins, and include the modifications regarding the materials that can be salvaged for the Great Redwood Trail Agency in cooperation with them. I apologize, I don't see it up on the screen, so I hope that captures it.
Second.
We have a motion by Arroyo and a second by Wilson. Any
Chair
additional?
Madrone, can I get, so this was adopting his revised
Correct.
on the PowerPoint? Okay, I just wanted to
I
make
suppose I could have said staff
That's okay.
recommendation.
No,
Thank
that's
you.
okay. Thank you.
Staff recommendation with the amendment. All right, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, Hank, and just, I guess, because I've been watching this for quite a while, and I've been working with Timber Heritage for as long as I can remember, long before I was on this board. Does this kill the Timber Heritage's idea for a train around the bay, which was, I know, part of this years and years ago and everything else? Is this a death knell for that, or is there options in there? I'm reading it, and I know we throw maybes and and tos, but I'm just saying, is this a death knell, or is this, can we let the people that have worked, and I don't know if you've been out there, they just actually 2 weeks ago got the property. And what they've done over there is somewhat amazing, and it was going to lead to hopefully excursion trail, a destination, and work with the trails, which was going to work in tandem at one time. Does this kill that?
No, it doesn't. And I can clarify. So our project area goes from Target across the railroad bridge over Eureka Slough, and then along to the Brainerd Mill site and then continues to Brackett. And so THA had a pre-existing license agreement to run their speeder cars on segments where it's intact and safe to operate, including the Eureka Slough Bridge, but then that ends at the Brainerd Mill site. So the condition of the rail between Brainerd and Brackett is severely damaged by erosion, very vulnerable to affecting the railroad and the highway, and it's just not operable by speeders. So our design on Eureka Slough Railroad Bridge preserves their ability to run speeders. We did a test, it passed the test, and then
Please.
when the Coastal Commission reviewed the coastal permit in April of 2022, THA issued an email with support for the permit. So the spot between Brainerd and Brackett, where we're removing the rails and ties and repairing the shoreline armoring and raising the prism, our design preserves that setback where there's still room that, in concept, the rails and ties could be reestablished. I think the issue is that THA will need to generate capital to make those improvements, but our design preserves the space for that to happen.
So it would basically, through the chair, so it was basically be on the THA's dime to restore the rail, but you're going to allow the prism to be wide enough to allow for the trail so we can someday, maybe as was stated over 20 years ago, something to the effect, and I know we all throw out but the wine train or, Mount Shasta or any of the excursion trains that are, the hundreds of them that are throughout the United States. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
our
you.
design accommodates continued speeder use across the Eureka Slough Railroad Bridge and slightly beyond that, and it leaves space for future restoration if that becomes viable.
And you keep saying speeders, so will it only be designed to handle the weight load of speeders? It will not support the load of a locomotive or a
No, it would as
tourist
well.
car.
It's
The prism will support both.
It needs the
Okay.
weight of a speeder or a train car.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Hank. Good work on this, too.
Any other comments from board members? Supervisor Arroyo.
I'll just echo those thanks. So appreciative to you, and this is a dream come true, this moment, to be able to proceed with this. And when this project's completed, it will be absolutely a jewel for Humboldt Bay. So, and for all our communities. So thank you so much for all your work on it.
And I would echo both Supervisor Bohn and Arroyo's comments. And Supervisor Wilson?
And this segment doesn't stand alone. It's part of not just the Great Redwood Trail, but also the California Coastal Trail. And it looks like, I'm hoping that in the next few years, we'll actually see connectivity from Mad River to King Salmon. So beach to beach, really, which will be really amazing for families all along the communities that connect to that. So that'll be wonderful. I'm really looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to supporting this. Thanks.
Great. Does everybody have their voting screen up? Okay, well, we'll do a roll call vote then. Nikki, please.
All right, so we will start with you, Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Supervisor Bohn? He's working on his bingo sheet.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes, and thank you for all your work, Hank.
And Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you. It's okay if you want to do some of this kind of stuff. Thank you, folks. All right, we do have a time set at 10 o'clock, but I think we'll go ahead and jump into our next item, see if we can get this done. You folks okay if we go a few minutes over? Great. Okay, thank you very much. The next item is a board resolution condemning recent hate events in the community, and it's brought forward by myself and Supervisor Wilson. Would you like me to read the resolution? This is a resolution of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors concerning recent hate events in Humboldt County. Whereas the County of Humboldt is committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion of all religions, ancestries, and ethnicities, regardless of immigration status, as well as people of any disability, gender, sexual orientation, or gender identity, and sees diversity and inclusion as essential to the achievement of organizational goals. Whereas, in response to the increase in hate events in California, Governor Newsom recently signed legislation to equalize and strengthen penalties for using hate symbols and bolster security for targeted religious and community-based nonprofits. And whereas all people deserve peace and respect over hate, and whereas religious liberty is an unalienable human right and among the foundations of our great country, and whereas all people are created equal and there is no room for any form of intolerance in our society, and whereas there has been an increase in anti-Semitism, hatred of Jewish people and people of the Jewish faith in the United States and in Humboldt County, and whereas there has been an increase in discrimination, hateful, derogatory language, and acts of hate towards the Black and Latinx community in the United States and in Humboldt County, and whereas there has been an increase in bigotry, discrimination, and use of derogatory language towards the indigenous community in the United States and in Humboldt County, and whereas there has been an increase in hate crimes, discrimination, and violence towards the two-spirit LGBTQIA+ in the United States and in Humboldt County, and whereas there has been an increase in anti-Asian hate events in California and the United States, whereas the contributions of all members of this community, including Black, Indigenous, and all people of color, BIPOC, Two-Spirit, LGBTIA+ identifying, and all religious backgrounds are welcome and valued, and whereas racism and identity-based hate is wrong, abhorrent, dangerous, and contrary to the principles, foundations, and values of our nation and country, and whereas the County of Humboldt stands for openness, acceptance, and diversity, and whereas residents of Humboldt County should never have to fear for their safety because of who they are or who they love, and whereas the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors believes we can stop the spread of hatred, bigotry, and prejudice, and overcome ignorance and humanity by teaching love and respect, tolerance and understanding in education, and now, therefore, be it resolved by the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors as follows. Be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Humboldt hereby openly stands united against hate, joining communities around the state and nationwide to combat divisiveness and acts of intolerance while enhancing and strengthening communities of Humboldt County. So that's the resolution that's before us, and I'll go to the board to see if there's any comments, and then we'll go back out to the public. Seeing none, I will, Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward. I, like many of you, I'm sure, have been really impacted by the violent events of the last few days and some of the things that have happened right here at home. And so while this resolution is broad and encompasses a lot of wishes and values in the community, I don't think it's speaking to abstract concerns. I think these are very real fears for people in our community, and I hope that we follow it up with more forms of action. But in the meantime, I really appreciate it being brought forward, and it's an important moment in time to do so.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, we'll go to those that are in Zoom. And we'll start out again. If you are watching the video or audio, please turn off the audio because there is a delay. And we'll start with 1041. And you are unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and you have 2 minutes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hello, supervisors and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Donnie Creekmore with LostCoastPopulist.com. I just have some questions I'd like to ask regarding this proclamation. First, I read it over and noticed how the proclamation cited local hate events as something that needed special attention. That left me wondering, what's the difference between a hate event and actual hate crimes? Well, a hate incident or a hate event is behavior or an action that is motivated by hate, but does not rise to the level of a crime and is legally protected by the First Amendment right to free expression. However, a hate crime is defined as any criminal act against a person, group, or property motivated by gender, race, nationality, sexual orientation, religion, or disability. Examples of hate crimes are threats of violence, physical assault that result in injury, public disturbances, vandalism, intimidation, and property damage. Now that we have those definitions known, why have actual hate crimes against Christians and Christian churches been entirely omitted from this proclamation? Do the many instances of violent threats, public disturbances, vandalism, intimidation, and property damage only apply to specific religions and religious people? Recently, St. Mark's Evangelical Lutheran Church received a rash of hateful threats in reaction to their marquee warning of a pending drag show for kids. Does the Board of Supervisors condone this hateful behavior toward a local pillar of the Ferndale community? Should they have to fear this kind of hateful extremism? If I find a hateful anti-Trump sticker somewhere in Humboldt, is that a hate event? The local Republican Party headquarters has been consistently plagued with vandalism, which is undoubtedly directed from the vandals' hateful disposition. Do you turn a blind eye to hateful actions when they happen to your political opponents while allowing even the weakest examples fly as alleged hate events when they happen to your political bedfellows? Do the many instances of violent threats, public disturbances, vandalism, intimidation, and property damage only apply to people of specific political affiliations?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I know 2 minutes goes very fast. So the next hand up I see is, that was it? Or is it 0116?
0116.
0116. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're up. Star 6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello. You hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. This is Ash Teeter, also with LostCoastPopulist.com.
He just disconnected himself.
Uh-oh, you disconnected yourself. If you come back in after we've heard from comments here in the public, then I'll include you again. At this point, we'll call on people here in the audience today. Please come forward, and you have 2 minutes.
I was a logger, then I was a lumberjack, and now I'm a wildcat. I was moved by what happened in Ferndale to compose my first poem. Unfortunately, I don't have it with me, but it went something like, if Jesus were to walk Main Street in his sandals, would he think you Pastor T or one of the vandals? Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. And next. Thanks for lining up, folks. If you want to join in, please join the line.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jim Glover. I wanted to remind the board that a few weeks ago, the Human Rights Commission created a rapid response protocol, which was designed to address issues in the community as they arise so that we could react more quickly. Within the first 2 weeks, we had 2 opportunities to respond. These incidents targeted 2 segments of our population in what some believe is a coordinated attempt to stoke fear. To that extent, their efforts are meeting with some success. However, the Commission is determined to educate the public of the inaccuracies being presented and of the perceived hateful bias behind each event. An LGBTQIA+ Pride event in October was interrupted by protesters. The protesters would have you believe that little else went on in that event except for a drag show for kids. There was far more to this event, but the focus of the protesters was only on one aspect. Then a renewed distribution of hateful and disturbing literature took place in McKinleyville neighborhoods, the second such incident since July in our county. This literature, which was anti-Semitic rhetoric aimed at the local Jewish community,
30 seconds.
Was extremely objectionable. If we allow bigoted rhetoric and actions to go unchallenged, we are allowing our democracy to erode And just because you are not the target this time does not mean you won't be soon. The commission thanks you for your resolution, but please be prepared to do even more in the future.
Thank you. And next, 2 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Madrone and members of the board. My name is Natalie Miller-Rubio. I am the Racial Equity Manager for the Department of Health and Human Services, and I also serve as a member of the Countywide Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. I hope to briefly touch on a couple points. First, thank you Supervisors Wilson and Madrone for sponsoring this resolution and taking the opportunity to affirm the county's commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion for all people in Humboldt County, no matter their race, immigration status, sexual orientation, gender, identity, ability, or religion. There is a misconception that what happens in this community is somehow separate than what happens within this organization. Yet our staff and leaders are very much a part of this community. What happens to us, our partners, our spouses, our siblings, our children, our neighbors, doesn't stop affecting us when we cross the threshold of our workplace each day. This resolution affirms the values that we as an organization have committed to and those we ask our staff to uphold. Thank you for taking a stand against hate in Humboldt County, and I welcome opportunities to partner with each of you on moving this work forward as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, 2 minutes.
Good morning. Jeremy Clark, Organization Development, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Manager, Office of Human Resources. As a general rule, I don't like to follow Natalie because that's a no-win situation. But what I would just say, in case it's helpful, is just I'd like to shed some light on behalf of Director O'Hannon on this process. As Natalie pointed out, there is a countywide diversity, equity, and inclusion committee. That is one that I co-lead with Connie Beck. The hate event sort of got on the radar of the committee, and they expressed those concerns to myself. I sort of rolled those up to Director O'Hannon, got above my head, but we find ourselves here today. And I just really wanted to sort of highlight that that's the way the process is supposed to work. We work with staff every day. They express their concerns. It gets rolled up and shared with this board. And so I just really wanted to take a moment to really just thank this body for its work and for its commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And is there anybody else here in the audience today that wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will go back to the one that accidentally disconnected themselves on Zoom, and that would be 0116 *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ash.
Sorry, my call got cut off for one reason or another. But I'll continue where I was going. Recently in Ferndale, there was contention over yet another all-age drag show. Pastor Tyrell Bramwell put out a sign that read that, drag shows for kids at the all-age steeple. Local media was quick to jump on this as an act of hate, a crime of thought, if you will. Local media claimed that the Pastor Bramwell's opinion that drag shows are inappropriate for kids had been disproven by other people's opinions. The drag shows for kids are indeed acceptable and appropriate. This proclamation of hate supports this notion that an opposing opinion can be disproven by nothing more than another's opinion. Conceptually, this is repugnant to our Constitution, specifically the First Amendment. So, Steve, could you tell us all the specifics of the hate crime that you are proclaiming to be a danger to the community? Who committed this crime? What exactly was the crime? Was it a physical crime, or was somebody voicing their opinion that hurt someone else's feelings because it is not in alignment with their own opinion? I mean, yeah, this proclamation demands that all intolerance is unacceptable. But is that true? Do we not have laws that have very real consequences that our society does not tolerate? I mean, should we start letting people who identify as alcoholics take their kids to bars just because You know, they're the parents. It's their choice. You know, it's parents' choice, right? People who work at strip clubs, should they be able to take their kids inside strip clubs?
Thank you very much. And so seeing no other speakers here in the audience today, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to accept this with a small statement. I would love to see the hate that is sometimes bolstered to the homeless population or houseless population that's on our streets on a daily basis. I think that is a crisis that we need to address. I appreciate some of the people in the audience that are going to address that. As one that has suffered close to $35,000 worth of vandalism at a youth recreation complex with tagging, broken windows, and everything else, I don't know if they hate little kids playing games or if it's just kids, because that's what a lot of vandalism is. This is broad enough, and it's very broad without a lot of teeth, but it's very broad and it's accepting, and I appreciate everything that's brought forward. But there are so many other people that suffer hate mentally challenged people, physically challenged people. There are so many avenues, and I don't want to say the bandwagon isn't wide enough for all of this, but I do think that we can be a little more encompassing, but this is a nice start. I don't think this is specific to any one event, so that's why I'm going to ask to move this forward.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Additional comments from the board? I believe we have Supervisor Wilson and then Arroyo.
Well, those are some thoughtful comments from Supervisor Bohn. I want to just speak to a little bit of what Dr. Clark and Natalie were referring to in terms of the staff's really moving this through this organization. And when there were some events some time ago that triggered this from some of the board members asking about what we can do about this, what I really appreciated was that there was the mindfulness of some of our staff to say, like, no, this whole institution is, really, it's about the entire institution, both supporting itself and within the community of employees and families that we have, and then externally outside. So it's more than just a proclamation from the Board of Supervisors. It's really heartfelt from the core of this organization, which is the county. And so I just really wanted to appreciate staff's thoughtfulness in that and taking the time to bring it to us. And it's not a knee-jerk reaction. It's really something that was well thought out. And I just wanted to really appreciate that. And it's profoundly more meaningful. And so that's all. I mean, I can add more, but really most of it's been said. I just wanted to kind of put a light on that, and thank you guys for that effort.
Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I had a clarifying question. I also really appreciated your comments, Supervisor Bohn. I had a clarifying question about the motion that you made. Were you recommending that we add language related to hate events towards the unhoused community, or, and if so, would you kind of articulate what that is so we know what we're voting on?
I'm suggesting staff recommendation, but my own personal feelings, I appreciate the efforts for it, and especially staff. And I think it should be well aware, you just had two people that are head of equity, but I don't know how he puts that on his lapel, that title that Doc Clark has. But, I mean, we have made a strong effort both in training. I came to the new employee orientation yesterday, and that is front and center of what we're trying to do. So I'm proud of us as an organization and a community for doing all these things. And I'm also proud that we're bringing this forward. But as we bring this forward, don't forget the one size of our population that is actually dying from us not doing anything is the homeless population. So I'm just saying, I don't know if it constitutes a hate crime, but it sure tears my heart apart that we're not doing more. So that's all I'm saying. I'm making that aware and shooting my shot across the bow, but I appreciate this bringing it forward, and I appreciate our staff, as Supervisor Wilson said, for stepping up and following what I think all of us, I mean, damn the people that are doing this. damn the people that are doing this, but thankful for the people that are trying to curtail it.
Thank you. All right. And with that, is our voting tabs up? Does everybody have a voting tab, or yours is not working, Supervisor? Okay, so let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
2.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Yeah, and again, if you want, you can do that kind of thing. So appreciate the consideration there. So our next item is time set for 10 o'clock, and we're doing pretty good here. And a lot of it is out of gratitude to the speakers for not necessarily taking their whole time. This item comes before us as the Behavioral Health Crisis Triage Center grant application. And I believe we've got Connie Beck, Director Beck from Department of Health and Human Services. We've got Mad River Community Hospital, Chief Executive Officer David Neal, and Cal Poly Humboldt Director of Initiatives, Connie Stewart. So, Director Beck, I believe you'll probably start us out here, if I am correct. All right, very good. And I see, great. Thank you all for being here.
Musical chairs here.
And I'm assuming this large crowd is maybe associated with this event, perhaps? Very nice, yeah. Excellent, thank you. All right, Director Beck.
Good morning, Chair Madrone and members of the board. I'm Connie Beck, Health and Human Services Director. I'm here with Emmy Botzler-Rogers, the Behavioral Health Director, David Neal, the CEO from Mad River Hospital, and Connie Stewart, Executive Director of Initiatives from Cal Poly Humboldt. Just want to appreciate the time and also all the community folks that are here today to listen to the presentation. Last May, behavioral health staff presented to your board on Supervisors services, structure, and community mental health crisis response. The discussion reflected on the ongoing lack of appropriate mental health crisis triage services in Humboldt County, conversations about Humboldt County's need for appropriate mental health care, health crisis triage services, and other services across the behavioral health continuum of care have also been taking place at the North Coast Health Leadership Team, comprised of high-level decision makers, such that are in this room today. And I just want to make sure that I name all the folks. There's representatives from DHHS, Mad River Hospital, St. Joe's Health Humboldt, Independent Practice Association, Open Door Community Health Centers, Hospice of Humboldt, United Indian Health Services, North Coast Clinics Network, Cal Poly Humboldt, and the Humboldt Senior Resource Center. I'll also add Kamau recently joined us. These executives meet regularly to discuss all aspects of health services provision in Humboldt County in order to prioritize and address regional issues. As a result of the conversation about the needs and gaps in Humboldt County, myself, the DHHS Assistant Director Michelle Stevens, Behavioral Health Director Emmy Botzler-Rogers, and Deputy Director Paul Bagnacki, Cal Poly Humboldt, Director of Initiatives Connie Stewart, Mad River Community Hospital, Chief Executive Officer David Neal, Providence Director of Community Investment Martha Shanahan, and Dr. Ruby Bryan from Waterfront Recovery Services traveled to Orange County to learn about the Orange County Behavioral Health System of Care, specifically the Be Well Orange County campus, housing their crisis triage services. The Be Well Orange County campus is a 60,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility that features mental health crisis stabilization services, a sobering center, and residential care for both mental health and substance use disorder treatment. This is just a picture of the campus there. It was a beautiful campus. Inspired by the Be Well Orange County campus facility and driven by need for mental health crisis triage services in Humboldt County, DHHS and Mad River Community Hospital have collaborated to respond to a California Department of Healthcare Services Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program Round 5 Crisis and Behavioral Health Continuum Request for Application. The Round 5 infrastructure is a potential funding source for construction costs for a behavioral health crisis triage center in Humboldt County that would provide crisis stabilization, mental health crisis residential beds, residential substance use disorder treatment beds, and sobering cots. Mad River Community Hospital owns land that could host such a facility. Accordingly, DHHS and Mad River Community Hospital are preparing for that joint application in response to the RFA. We are before your board today asking you to approve the recommendations on the staff report. I'm going to turn it over now to Connie Stewart or David. Who would like to speak first?
Good morning. Thank you
Such
for your
important partners. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and attention to this extremely critical issue. I've been in Humboldt County now for 4 years. I'm an RN by background. So by clinically being involved in what's going on in our EDs, both at Mad River, Redwood, St. Joseph, it's a really grave concern what occurs with the behavioral health individuals who arrive in an ED that's already impacted. And then we have these patients on a cot, on a gurney, and not the appropriate care level that is necessary for them to do anything more than lay on a gurney in our EDs. Create situations, havoc, harm to our caregivers, and an ongoing issue of inadequacy. After going down and seeing Be Well, the excitement is great that we could develop a unit where these patients could be housed, get the appropriate care that is necessary, not be lying on a gurney or strapped down to a gurney in 4-point restraints, but treated humanely and in a way where they can succeed in getting the treatment needed to then transition to other levels of care. So Mad River is excited to be a part of this project, partnering with Emmy and Connie and Darian and the other people in this room. I just cannot express enough the need for this unit for the patients as well as our staff and our facilities, and that this would be the best thing that could happen to really improve that care in Humboldt County. So I really appreciate your consideration of this. And Mad River is excited to be a part of and partnering with our partners here in this room, which are many and well represented. So thank you very much.
You want next, or Emmy, do you want to hear? I can just get up here. Okay. Hi, Connie Stewart with Cal Poly Humboldt. It's my honor to host the North Coast Leadership team meeting for the healthcare CEOs, and I've been doing it for, I don't know, since Hector was a pup now. And it, you know, I have to tell you that this issue started with crisis, and now you can hear the excitement. We have a solution, and we titled this project Addressing People's with Acute Care with Dignity. And sorry to get emotional, especially after the last item, but I think that that's really what brought all of the partners to the table, is the idea that we need to address behavioral health with dignity and create a place where we can seamlessly get people the care at the license level that they need without delay. And so that is part of what we're trying to do here. Get them through the right door at the right time to get the right care. This is a unique situation where the state has a grant program, round 5, where communities can bring, instead of being told what kind of care, communities can bring their ideas to the state for funding. This round requires, because of public and private partners, a 10% match. But honestly, a 10% match is not going to make us as competitive. So we're going to keep trying to raise money. We've got all the partnerships we need to try to get our application. We have site control, thanks to Mad River. and proper zoning and a letter from the city of Arcata, about the fact that we can quickly address zoning issues for this site too. It's a very unique situation. We look really, really good. We're here today to ask you for support for this letter, for help with the matching money so that we can be competitive. I've asked, you can see the number of people in the audience, and I've asked folks in advance to do Me Toos. And so to state their names and their support, and so we're not here all day, but you can see we've done our homework to get support out here today. And I think people see this. It's not going to solve the problem, but it's a step in creating a program and a process in the right direction. So we're happy on behalf of Cal Poly to help write the grant. We have grant writers that can help both of these partners write the grant and hopefully bring this project to fruition in our community. Thank you so much.
Yeah, hang on, let's see. Is that the end of the presentation?
I'd actually like for Emmy to speak a little bit about program and services. Just, we do have challenges around capacity and staffing, and how we move that forward with the programs will be some work, for
Great.
sure.
And then after Emmy, we'll have the board ask any questions or clarifications.
Great.
And then we'll go to the public. Thank you. Emmy.
Hi, good morning. Emmy Botzler-Rogers, Behavioral Health Director, and yes, welcome any questions. I too am so excited about the partnership, as you can see represented in this room, and I think that this is an amazing opportunity to move forward to address mental illness in our community. I super appreciate what you said, Supervisor Bohn, about the hate crimes that expand beyond the populations we mentioned here today, because I think that there is lots of judgment of people with mental illness, and I think we as a community are still really learning about how to stop stigma and discrimination. And I think this is one of the ways to do it, to just recognize the need in our community and come together to normalize that people with mental illness need care with dignity and respect and kindness. So I'm really grateful for that. As Connie mentioned, this is the beginning and there is much work to do. This is not great, it's approved, it's done. We have lots out in front of us to work on, including continuing to address issues and resources related to staffing, funding. This is not something that's automatically funded, so we will be working on how we continue to provide funding, come up with match for these services ongoing, and how we staff this facility. It's likely something that we will look to a contractor to help support, but we're in a remote rural community still that doesn't have tons of resources. Fortunately, Connie Stewart is really taking the lead on behavioral health staffing initiatives and looking at how to assess and kind of build our workforce locally, but we'll continue to rely on partners to do this work going forward. I also want to say there were some great things about Be Well OC, and there were some things that were challenging for them. So we're really looking at learning from their lessons and making a facility that's unique to our community and addresses the issues. It's not going to be tomorrow that people don't show up at the EDs or at SV, right? We're going to still be struggling with these issues in our community, yet we're going to continue kind of in lockstep moving forward to figure out how we can do it to better serve. So any questions I'm happy to answer, but I do want to just echo the thank you to this board for considering this and to all the community partners that are here today.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Bohn, I saw your hand first, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
Well,
Wilson.
First I'll address my road wife. I've never seen her so excited about something. Connie and I travel to Sacramento a lot for the last 10 years, and she's educated me beyond my means. She is so excited about this. And I mean, she's making the commitment to Cal Poly and the curriculum to staff it, as Ms. Rogers said. So I think this is really good stuff. I've spent a couple stints at the emergency room, kind of unannounced, just sitting there in an old pair of tennis shoes and Levi's and a sweatshirt pulled up over my head to watch actually what's going on. And then as recently as New Year's night, I was out on patrol. I go out on patrol every New Year's night with the sheriffs. It's a great way to see all your friends at all the parties, and I do. But with that, I had a friend whose son had a pretty horrific accident, and they were out of town. So I ended up cutting short at 2:30 in the morning and being with him in the emergency room. And as was stated, strapping down, people just sitting in, Provident offering to pay for motel, taxi, and they're doing this out of the good of their heart and because that's part of their mission. But somebody has to pay for that, and that's us. And this is a way we can address this. And Darian, Mr. Harris, I appreciate you stepping up and your staff. Mad River, I haven't spent any time in Europe. They've got a really nice way. No, I'm just kidding. But it's an issue that has to be addressed. And I've been hearing it because I'm chair of North Coast EMS. And it is, you guys have both stepped up to upgrade your trauma centers so we can we're spending the investment so the horrific accidents can be taken care of here before we have to transport them. That's huge. And the efforts they're making. So I think as our board steps forward, and as Connie says, our 10% is $3 million, but we can do better than that because it is long-term. This is the right thing to do. We talked about earlier, the homeless issue, and 70% is mental health is sometimes the number we hear. And some people are just not going to come in or get treatments, but if we provide them a low impact, and I can't know who said it, a treatment facility with dignity, I think is going to go a long way because a lot of these people, when you read stories of people that come out of homelessness and mental health and start taking, it's because somebody spent some time with them and gave them dignity for a moment, and then they saw a little light. Maybe that's it, and that's our job. If anything, that's our job up here. So you guys, Mad River, everybody, Open Door, everybody that's doing this, man, great job. Connie, broadband, nursing, this. No wonder you're so tired all the time.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Hi, thank you through the chair. I'm wondering, so I think it said on the presentation how big the facility would be, but could you restate that? And I was looking through the staff report and I don't see it.
We can't say right now. We still have to do a little design on it. I think the important thing is the service level and what we're hoping the number of beds to be there. Mind OC was a gigantic facility, and it had a lot of extra space, including a lot of administration offices, 5 conference rooms, other stuff. From the state, we've heard now that this is going to be an incredibly competitive round, so we may have to reduce the number of square feet. So we're not going to be able to. I think we would have said 40,000, but I think we might have to reduce it. I don't want to promise a number of square feet is what I'm saying.
Thank you for that, Connie. Can you guesstimate how many beds you're shooting for?
Yeah, beds is the better way.
I can just say a little bit about that. What our original plan was to add 12 sobering center cots, 4 residential SUD beds, substance use disorder beds, 12 crisis stabilization unit beds, and I want to flag that 6 of those are designated for adults and 6 for children, because currently we don't have a viable way to treat children on CSU or SV, and then 9 mental health crisis residential beds. That was the original vision.
And we hope that will be.
Okay, thank you for that. And I thought I saw that up there. That's why I was asking. I'm wondering, criteria-wise, and it's just, I know it's early, but I just want to wrap my head around it. Would there be intentions to transfer patients from SV or just from the emergency rooms? Because you did name a variety of emergency rooms, but there are other ones in the county that also, have issues, including the southern Humboldt area. I have these types of patients that can really benefit from these programs. So I'm wondering what that looks like.
Yeah, it's a good question. So the idea is that this could be the first door for individuals, so they could show up and get triaged and then determine what level of care they need.
Okay, so that would be voluntary, coming to the facility, but would we be shifting overflow from SV to?
We could, and it could also be law enforcement that bring to this facility. It's not only voluntary. So it's the triage piece that currently happens in the EDs that could happen at this site.
Okay.
And then they would either be placed in one of the beds there, or we would look for other placement depending on their needs, including SV as an option.
Okay, and then my other question would be, how many folks are you seeing in your emergency room departments currently that would be able to be facilitated at a facility like this?
So Mad River has 5, sometimes 6, 7 holds at any given time. I know that St. Joe's is in the teens at times.
Yeah, so at St. Joe's.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So it can be from 0 to 5 to 6 for us, at Mad River.
And that's a daily number?
That can happen on a daily, because there are times when we don't have any, but the other day we had 5.
Okay.
In our 9-bed ED.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
morning.
Thank you for the discussion. Darian Harris, Chief Executive at Providence St. Joseph Hospital and Redwood Memorial in South County in Fortuna. So as it relates to current volume, we traditionally see somewhere between 4 and 8 per day that would fall in this behavioral health space, qualifying for support through this facility. But really that's on average, right? What you end up seeing, to David's point, is we can see upwards of 10, 11 at times, right? And so when we think about a 20-bed ED, realistically, we think about the care, the transformational opportunity, not only for these patients, but for all care in the ED, we're likely to see increased capacity of 30 to 45%, right? For everyone else, decreasing wait times and supporting the care for those experiencing chest pain and others. So really, this is a transformational opportunity for all patients in our community, as well as supporting the safety. Redwood, we end up seeing a slightly smaller level, so you end up seeing probably 3, 4, sometimes 0, but it'll fluctuate. So the volume and the size of the facility certainly seems appropriate based on the need. As we know, there's a lot of unmet demand in the community, particularly the communities we spoke to before. So a great opportunity here. We're really excited to partner, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. So I thank you for that. So I see that the $3 million could include funding. This is for the CAO, 1.5 of ARPA funding. And is that for sure we're going to use that ARPA funding for that, and that's only half of the amount? So can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. 1.5 in ARPA funding is currently allocated for a broadband infrastructure project, which we collaborate with Ms. Stewart on, and she has graciously agreed that those monies are probably better suited for our community to divert them over to this project instead. In addition, we have $2 million in local and tribal consistency funds that were received rather unexpectedly. Your board just last week allocated $1 million of those dollars towards earthquake recovery. $2 million still remains and hasn't been earmarked for any particular purpose. So those funds could also be used as that match. In addition, CMSP just released a NOFA for a $500,000 match in grant funding specifically for matching dollars and for infrastructure, which is a rather unheard of grant. And I think that our likelihood of capitalizing on that is probably pretty positive.
Thank you. I just want to say that, this facility is so much needed in Humboldt County. I want to recognize that the facility probably will fill up quite quickly once it's established. There's a lot of need in Humboldt County and throughout Humboldt County. I would encourage that if there was a second opportunity, location always seems to be to the north, and this type of need is needed throughout Humboldt County. And so my hope is that we can continue to look for opportunities in the unincorporated areas as well, and to try to facilitate the need broadly throughout Humboldt County. I really appreciate the work and the care, and realizing that this population of people just need a little bit, and that we can facilitate with this program to continue to try to help people. And so thank you for all the work that's been done.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Supervisor Wilson?
Well, I think all of my questions have been answered. I was going to ask about the, basically to reiterate, you're not just asking for a letter of support. You're really asking for financial support from this organization, which I think was outlined very well by Ms. Hayes. And so I just find this inspiring, collaborative, responsive, and hopefully resilient. And I'm happy to be supportive when we get there. Thanks.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. I am thrilled to see this come forward. And I am curious about I found myself thinking as you were speaking about people coming in voluntarily and then involuntarily. I found myself wondering about, and maybe this is nitty gritty we can get into later once we secure the funding, but the triage nature of it makes it sound like people are in and out of there relatively quickly. But could you help me understand kind of in broad terms how people come in and then get connected to other resources, and how long they'll sort of be in the facility? Because residential also makes it sound like they'll be there a while. So I'm trying to understand the span of time.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So we're really talking about enhancing our continuum of care. So in Humboldt, we have lots of huge gaps in that. So this triage center should have a number of pieces of the continuum of care. And our goal is to get people to the right level of care. So they may come in, they may be triaged, and they may not need to stay. They may just need to be linked to outpatient services, connected with a case manager or a clinician, that kind of thing. Or they may need to be in a sobering cot and spend 48 hours to just kind of stabilize from that. They may need more intensive, longer-term services like residential treatment, but at this facility, it's really only 30 to 60, maybe 90 days. That would be the max. I think, to your point, Supervisor Bushnell, we are looking at other services because this could easily fill up, and then where do people go? But that's partly what we're relying on Sorrel Leaf for, which is a children's crisis residential treatment facility. So some people could go from this center there. Same with the Willow Glen Adult Crisis Residential Treatment Center. Some people could go there. So it's really, and as I mentioned, some people may end up at SV. So it really depends on the level of care, how long they'll be there.
Great, thank you very much. And yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Supervisor Arroyo. I had triage also. I'm curious, just from what the statement said, most of these facilities are voluntary, correct? Very rarely are they, like if someone wants to leave. Can you explain that portion of this?
So unless someone is placed on a hold, a 5150 or a 5585 hold, then correct, they get the chance to leave. And so the idea is that we're hoping that they're choosing to access these services to help stabilize or to have a place to be while they're in need of stabilization.
So that brings up another question for me. I know that SV does accommodate 5150 holds with a lockdown facility, correct?
Yes.
And would this center be not something like that, or would you anticipate?
No, this center would not be a psychiatric health facility where people on holds were then placed in an inpatient treatment. That would still be to SV. I mean, really the intention of this center and the other work we're doing is more upstream intervention so people don't get to the point of having to be placed on a 5150.
I think that's great to recognize that we could get folks help before they get to that point. It's just so important. Thank you.
Oh, I just want to say thank you to staff and all the partners in the community for bringing this forward. I fully support it. And, we talked about the right door at the right time, and really this would be the first door. We're trying to add to our system all over the county, as Supervisor Bushnell pointed out, and really the right doors, with an S, as we go along. And this is going to be a pilot that's going to really help us move forward, but ultimately Southern Humboldt, at whatever capacity, and then even in Eureka, We're looking at our facilities master plan. We know we probably need to rebuild the Semper Virens Hospital and add capacity there. I'm extremely thankful and grateful to see the youth beds. And plus, there's the project in Fortuna that the doctor is working on there for youth as well. These are all such important additions to our care, our continuum of care, as you said, Emmy, in our community. You know, it's going to be good for patients, good for the staff, you know, in terms of what everybody's dealing with, et cetera. And so I just want to thank you all for your hard work on this, and looking forward to bringing this in and getting it built, basically. So Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and we didn't mention the fact that the biggest elephant in the room is the emergency room nurses and the violence that's big. I bet I have a lot of friends that are nurses, and a lot of their kids play out at the ball fields, and just living here my whole life. And some of the stories I've heard, both Mad River and Providence, have been horrendous. And the idea that you go in there now and there's 2 and 3 security guards there in our emergency room, where it should be a health facility. And I think Mr. Harris said it best. People that are having chest pains are being delayed while they deal with people that, you know, maybe are just having a mental breakdown, and this is going to help. So I think the trickle down on this is, you know, good. And I didn't know about the youth facility in Fortuna. I know the one that's happening out at Indianola, Dr. Buxbaum, is going to be a great facility to help with our youth. So these things, we're making small steps, but I think we quit making small steps and we start making strides. And I think, I mean, look at the juice in this room saying we need this now. I mean, I'm pretty amazed, and it'd be a great time for me to have a heart attack. But if I'm going to have it, I feel pretty confident I'm going to do okay now. But anyway, thanks a lot, you guys. Go back and heal.
You know, and the last thing I wanted to say was that sometimes we get a little flack on some of the conferences we go off to all the time and stuff, right, as county supervisors or staff or whatever. I have to say that at the recent CSAC conference, the State Association of Counties, which was in Orange County, our staff and our partners didn't go to Disneyland and ride the rides. They ended up spending their days going to this facility and researching what it meant, how it was operated, and what it might mean for this community. So thank you for that dedication. Often people think we're going off on whatever, but I was super impressed by the amount of dedication that took to put the time aside to go and do this. So thank you all for that commitment. So I think at this point we'll go to public comment. Please, Director Beck.
I'd just like to add one more clarification, and it's really around transportation. Some of the questions that you had, Supervisor Bushnell, I think it's really important. We need to work out the transportation issues because we will be accepting folks from all over the county, all areas of the county. So, of course, from Southern Humboldt, if law enforcement is bringing someone in on a 5150, we need to deal with that too. Like, what does that look like, right? But part of the conversation here amongst our partners will be, how do we get folks to and from their home, wherever that is, right? Because that will be important. And we will be providing services to all members of Humboldt County, not just folks from the Arcata area. The folks from Eureka and other areas of the county will also be transported there if needed.
Thank you for that clarification. Supervisor Bushnell, one final comment, and then we'll go to the public.
Thank you, Connie, or Director Beck. I was going to ask, but was trying not to micromanage your project too much. And I realized that, you know, being an unincorporated city doesn't mean that we're not servicing the unincorporated areas. My simple request is that we realize that most of our services are in the northern area of Humboldt County, and transportation can at times be painful and a long time from the southern area of Humboldt County, and that we just consider that population of folks that we're going to be serving are throughout, and maybe centralize in a facility, looking for facility bases next time.
Thank you. And one final comment from Connie Stewart.
Yeah, I just also want to speak to the fact that there's a lot of grant funding in the pipeline coming. it all is going to require shovel-ready projects or site control. And so one of the conversations, and actually on this website, there's some great tools to already address NIMBYism and neighborhood stuff. And I think that, I want to commit right now, Supervisor Bushnell, to work with you on let's try to get some site control in Southern Humboldt for some of these grant opportunities for facilities that are coming. That it was the key thing for us to be able to apply, was that Mad River already had site control here. So let's work on that, because we have about 3 years of funding coming down the pipeline that's going to be for bricks and mortar, and that's going to be the biggest impediment in our region. And then I also just wanted to say to my colleagues who may not have heard that I'm giving away broadband funding for this, there's $6 billion of broadband funding at the federal and state level. We priced out some projects in Southern Humboldt. They're $25 million. So at this point, keeping $1.5 million for broadband and doing a substandard project actually hurts those communities' ability to qualify for the fiber funding that's coming. So I didn't want to say that that's a double whammy to Southern Humboldt. So I wanted to make that clear. More money is coming, and we're ready and eager to apply once the rules are written for that money.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you very much. And at this point, we'll go to, okay, thank you. So public comment, we'll go to Zoom first. If you're interested in commenting on this subject, again, for those on Zoom, please turn off your audio because there is a delay. And if you're interested in speaking on this, it would be *9 to raise your hand. I'll give that a few seconds to see if there are any. I don't see any hands up at this point. There is one hand up, and it is 9832. 2 minutes. *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hi, my name's Tom Ross. I live in Fortuna. And my question would be, I understood Connie to say earlier that there's a lot of competition for these kind of grants. And I heard also 5 conference rooms. I would be curious on how much square footage in the building, how much square footage does it take for another bed? And perhaps we should focus on providing beds, because we're talking 20 beds when we probably need more in the area of 60. So I would be concerned with the amount of conference rooms versus actually providing services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that was clarified, that we're going to reduce square footage and not have all these conference rooms like Orange County, but instead focus on the beds. And your point is well taken. So hopefully that covers it. Okay. I don't see any other hands up in Zoom, so we'll go to the audience here. Holly, it's your opportunity to speak.
Last week, I said, wow. Where do you go beyond wow? This is so exciting. And if my math in my head is correct, we're looking at 39 beds? 29. Okay, I forgot, I carried wrong. But this is so exciting. I'm not preaching to the choir. I know you all know, and many of you have been with me through my 15-year struggle to save my adult daughter with all of these issues. She's somewhere in a recovery house in Humboldt County right now. I'm not jumping back on that merry-go-round anytime soon. I'll be paying off credit cards until 2028. But I've been in the Mad River ER with her, and one of the many restraining orders against my daughter, including mine and her dad's, was from the Mad River ER because of her despicable behavior when she was out in the Gentoli jungle. I am so excited about this project. I could hardly contain myself, but I'll behave.
You are a force to be reckoned with. Thank you, Holly. Anybody else here in the audience that wanted to speak, please come forward and you can line up over here. Or at a certain point, we can also do the quick me twos and accomplish a lot really quickly. But if you do want to speak, please come forward or line up over at the wall there. Thank you very much. 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Osborne Staffness, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the North Coast Health Improvement and Information Network. Our organization provides backbone support to a community initiative called the Humboldt Community Health Trust, and we're an organization of local partners across sectors that are really meeting to address issues that no one sector or organization can address on their own, so system transformation issues. And in the last several years, our focus has been on addressing substance use disorder in our community, really with a holistic perspective from prevention to treatment, recovery, and harm reduction. And through that process, we've done a fair amount of discovery in the community with partners that are represented here, and community residents, and technical assistance providers. And throughout that, the need for a community triage center has just been articulated over and over again. So on behalf of the Humboldt Community Health Trust, just want to offer our strong support of this initiative and our deep thanks and gratitude for the leaders represented here today that are bringing this to the community. And thank your board for the consideration of this proposal. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And next, you've got 2 minutes.
My name is Pam Culver, and I am a registered nurse in Eureka ER, and I've been in the ER for 9 years. I have a letter written, but it's longer than 2 minutes, so I'm going to kind of paraphrase here. What I do want to say is that this has impacted our community, and it has impacted everybody in this room. Our loved ones are waiting in the waiting room for an unimaginable amount of time because our beds are taken up by the psych patients. I understand that they need help, but the ER is not the place for them to get help. They are not getting the time they need. They're disrupting our ER. They're disrupting other patients. The biggest thing that I see as a challenge currently is that the supplies as an ER nurse that we need are not at our fingertips because we are clearing out our rooms for psych patients, and then when they leave, we don't have everything we need to care for our medical patients. And that is scary for nurses and for our patients and for our community. I am, for the first time in a very long time, do have a glimmer of hope for our future with this grant. The one thing about our community is we are not unique in the behavioral health crisis, but we are unique that we are Humboldt and we always come together in a time of need. And I do feel that this is our time of need and that we can make it better for our community, our patients, and our ED staff.
Thank you. And next, welcome.
Hi, so I'm Dr. James Goldberg. I'm the medical director for the St. Joseph Hospital and Redwood Memorial emergency departments. I really appreciate hearing what all of the supervisors have said and their very positive outlook on this and their support of this. This is just the first step. The crisis center is a much needed triage place. That right now, that triage place is the emergency department, which has had increased levels of violence for patients that are held, especially those that are in hallways, as our rooms are taken up with patients that are on heart monitors, vital sign monitors, oxygen monitors. So out of need, they are placed in hallways. It's bright, it's loud, there's stretchers going by, elevator doors opening. I believe Supervisor Wilson, I think you went on a tour with us last year, so you can kind of see where they actually are. And it's not conducive to anyone that is in an acute crisis, whether, mania, suicidal, psychotic. It just causes escalation and leads to increased violence for our staff. So having a triage center where they can go initially is critical, where they can get treatment, appropriate treatment is critical. As a behavioral health patient myself who suffers from depression, I want to know that I have a appropriate place to go that will have the appropriate treatment that not only myself or any other patient needs, but they actually deserve. So I thank you for your support in this matter.
Thank you. And next.
Hi, my name's Catherine Smith. I'm one of the registered nurses in the ER at St. Joseph's in Eureka. I have only been a nurse for 4 years and a charge nurse for the last year. But I'm one of the few nurses in our department who has worked elsewhere and seen other communities' approach to the behavioral crisis that we are in Humboldt County. I think the biggest thing about this facility that I appreciate is the triage aspect. I think since COVID started, the medical clearance portion that has been put on our shoulders for the behavioral health patients has been a massive burden on our staff. The biggest thing that I see, not only for the psych patients themselves, is the medical patients that are not getting the time and attention that they need. When we have a psychotic or aggressive patient that requires 6 nurses and 5 security guards to tie them down, those 12 patients are not getting help. Your father who's having a heart attack, your grandmother who's there and falls out of bed and breaks her hip, anybody. Those are patients that equally deserve our care. And I think getting the triage portion of this, especially since COVID, where we have holds that sit in our department for, and I do not kid you, 12 days, because psych facilities don't take COVID positive patients. It's a drain on us. It's not appropriate for the patients, their families, the community at large. I'm really excited that this facility has support from the community, from SV, from Cal Poly. I've had Cal Poly students that have appropriate crises and need
30 seconds.
Need help. And so I just want to, like everybody else here, voice our deep and sincere appreciation for your support in this and for trying to move forward for our sakes and for the sake of this community. So
Thank you very much. And I'm assuming that the rest of you in the audience, and you can show your support for this item here today by perhaps giving us a little sign. Oh, that's real. Get a picture of that. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And so we'll bring it back to the board at this point. Supervisor Bushnell. Wait, one more time. Yes. That's a picture. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you for the commenters. I do want to say, I do understand where the nurses and medical doctors are coming from with the emergency room. However, I do want to recognize that a person going through acute mental issues or issues that are both having a mental break and then also with substance abuse, the people of those family members are going through the same stress and anxiety that if my father was to have a heart attack. And so while the nurses and doctors want to say it's different, it's not different to families. It is the same, feeling when your person is having a mental crisis. My mother was one of those people. And while I understand that you feel like it's not the appropriate place, when there isn't a place, it is still your job. And so I so much appreciate the sentiments from today, but recognizing that this group of people, it's the same to them. And with that, I'll make a motion that we do staff recommendations, and thanks to everybody that's involved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Bushnell and second by Supervisor Bohn. And final comments here, Supervisor Arroyo.
It's a bit of a question. Thank you, Chair Madrone. So recognizing that you mentioned this will be quite a competitive round, and we have, we're looking at a 10% match, which is the minimum. What else can we be doing? I see that it's due around Valentine's Day, three short weeks from now. So, no big deal. But what can we do to help advocate for this? I see, obviously, we're talking about a letter today. Can we be doing more to reach out and support this, or do you feel that it's the process is what it is and we should just support that?
Yes, I'll be having letters from our state legislators if you're asking. No, I mean, I think we have a very competitive package. I do want to say that I think you hear the enthusiasm here. We're going for the funding, but I think this isn't just about a grant, right? We've got to do this in our community. And so I told Connie Beck, if we have to go to a bunch of folks and say, it's time for you to buy a bed, and here's the cost of the bed in order to make this happen if we don't get the grant, we think this is the way forward. So we'll do what we can. We're going to make the most competitive package and do is what we can. And if we don't get it, it doesn't matter. We're still going to be here and we're still going to ask you for that money. So, so let's be clear. We're moving. I mean, this is triage is the plan, right?
Thank you.
We're here today for the grant, but if we don't get the grant, we'll be back.
Well, and I hearken back to St. Joseph's capital campaign. Imagine if that hadn't happened many years ago to build the incredible facility that's there today. And I think this is the same thing. I'm just going to put a pitch out there to the community. If, you know, many of our families have been touched, and some folks actually have the ability to make some large donations. So I'm making a pitch here. If you're one of those people out there in the community, this is a time to bring that forward and help with this match so we can make this happen. Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. Just a couple things. First is I actually want to reference the location a little bit in that it's adjacent to a hospital, but not just that, but also United Indian Health Services. And United Indian Health Services located in that place because of its central service with relationship to 101 and 299. And it's sort of central to both Southern Humboldt, but also all the way to Wichipec. And so I think it's a good starting point. I mean, I get site control matters and all those things, but it has a centroid of sorts with relationship to service and population. Maybe not exactly, but it's pretty strong on where it is, I think. As well as just sort of a beautiful space to be in. You know, there's just a lot of external elements to that make it a calming and nice place to provide those services. So I think that I see the vision and I really enjoy it. I think part of this came, we use these words triage and crisis in the name and what we're doing. And I just want to, and there was some folks that were hearkening back to those conversations that we had to starting, it seemed like it kind of really started boiling up about 2.5 years ago. I don't know, maybe my time frame is wrong, but I just want to say, like, those were, and all of us here, whether on whatever we were doing, those were some of the most stressful meetings and environments that we as decision makers had to step into, and then leave them and go home and go, oh my God, to our significant others and other people, like, I was just there for like, 2 hours or something like that. I came home just completely stressed out and traumatized from just the sliver of that experience. And so I just want to recognize like the work that everyone's done to get to this point, but also just where it came from. We're hoping to alleviate some of that. Will it alleviate all of it? No. Will it be full? I think so. But nonetheless, it's the same with so many other things that we're dealing with in terms of trauma and crisis. Whatever we can do will be better than nothing. Damned if we do, damned if we don't. I'll be on the damned if you do side of this. And I think this is going to be really beneficial. And I just want to thank everybody and thank you for getting through this far. It doesn't end, obviously, but hopefully we can reduce that to the extent possible. So,
thank you.
Just letting you know, there is a tribal set aside, and the tribes are getting together to actually do another project as well around community wellness. So there's a possibility of actually some additional funding for that. And it isn't lost on me, Supervisor Wilson, that I was on the dais when United Indian Health Service happened and you were here in the chair. So yes, 20 years later, we can do the reverse and support it.
Very good. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I think right now, and I think this is where we thank Mad River, because at the end of the day, they've given up the property. So that's why we're here. It's not centrally located, but it's greatly located for the first site. And if it works, then we put the pressure on Mr. Harris and his crew that, we've got the parking lot in back of Blood Bank, maybe the little facility out in back. I don't know. But I mean, I don't think we're losing any track. It's just we have to start somewhere and look at the successes. And then the other thing, and I'm going to throw this, and I don't mean, there were 8 New Year's night, basically 2 in the hallway, 6 out in the lobby. And I'm going to tell you why people are delayed, because the people under mental health crisis were given the same respect and same level of service that anybody else was given. They had a nurse. I mean, I saw nurses down on one knee talking to them, trying to calm them down. The two in the hall, they were trying to, because as was stated, it's a whirlwind of things coming in and out. And then this person sitting there, and I don't know if they gave him the tablet or whatever to keep him, stressed, but they kept him fed. They kept him talked to. And the amount of compassion that was given to that patient as any other patient is why the delay is for all patients. So it wasn't like they were pushed off in a corner on a gurney, strapped down, and let's see when we get to them. They got the same level of care, and that was pretty impressive. So,
Thank you very much. I think we've had a wonderful opportunity to discuss this fantastic proposal, and with that, we have a motion and a second already. So is your voting thing up?
Oh, yeah.
Mine's not up, but his,
Is it now? Is it now?
there it is. Yep, yeah, all good.
Oh, my goodness. I can just do a roll call.
Yes, let's do a roll call and
Okay.
move forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn.
Number one. He's getting his bingo sheet filled out.
I never thought about anyway, yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes, and thank you.
Oh, sorry. Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Chair, could I request a 5-minute break?
Yes, and we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back here in 5 minutes and pick up the rest of our agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Back from our brief recess, and we're going to jump right back into our agenda. We have item H2, informational report on the acceptance of partial payments for the backlog of Measure S taxes, brought to us by Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So in my conversations with the tax office, I had inquired whether this could happen. And so this is more of an informational item for the community. And I would like to ask our tax treasurer if she could update us on how this looks.
Yes. With the suspension of the annual billing of the Measure S tax, it has provided an opportunity for us to explore the option of taking payments during that suspension period. And I will be working with County Council to make sure that all applicable regulations and codes and laws are followed in taking payments on the Measure S.
So thank you for that. So what this probably looks like is your office is not going to be doing any additional work. If you want to come in, you owe back due Measure S, come in and you'll accept the payments and track just the amount through your software. And so it's not so much extra work for your department. Is that correct?
Because the annual payments are suspended, that's why we do have the ability to take on the payments. And I'll need to work with County Council so that the details are legal and we can proceed,
So thank you for that. And this also then, because of the suspension that this board did previously, has a time limit. So it's giving the folks that owe back due Measure S an opportunity while we're in the suspension process.
Correct, it would only be during the suspension period.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I have gotten a lot of questions from cultivators on, hey, I do really want to catch up my back Measure S, but I can't make the full amount. And so this will be very helpful, I think, for people to come in and start chipping away at those amounts.
That's great. Thank you very much. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, if I ever argued with your predecessor about anything, as you well know, this was it. Because in the private sector, if somebody has an AR, you take anything you can get when they have it, and that was not acceptable. But I can understand with the Measure S, and I appreciate you stepping forward. There is going to be more work. Somebody makes 5 payments rather than 1 payment. That constitutes more counter time. But in the long run, that becomes a payment it gets their AR down, or tax payment, same thing, and allows for it. So I appreciate you stepping up and do that, because I think we've been trying to do this for 6 or 8 years, trying to get somebody that owes $20,000, let's say, to save up $20,000. Well, something comes up that he can spend his money on something else. He's no different than any of us. He'll probably spend it on something else. So this is a great way for them, gives them an opportunity to catch up on their taxes, gives them a feeling that they're accomplishing what they need to do business in Humboldt County. So I think I'm glad to see this go, and it's a wonderful byproduct of the tax relaxation for a short period.
Okay, seeing no other discussion here at the board, thank you both for your efforts to bring this forward. And as you said, you're not collecting the taxes because of the suspension, so this is filling in that slot, and I appreciate the work to do that. At this point, we'll go ahead and call on those in Zoom. I see one hand up, 7454, *6 to unmute. There you go.
I'd like to thank the public for shortening up the meeting in the way they have. The board, maybe not quite so much. I think it'd be appropriate, like if people have comment on this one, they say ditto to what Rex said. I think that would be sufficient. I did wish to do a shout out to our Humboldt County tax collector, Amy Christensen. I believe she has is able to use her skill set to get the job done without extra staff. I did want to point out, so the public knows, the amount of money owed, according to the records that I can ascertain here with help from your staff, is in excess of $14 million, close to $14.5 million. This is not chump change. So for those of us out here who voted to have this tax in place, strongly support taking, like Rex says, any nickels and dimes we can. The longer the time goes, the less likely you are to collect those things. One thing I suggest you may consider is publishing the outstanding things. Right now I'm looking at one of the local publications, and in there it has 360 some names published with amounts owed. And I know some people that doesn't bother them to have their name out there, and people know they're not paying their taxes, but some people it does. So I don't see anything wrong with this. And my question, of course, is if this is not paid, do we go the same as property tax? You may wish to get clarification while you have this, or maybe that has to go to county council. Is that a 5-year process, or can we get an expedited, I think the term Rex used instead of expedited, manner of collecting this money? Thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for my opportunity to make brief comments.
Thank you. And next we have 2223, 2 minutes, *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, this is Craig Johnson, owner and operator of Alpenglow Farms. And for the record, we are current on our Measure S taxes. But for the community that's not, this is a step in the right direction, and we sure appreciate this. As Rex said, let's take what we can get and try to support these members of the community. No one wants to be behind. It's because of extreme economic challenges. We've been coming to the board since 2017 and even 2018, asking for help to prevent this entire situation on a county level. And we're going to continue to show up and advocate for our community, and we sure appreciate everyone's part in suspension of Measure S. Thank you, Virginia Bass, for doing that on your way out. And we want to thank everyone for pushing this forward, and from the offices there in Eureka, helping do the extra work to make this happen. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. And looks like that's it for hands up in the Zoom. And at this point, those here in the audience, please come forward. 2 minutes.
Good morning, Supervisors. Natalie Delap, Executive Director of the Humboldt County Growers Alliance. On behalf of our members, as well as the community at large of our membership, we want to really say thank you and appreciate bringing this item forward, for creating a process and mechanism to create a payment program. And to echo what both Supervisor Bohn and Bushnell said, as well as the speakers before, it is very difficult for a farmer to be able to come up with a lump sum amount, be it $20,000 or $50,000 or even $100,000 now. And I would like to remind the board that up until our economic crisis started, we had an 80% payment rate. And so for 80% of the bills that were issued, that's a B average. That's pretty darn good. And so it was not until this payment and, you know, the collapse of the industry that it really just became almost an insurmountable challenge. That being said, a lot of our people were able to make these payments. And so creating a mechanism to allow those who have not yet is an equalizing force for the industry. That way everybody is held to the same level and standard. No one wants to pay taxes, but like they say, death and taxes, we got to just deal with it. And so thank you for coming up with a mechanism and supporting our community. And thank you so much for suspending Measure S.
Thank you very much for your brief and to-the-point comments. Anybody else here in the audience today? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. So Amy, when would this be able to be started?
I need to meet with county council and make sure we're following all codes and regulations. So I will need a couple weeks to work on that and set a level playing field so that everyone's treated the same and we have clear standards in place.
So when all of that information is worked out, then possibly our county could put out a press release and let people know that they could start coming in to nickel and dime those payments down. And would you like any motions or additional things today, or just informational?
Just informational. I'll do the work with county council and my staff to make sure that it's doable, implementable, and then we can proceed.
Thanks so much, and thanks for all your work on this.
So a motion to receive and file the report? Is that what I heard?
Yep, motion to receive and file report.
Great, thank you. And a second?
Second.
Second by Wilson, motion by Bushnell. And seeing no more comments or input, do we have our voting tabs up? Keep giving it a try. I don't have mine yet. There it is. Yeah, everybody? All right, vote. No, oh, you got it. You'll get more chances. Just vote.
Thank you, Amy.
I know, I believe you. All right, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
That's two.
Yes. Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Fantastic. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your work on all this. Okay, next item is I-1, which is adoption of the revised 2023 legislative platform, and our wonderful Sean Quincy is here to bring us up to speed with this.
All right. Good morning, Chair Madrone and members of the board. Sean Quincy, Deputy County Administrative Officer with the County Administrative Office. 2 weeks ago, we came to your board to present the proposed 2023 legislative platform. At that meeting, your board discussed making some possible changes to the platform. A lot of those changes revolved around including more detail in regards to PG&E and their impact on housing. There are also additional platforms that were suggested regards to beautification, funding requests, and also additional information around the bay and the port, and dredging the federal channel there in the marinas. And so those updates, those edits were made to the platform. That's included in your packet in a red line version of the platform. And finally, your board made a motion to have the board work with staff on the platform, and there is one additional platform that received a lot of discussion at the board, and that platform is included as attachment 2 related to the Richardson Grove Improvement Project. And so here to discuss any of the changes related to the platform and take any questions. Also, the Richardson Grove platform is included in the as attachment 2. It's not the red line version, so I have the red line version available to present if we need to go and try to wordsmith parts of that platform.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director. Appreciate that. So at this point, entertain any questions, clarifications, thoughts from the board, and then we'll go to public comment and then come back to the board. I assume everybody's had a chance to look at all this.
Well,
go ahead, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, again, I won't change my position on Richardson's Grove. I made a point. And having, as I said before, driven through that for over almost 50 years now with a commercial vehicle, the trees have grown quite a bit, so they're impeding more. So, and I want to go back to that this whole project was a $3.1 million project in 12-year-old dollars. It's going to actually disturb 0.67% of 1 acre. No old growth will be affected. No old growth will be cut. No old growth will be taken. Some of the trees have gone from 9 inches to 14 inches as we've gone to the cost of $8.3 million to this project now. And it's actually pretty close to being done. With that being said, had a discussion with the Highway Patrol regarding that. They cannot do escort services through there. They have in the past, but it's illegal, and they don't think that if somebody wanted to question it. As of now, there are 53-foot, and the misnomer is these aren't big fuel belching trucks. The trucks are the same size that we see running up and down our streets right now. What it is kingpin to rear axle, and it's the length of a 53-foot trailer. So then I made a few phone calls to the operators of a few of the Ace Hardwares. Down in Rockland, the Ace Distribution Center has about 250 trailers that they distribute us. They have trailers set aside, 48-foot trailers, for Humboldt County. We also have trailers talking about commerce. If you really want to talk about 48% to a 53%, we can actually fill trailers. There'll be less trucks if we have more space, and that's what they're doing, is allowing these larger trailers, longer, to be able to go through the grove safely. That's all it is. It's not going to be any big fuel belching monsters coming through the trees, as one to be said. It's the same size trucks, ST8, they're Class 8 trucks. This has been on our platform for over 10 years. This has been moving forward, and it is going forward. And I am really concerned. I know we have people that are adamantly opposed to this because I looked up some of the original stories. It was going to bring Walmart in. Too late. So what it's going to do, it's going to allow Sun Valley, Lost Coast, O&M. And if you don't think, if we're going to really plan ahead for the future, we're not going to be able to barge everything up here for your windmills, for the windmills, or for the fish plant. And so what we're talking about is anything that comes into the Port of Richmond, Sacramento, I mean, all of those areas, basically the Bay Area, though, is you're saying has to go up I-5 and over 299 now, which has a pretty good closure rate, of we've noticed. And it goes from sea level up to 3,400 feet. We're going to put a lot of East Coast drivers on flatlanders, is what they're called, by any other means, on those roads. And a lot of those trucks aren't equipped with Jake brakes. So we're going to have some issues with that. Whereas we're talking about disturbing 2/3 of 1 acre to allow, with no old growth affected, to allow us to have 2 routes of STAA transport. So, I mean, it's, we hear that not everybody, you're right, not everybody has that. But we're a central hub, and we should have those availabilities, because basically we're cutting off the Bay Area from transport. And I just hate turning our back on our community partners in Caltrans, our California Highway Patrol, our business community, that is going to be affected. Now, in all honesty, I've got one friend that has over 100 trucks. He's okay with that staying the same way it is, because he has 48-foot trailers, and I apologize to him that I can't support it, because economically, this does not make sense if we're going to expand what we want to do in Humboldt County and use our port to transport goods, and some come to the East Coast. Some of the beer companies, the flowers, go to the East Coast. Well, when they come back, they can't make weight in a 48-foot trailer. And so what it does, like the Ace trucks, they used to restock some of the stuff, cabinets and things like that. If they do it, they restocked them in Alameda, and then they transported them. $385 a load to bring them onto another truck, and then the freight. So you can start seeing the cost, and you lose 2 to 3% every time you reload a truck, anytime you transfer products. So I will, if this is in our platform, I will be voting against it because I think it is absolutely just self-serving for a few people, but for the betterment of the whole community, since it's not, we've met all the criteria. They're going to use air spades, not going to use pneumatics. They're going to use air spades, so it won't upset the roots. It's going to have, it's going to work around roots. We all know that and everything else, but it also says that in the EIR from the Caltrans report. But it's less than significant, which is what we're trying to find, less than significant. So I will stand ground. I was surprised to see this because if somebody says, we're just taking a neutral position, tomorrow there will be letters sent out everywhere they can send them that says Humboldt County no longer supports Richardson's Grove. It won't say we took a neutral position. It's going to say it no longer supports is what's going after, and I can't support that.
Thank you. And Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. So my understanding is this language came from you, Supervisor Madrone?
That's correct.
So in the past, on the legislative platform with a supportive motion, you voted for that, and I believe that there's been...
Actually, I voted against it every time I've been on the board.
You voted against the legislative platform?
Yes.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction.
It's all right.
But I'm wondering, so there have been a lot of mitigation issues for this area, and I want to know if you had investigated those and looked into them.
Yes, I have. Would you like me to respond right now?
Sure.
Sure. Yes, I have. And as a hydrologist, I understand some of the issues of root systems and other impacts to old growth redwoods. In fact, there was a recent study done. You might note that on Highway 101, just north of this area, there's a lot of trees that have died back. Their tops have died back 30 to 80 feet or so. And that has a lot to do with the disturbance of root systems, disturbance of hydrology, as well as the wind tunnel that was created in opening up the highway and having desiccating effects on the tops of the redwood trees. So those are well-studied effects on old growth redwoods. It's actually very difficult to get water up that high, and it really depends on their root systems as well as the atmosphere that's created around them. I also think, as Supervisor Bohn said, there's philosophical differences about this project, and that are important to a lot of people. I was trying to find a compromise in terms of the way I worded this. I think for the last several years, it's been a 3-2 vote on the platform, and yet once that vote's done, the will of the board, which is 3 votes, ideally it's 5, but it's been 3, and it has not prevented us from putting letters forward on all the issues that are in the platform simply because it was a 3-2 vote. So that's my answer to that.
Thank you for clarifying. We didn't
Sure.
do the legislative platform last year, and so it was the year before and the year before that.
Correct.
So thank you for clarifying.
Yes, you're welcome. And anybody else have any comments? Okay, at this point, we'll go ahead and go out to the public, and I see in Zoom we have 7454. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I guess from the public, I'd like to make a friendly amendment, and I just lost my what I was dealing with here. I'll see if I can get it back here. But basically, there's one thing in here that states we will not take a position on this, and I would hope that those of you. Everybody involved, as far as getting along and everything, would delete that one particular sentence. I think there would be a lot less angst. You might get your 5-0, I don't know. But I think that just let that not having to be said, I think that draws a lot of negativity. From my viewpoint, I do understand both the positions and respect the positions that Supervisor Bohn has and Supervisor Madrone, Chair Madrone have. But I think with getting rid of that, I would find it less contentious. And I think to strike that would be good. I would like to see something in there that we realize something has to be done because we need redundancy. As Supervisor Bohn brought forward, 299 and, of course, 101 Lost Kent are not good routes consistently. The environmental impact of coming over 299 is horrendous, pulling those grades, as we all know. I guess possibly you could go with just turn it into a one-way road for, anyway, there should be some way to do it where if the CHP won't do it, somebody will do it, especially during times of emergency when the other roads are out. So I'd like to see a little bit of compromise here, and that's what I would suggest. And I don't have any verbiage for you, but you might have somebody who could wordsmith that or just get rid of that one line, and it would eliminate a lot of my concerns. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And next we have 8689. *6 to unmute. And you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Board. This is Tom Wheeler from the Environmental Protection Information Center. I support Supervisor Madrone's amended language. I think that's smart. I've never particularly understood how the Richardson Grove project got into a legislative platform. This is fundamentally a non-legislative item. I think if the county is interested in promoting more efficient, more sustainable goods movement into and out of the county, there are things that we could do, and there's legislation that we could possibly pursue. So similar to perhaps what the previous commenter had said, if the board were to bring back something else along the lines of, the board supports alternative solutions to allow for truck access during periods in which 299 may be closed or something else. I think that kind of fulfills both the goal of improved goods movement and is truly kind of a legislative agenda item. This is kind of a legislative wish list, and the Richardson Grove project is not a good fit. So, again, support Supervisor Madrone's language, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Speaker. And next we have 0116, *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Ash Peter again with LostCoastPopulist.com. I just wanted to support what Rex Bohn was saying just about having, redundancy for, getting in and out of our county with, earthquakes, threatening bridges and trees, as he's saying, encroaching. It definitely poses an issue, and especially with the high winds that we're seeing. I know that having large trees next to roadways can be very hazardous. I mean, I felt the hazard of it having them looming over my house as well, but having them right next to roadways can definitely they don't call them widow makers for nothing. And I know that there is a sentimentality to maintaining old growth, and I can definitely appreciate that. It's what makes our landscape so beautiful. But I've also seen how fast redwood trees grow. I mean, I know someone who planted some in his backyard here locally in Eureka, and they were 20 feet tall within 5-7 years or something. So they do grow quick. So maybe some kind of compromise with replanting in another area and making the road safe and feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. And at this point, that's all the hands in Zoom. So any speakers here in the audience today, please come forward, and you've got 2 minutes. You can pull the mic down for you if you'd like. There you go.
Mom and Daddy drove an Army surplus dump truck up here in 1945 after the war. I was a toddler. According to my folks, you know how these family legends go, my next sister in order, I'm oldest of 6, screamed all the way from San Francisco to Eureka. It's a whole 36 hours. A long time, I'm a card-carrying member at Sierra Club, Friends of the Eel, Friends of the Mattole, etc. a long time ago, we love to fight the same fights in Humboldt County. We just really get our teeth going and everything. The best idea that I've ever heard, and I'm only an old woman, I was a history major, not a environmental anyway, is the red light system that they have when they're working on the road. Kent kind of alluded to it, saying, you know, make it one way. Put a red light at you know, the renter station at Pier C, and a red light before that wonderful Redwood Burl place, and then it can be one way as needed. That's my humble thought as someone who's been through this one with y'all a lot. Bye.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else here in the audience today? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board to see if there's any additional comments. And, you know, having brought this suggested alternative wording forward, I might suggest simplifying it. You know, I recognize that this is a little bit of a divisive issue, and I like it when we're able to all work together as a board. But I think that even if we have differences, when we can respect those differences, even if there's a vote of 3-2 or whatever, I think that we can still move forward and work on things. It's basically been voted the other way for the 4 years I've been on the board, and I accepted that, you know, and I was glad that the platform went forward, even though I voted no. And that is the case. I think dynamics have changed here on the board, and, you know, one could put forward an opposition proposal that, you know, the board majority says that we do not support. But I didn't want to do that because I think that's even more divisive. So what I was trying to do was find a neutral place to be. So I'm thinking that rather than have all this long 2-paragraph language, it might be amended to suggest, or not suggest, but to say, the county is neutral on efforts to complete the Richardson's Grove Improvement Project. I think that's a pretty fair offer given where we're at on this board. And then it might say the county is also supportive of looking at alternative measures such as stoplights and or in emergencies escort services as a way to be able to say that we recognize if 299 is closed, there needs to be some way in and out. So that would be my thoughts, is to simplify the statement I put forward. And I can repeat that at any point that folks are interested in hearing that. But I'll go back to the board and see if there's any additional comments. Supervisor Arroyo?
Well, I know you have a history together of talking about this issue, and I'm new to the conversation. And I respect the arguments both for and against this project. And I do think it boils down to a little bit of a philosophical perspective. I would prefer, you know, our legislative platform is what we're asking our team to advocate for. I would prefer that if we are not in agreement about something, that it simply not be in there, rather than say, you know, and now that this whole discussion has been opened up, you know, I'd rather we not say we're neutral on something. I'd rather we just like omit it. But I think if that's not acceptable to the board and something about exploring alternatives would be viable and more of us could get on board with that, then I'm certainly open to that. But you know, I'd prefer to see some kind of alternative language come forward since we're getting into this topic. So that's my stance on it. I don't really want to kind of litigate the finer points of the project. To me, it's just, I would love to see our legislative platform, which is rich with other things, be something that we can all just get behind. And if we have a project that really is, frankly, state jurisdiction anyway, you know, that we can't all support, I'd prefer that we either take it out or, if necessary, make a statement about neutrality.
Supervisor Wilson?
I concur with
spoke already.
With Supervisor Arroyo. I'm just going to say, like, I just think that just not having a discussion about it within this document is reasonable way forward, instead of litigating the fine points of a nuanced, neutral position. I just think it'd be simpler just to not have that discussion in here. If the news media wants to take that as a negative, then that's a misinterpretation real clearly. So that's where I'm at.
Supervisor Bohn and then Bushnell.
Well, 10.5 years on this board, and I don't think I've ever put a scorecard up. I've heard 3-2 in the last 2 weeks about 5 times. I'm hopefully everybody comes into every argument or agreement or anything else 5-0 and then decides where they want to land. But with that being said, the compromises have been made on Richardson's Grove. We're down to 2/3 of an acre of land disturbance to allow this to open commerce for our economic benefits. Not today's economic benefits, even though there is an effect. I've heard from probably 7 businesses that this affects directly. With employment ratio of about 2,400 people, that doesn't even include the lumber industry. And they're in favor because they have redwood, if it's kiln dried, does not make weight, so they can take more volume on a longer trailer. So with that being said, and again, we've probably had close to $80 million spent on our timber industry infrastructure in the last 3 years. So with that being said, we're all the way down to this. Every tree is named. I think there's 100 or 1,100 trees numbered now. They've got it down. And I remember, I don't know, I'm not an expert on anything. You'll never hear me say I'm an expert on anything. I wished I had some of that basis of all that stuff. But I do know in 1973, they had 1 lane, as it was said, but they had not traffic lights. They had, for about 5 days, why they ground down 1 lane down about 3 foot right in front of Richardson's Grove through there because the root wads had come up so high. So they ground down about 3.5 feet, filled up with gravel, fabric, gravel, fabric, gravel, fabric. They ground them all the way down, and then they went to the other lane. I remember it because I was driving to San Francisco 3 nights a week on the CB going, hey, when's the traffic going? When's the traffic going? Because you didn't want to wait that 20 minutes. So I think that these redwoods that live for 2,000 and 3,000 years are pretty resilient. I'm pretty sure fire, slides, everything else have damaged. I know right now at Bull Creek Flat, there's probably about 30 redwood trees and probably exceeding 12 feet that are laying on their side. No logging, no roads, no traffic, no wind tunnels, no anything else. They just fell down because the slides started moving. There's no roads above it or anything. So nature takes place. So with that being said, this argument, this argument is wrong on so many ways to me. Caltrans, I don't think, is trying to shove down a bad project. They are committed to it. It's going to happen whatever we do or not. So in the nature of compromise, I will agree to pull it out of the platform and we don't take a position at all. And it's not that we're not taking a position, it just won't be on our platform. And I wasn't worried about what the press said, because that doesn't matter. I'm worried about how people will spin it to their benefit. And if we take it out of our platform, we've supported it for 10 years. I'm going to still support it. I will go to the Capitol to support it because I'm that guy that thinks the economic development, the fish farm, the turbines, they've got to get here. And they get here from the East Coast and everything else. And 99% of the, we just had a local trucker here order 3 48-foot trailers. He has to special order them and wait 9 months for them because that's not what they have in stock. They have 53-foot trailers, both flatbeds, refrigerated, and containers. So that is the standard, and I would love to see, we'll let Caltrans do their thing, and we'll see how it goes out. I don't think we should, I appreciate the compromise that Supervisor Arroyo brought forward.
Thank you. Through the chair, I also appreciate it. I am not neutral in base. I would make a motion that we remove any verbiage about the Richardson's Grove and make a motion to adopt the legislative platform with existing changes minus that one. That's my motion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional comments? I'll just make one. I want to thank you, Sean, for your hard work on this, and our legislative lobbyists that do all this work for us, and all the staff in the CIO's office for putting this together. And I appreciate the board's efforts to try and find a solution here, because in an ideal world, we would have things in here we all can support and have a 5-0 vote, and I look forward to that possibility here. But at this point, Supervisor Wilson, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
I know we've kind of turned around one issue, but I just want to thank you for making some of those other edits that I had brought up in the last round of this, and I thought the language was great, so thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. So I recognize that we all got an email on December 8th that none of us responded to, and that this complicated the issue of this legislative platform, and also the earthquake that we were supposed to have this legislative platform come through on that meeting. I, in the future, would request that possibly, myself, I'm requesting, I like the hard copy put in front of me with the thought of being able to go through it. You know, we're all busy, everybody gets busy. And so I do want to recognize your efforts, Sean, and thank you for responding to our efforts on the dais. I know that you tried prior to that. So I just want to really thank you. And my first year, we got a document that came to us and said, here, you know, react to this. And for me, that was very helpful. And so maybe in next year, we can try to do something a little different besides just the email version. So thank you.
Natalie, do you have your voting mechanism up? No?
We're
Okay.
going to have to test it.
I do,
when
but
we
I'm clicking it and
Yeah.
nothing's happening.
We'll
So
have to test it on
So
your
roll
break.
call vote, please.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you.
5-0.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all. I appreciate that effort. And we have one last item on the agenda before we go to recess for closed sessions. So that item is the public hearing to provide the annual submission of data pertaining to immigration and customs enforcement, access as outlined in Government Code 7283.1, Section D, information only, and semi-annual Measure K submission of data. And I assume we have Sheriff's representative here to bring us up to speed with that. Welcome.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you having me here today. The only thing I would really ask is that the board accept the report, and I'm available for any questions that you may have on the data that's being submitted.
Great. Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none here, so I guess we'll entertain a motion. Oh, first, I'm sorry, public comment. Thank you. So is there, we do have one hand up, I believe, in the Zoom, and that is 7454. There you go.
Hello, I tried to get a hold of the sheriff to get a little clarity on this. The particular thing, there were two things that seemed to be, I didn't quite understand. Is this required by state law now or something that seemed to say that? Or is this being governed strictly by, I think it was Measure K, if I recall? The question I have, and of course it didn't say in the staff report, how much it actually costs, you know, to generate the report, and thanks for providing that for us, the sheriff. So we do have a cost there, which wasn't reflected in the cost. And I don't know, but it's just something that if it is a significant cost, if it's not much, of course, we'll keep doing them. If it's significant, I would hope that maybe the people who brought forward Measure K would understand maybe that money could be spent a little bit better if it's something that's not required by state statute or something, and even repeal it and use that money to do other good work for the people that are not being burdened by our sheriff going ahead and cooperating or doing the full thing that I might like them to do. And thank you for not doing that. I think we all feel better that that's not happening. Thank you for the opportunity to talk on this topic.
Thank you, and I guess I forgot to say we're opening the public hearing, but I sort of insinuated that, but at any rate, this is a public hearing, and I don't see any other hands up in Zoom. Anybody here today would like to make a public comment? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion that we accept the report and thank Mr. Christensen for the fine job he's doing over there.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote then.
Supervisor Bohn. Oh, that's in a row. I forgot to mix it up. Yes. Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, and thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you guys for your time.
You bet. All right. Thanks for hanging in there. All right, with that, I'll have our county council read into the record the items for closed session that we're going to adjourn to do. And after that, we'll take a break till 12 o'clock, so we have a little bit of time to recoup ourselves before we go into the closed session. So, county council?
Thank you, Chair Madrone. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E3 in order to discuss exposure to litigation in 3 potential cases regarding the claims for property tax refunds submitted by Pacific Bell, AT&T Mobility LLC, and T-Mobile West LLC. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Sections 54954.5 and 54957 in order to consider public employee appointment for the position of the county council. Finally, it is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the case of North Coast Environmental Center et al. Versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2100518.
Thank you very much, County Council Miles. So at this point, we will take a recess until 12 o'clock where we'll, excuse me, thank you. I see we have public comment in the Zoom, 7454. 2 minutes. There you go.
Hey, we're doing really good, Steve. Looks like we're going to make that 5 o'clock, hopefully with one more item in the afternoon. It looks like one big one. Anyway, I did wish to comment. I did check a little bit on item 1, the Pacific Bell AT&T, and according to your staff, this is common throughout the whole state, and it's something that I guess all auditor controllers are facing the same problem on this one. I don't know how to settle this one. Anyway, number 2, you're going to consider appointment for position of county council. And I didn't know that Miles there was, I guess, interim county council, or possibly you're doing something different. That's a very top position. Very important for the risk management part.
Oh boy, you disconnected yourself or something happened in the system, but I think we heard your comments, and at this point we're going to go ahead and there's nobody here in the public to make comment, and Council Miles?
I would give the previous speaker an opportunity to
Come back in.
if possible.
Okay, we'll wait a couple minutes. I don't know if you can hear us in the audio. That's twice today. Not sure. Right, and that happened with Ash earlier. It's at their end, yes? On their end, okay. Okay. Yeah, so just while we're waiting here, we'll give it a couple more minutes to see if he's able to come back in. We're going to take, it looks like a 7-minute break or so, and meet in which conference room? B?
Conference room A is fine.
Conference room A at 12 noon to jump into these 3 closed session items. And then we will return at 1:30. We'll take a lunch break. So we're all rested and fed, and we'll come back at 1:30 with our time set for the Cisco Farms appeal. So that's how we're going to do the afternoon. And not seeing him come back in at this point. Okay, well, we are in recess. He's using another number, I'm thinking. 5288. You have the floor, 2 minutes. Looks like your second number there, huh?
That's why I have a second number here. That's my plan B when the other line goes away. I don't know if you heard me at all, so that's my question, so I won't repeat myself. Did you hear me at all, or did it go away for the whole comment?
We got the first minute.
Okay, so I'm going to try and hit what the second, I might lap over a little bit. My understanding is that you will be appointing a county council here, or attempting to fill the position of county council. Very important for risk management. I did want to say what the best county council I've seen since I've been involved with Jeffrey Blank. Unfortunately, Jeffrey's no longer with us living and no longer with the county. I did want to make comment on general things regarding number 3, and this is not specifically specific, but anytime you win a case, there's a perception here in Humboldt County that so many of them go to appeal and overturned. And I would caution the county always, if you can settle in between a judgment and something that might go to appeal, do it. It minimizes all of our costs. And this particular one, I think, should hopefully be settled out. It's an environmental issue by a great environmental group, and I'd like to see a settlement rather than spending a whole bunch of money and rolling the dice as far as maybe having to pay all the costs involved in something, work out something, split the baby, do something, and get this one off our plate. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, and nice job on dovetailing with your phones. Okay, and we'll be back at 1:30. We are in recess. Buddy, excuse me. Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting, and we only have one item on the agenda, but I know it will be a big item. Appreciate all of you being here today, and just a real quick kind of overview on how we intend to run this item. It is our last item for the day. First, we're going to have Director Ford and his staff present the project in 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll have the appellants provide their appeal position 10 or 15 minutes, and then the applicant will also get 10 or 15 minutes. After that, we'll come to the board for any clarifying questions or, like I said, clarifications, questions, et cetera, of staff or the appellant or the applicant. And then after that, we'll have public comment. We'll do public comment from those that are in the Zoom first. And there aren't that many there yet, but I suspect that that'll start filling up. And then we'll take public comment from those that are here today in the audience. Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors chambers after a long hiatus of Zoom. And then we'll bring it back to the board after that for final discussion and decision-making and the rest of it. So with that, Director Ford, please go ahead and proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. I'll be short in my introduction, which is to say that this is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a conditional use permit for 5 acres of cannabis cultivation, conditional use permit to use a road for a large cultivation site, and for a large cultivation site that's not on a Category 4 road with pavement and a centerline stripe as required by the ordinance. The conditional use permit is an allowance of the ordinance. It also includes zoning clearance certificates for a processing facility and a commercial nursery. I'm joined today by Michael Holterman and Cliff Johnson, and Mr. Holterman will give you the details of the application.
Good afternoon, Chair Madrone and members of the board. My name is Michael Holterman. I'm the planner assigned for the Cisco Farms appeal. Record number PLN-2021-17384. So our first slide here, as usual, we're going to have just the general project location. So the 3 highlighted APNs comprise 1 legal parcel of 517 acres. And as Director Ford was saying, pursuant to Humboldt County Code, on parcels over 320 acres, up to 1 acre of cultivation per 100 acres of land is permittable with a conditional use permit. The same section of code and another applicable section of code require access via paved Category 4 road with a centerline stripe, again, as Director Ford said. Exceptions to this requirement can be considered subject to a separate conditional use permit, so that's why there's 3 conditional use permits for this project. For For an exception, the hearing officer must have substantial evidence to support the finding that the cultivation sites will not adversely affect public health, safety, and welfare, because the roads as they exist or are improved provide fire-safe access, capacity to support anticipated traffic volumes, maintain water quality objectives, and protect sensitive habitats. A report filed by the applicant, prepared by a licensed engineer, is attached to the staff report, and that covers all of those topics in greater detail. We'll touch on that a little bit later with one of the appeal items. So next, a project overview. It's for 3 acres of full sun outdoor. It was previously proposing 1 acre of mixed light and 1 acre of light depth. However, the applicant, after meeting with neighbors in the community, has since altered his proposal to 3 acres of outdoor and 2 acres of light deprivation. So there's going to be some changes to the power needs and water needs of the project. Unfortunately, we don't have those numbers specifically yet, but that is related to a condition that we're recommending at the end of the presentation. The applicant's also proposing 67,000 square feet of nursery space. Processing activities include drying, processing, employee housing, and there would be 34 employees at peak operations. According to the applicant, peak operations are a few weeks at a time for planting and harvesting. The majority of the year would be 12 employees, 8 of which are proposed to be living on site. For the water storage and use, the applicant is proposing a 2.65 million gallon rainwater catchment pond and almost 200,000 gallons of storage tanks. The water use was projected at 2,265,805 gallons annually. Again, that number is going to be a little bit lower given the transition from mixed light to light depth. 111,000 gallons of that would be for employee use in processing, and that would require, or not require, but the applicant is proposing a groundwater well for that use. There are 2 conditions that I'd like to point out related to the groundwater well. The first is condition A4, which kind of sets up a choice for the applicant, or 2 alternate options. One is that the applicant shall submit a report by a qualified geologist or hydrogeologist evaluating the well, and that report should determine that the well is not connected to surface water and will not impact groundwater resources. If that report cannot be obtained or those findings cannot be made, the alternative is that the applicant will obtain and install additional rainwater catchment infrastructure and storage to support that 111,000 gallon deficit. And condition A5 is that if the applicant cannot use the proposed well, the applicant will install a potable rainwater catchment system for employee use, and that's subject to oversight and approval from DEH. The energy source is a proposed solar array. The applicant has PG&E power on site and is proposing a 600 amp upgrade. Condition A11 is another that I'd like to point out that requires before building permits are issued or activities commence that require power, the applicant demonstrates adequate renewable energy is available for that phase of the operation. So that would be in each of the 5 phases. They would need to come back and demonstrate that again. So here is the site map for the project. You'll notice that the areas marked mixed light haven't changed. Again, we haven't got an updated site plan, but the footprint and layout is essentially the same. It's a little bit hard to see, but it is included as an attachment to the staff report. This is just kind of a quick snapshot. So moving on to public involvement with the project. The project received 14 comments during CEQA circulation, voicing concern or opposing the project. 2 additional comments in opposition were received prior to the Planning Commission hearing, and 22 comments in opposition prior to this hearing at the board. 5 comments supporting the project were received prior to the Planning Commission hearing, and 16 additional comments supporting the project have been received prior to this hearing. So at the bottom, I have listed the number of letters and the number of individuals. Some letters were not necessarily duplicates, but they were repeats in the sense that it would be the same individual reaffirming concern or expanding on concerns, kind of a broader explanation. So there were 11 people that sent in multiple letters in opposition and 1 that sent in multiple letters in support. So the number of individuals in opposition is 27 and in support is 20, as far as I'm aware. It's also important to note that included in the support letters, we didn't include the letter from the applicant or his representation. This was just supposed to be something to give you guys an idea of the community, kind of where they're at. So moving on to the appeal items, the first was cumulative impacts. So the concern there was that the proposed project would have significant impacts on Petrolia with an emphasis on the Chambers Road neighborhood, that the 1 mile radius utilized to measure cumulative impacts was an arbitrary limit, and that cumulative impacts at the watershed level are too broad. So the 1 mile buffer captures a high concentration of cannabis in the area. Expanding the area of interest and it results in an increase of cannabis cultivation. However, it's quickly outpaced by the overall land examined. The programmatic EIR prepared for the CCLUO analyzed cumulative impacts. Specifically, the EIR contemplated 1,012 new permits, specific new. And then the resolution adopted by the board 18-43 was to monitor impacts at the watershed level. That's the cap on permits and acreages depending on the watershed. So the project is consistent with the EIR and the resolution. And the 1 mile buffer in concert with the EIR and resolution analyze a wide range of cumulative impacts at multiple geographic levels. The next was traffic. So the concern there was that the neg deck depended on a study that underestimates traffic, and that the report assumed the employees would lead monastic lives. The study referenced estimates 68 trips by employees daily at peak operations. That includes 1 round trip per day for employees living on site. The trip generation information from the Institute of Transportation Engineers estimated 3.35 trips per day for apartments. So then we took away 1 round trip since the workers wouldn't need to be commuting to work, they would be working on site. So it appears that the applicants, or the engineers rather, estimation of increase in traffic is actually more conservative than what we would have from the Institute of Transportation Engineers data, which is just, it's important to note, it's just averages. It's an average of multiple studies. So next, we're going to talk about public health and safety. So the concern was that increased traffic presented a safety hazard for emergency ingress and egress. The roads don't meet SRA standards. 25 mile per hour speed limit is too fast, and that the project is outside of the Petrolia Fire Protection District, excuse me. So according to the engineer report, Chambers Road meets the SRA fire safe requirements. Pinch points have good visibility with turnouts. We have some photos in the next couple slides to demonstrate that were pulled from the engineer report. Chambers Road is a Category 4 equivalent roadway, and the applicant has supplied a will-serve letter from the Petrolia Fire Protection District. So these next couple slides are all photos from the engineer report. You can refer to the engineer report for further detail. This is Chambers Road near the school. You can see the crosswalk there, and then moving further on. This is near a eucalyptus grove that is referenced in some of the letters. Again, just kind of road conditions. This is the 1-lane bridge that has been referenced in other comments as well. I took the liberty of trying to highlight the truck and the turnouts on either side. Last time I had a presentation, it was unclear where they were to some people, so I'm just trying to zoom in on that. And then I also added some photos of the truck in the turnout, so there you can see the turnout has ample space for vehicles to pull over and allow others to pass. And these last photos, I tried to squeeze them all into one slide, so I apologize if it's difficult to see some details, but it's just the rest of the road from the 1-lane bridge to the access gate for the property. So the next concern was that the county cannot assume the impacts will be mitigated by conditions on permits. So all permits are subject to annual inspections, and all approved permits were inspected in 2022. That was 900 inspections, boots on the ground, and 400 remote inspections. Remote inspections focused on permits that can be easily remotely monitored. For example, if you have all outdoor cultivation in a wide open area that's easy to measure and see from aerial imagery, that would be a candidate. And all of the permits that were remotely monitored are scheduled for the first inspections at the start of this next season. Additionally, there are inspections that are complaint-based, so if neighbors have issues with lighting or noise, inspectors do additional inspections based on that feedback from neighbors. The department has conducted nighttime reconnaissance to ensure that permit holders are complying with light requirements, and repeated violations may result in code enforcement action or permit revocation. Next, we have electrical power. The concern there was that PG&E power was insufficient. So the proposed solar array is supposed to be in conjunction with an existing 200 amp service. The applicant was proposing a PG&E upgrade of 600 amps. However, the applicant has transitioned from mixed light to light deprivation for that last acre. So I don't know if that upgrade would still be necessary. That's something that I've been trying to work with the agent to determine, but that's still the plan as proposed. Additionally, there's condition A11, which we covered already. Prior to issuance of building permits or initiation of operations in each phase, they would be required to demonstrate they have ample renewable energy to provide for the project. So next is water concerns. There were concerns that the rainwater catchment calculations overestimate efficiency of the rainwater catchment systems and underestimate evaporative losses. Specifically, it was said that a 75% collection efficiency should be factored in for those calculations. Water use by the employees, it was also believed that that was underestimated. And it was stated that a condition requiring well evaluation is a deferral of analysis. Excuse me. So the study referenced by the appellant is for residential use, and it's not applicable for large-scale agricultural operations. There's a number of factors there that just don't carry across. There's no evidence indicating that, evaporation higher than 26% is warranted. The geologist, the condition for the geologist would require them to evaluate the groundwater well to determine that it has no impact on groundwater resources and it's not connected to surface water. That wouldn't be a deferral of analysis because there's somewhat of a mitigation measure baked in that if that cannot be demonstrated, there's a feasible alternative that is proposed and that the project will transition entirely to rainwater catchment. So the analysis has been done. The last was public input. There were concerns that the Planning Commission didn't review the CEQA circulation comments. There were also concerns that staff didn't point out letters in the attachment when commissioners stated that the project had support from the neighbors, and technical problems with the hearing. So the letters received during CEQA circulation were included as an attachment to the staff report and were pointed out during the staff report at the hearing. The presentation went over the concerns and summarized those public comment letters and again referred back to the resolution in the staff report as well. And as far as the technical problems with the hearing, the project noticing was correct. The hybrid links to the meeting were correct, and the meeting was broadcast as normal. So that's kind of where we're at with that. These are the two additional recommended conditions of approval. One is that the applicant shall adhere to the engineer report recommendations prepared by North Point Consulting dated September 2022. That's the road evaluation report that you have attached to your staff reports. And that within 30 days of the permit effective date, the applicant shall submit a revised cult ops plan and site plan to reflect the change from mixed light cultivation to light deprivation. And so with that, we have staff recommendation, which is that the board adopt the MND prepared for Cisco Farms, make all the required findings for approval, and adopt the resolution denying the appeal and approving the Cisco Farms project subject to the recommended conditions. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be available.
Thank you, and we'll see if there's any questions, but I forgot to open the public hearing, so I do that as of this point, including the presentation that has just been made. So thank you for that note. Are there any clarifications? We'll just take them one at a time with each presentation. Any clarifications at this point? Supervisor Arroyo?
You went over some modifications that the applicant is interested in making, and I just wrote down a few of those, but we were moving a little quickly, so could you possibly go back to that slide? Related to the 3 acres of outdoor, 2 acres light depth, and then there was other stuff on that slide, but I didn't jot it down quickly enough. Sorry, it was right at the beginning.
Yeah, I think that was the only change.
Okay.
Was the change from mixed light to light depth.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
So the amount of commercial nursery space has not changed?
No.
Okay,
Not to my
nor have
knowledge.
any of the processing activities. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions? Yes, Supervisor Bohn?
The commercial nursery space, is that going to be used, is that all being used on site?
It's intended to be sold to other permit holders.
And those trips are included in there too then, right?
I believe that we went over that at the Planning Commission hearing. I think it's 1.3 additional daily trips, so I think the number should be 68 point something.
That's what I saw. I just wanted, thank you.
Okay. Okay, hearing no other questions at this time, we'll go ahead and go to the appellants if you want to come up and have a seat or at the podium, either way.
Well, stand up, thank you.
You betcha.
I'm John Williams, and if you can start the PowerPoint there.
Okay, how about now?
Oh, am I on? Okay.
Great, thank you.
Hi, can we start the PowerPoint?
He's bringing it up, so just let me know when you
Okay.
want me to advance. if
Okay,
you'd like.
there we go. And you said there was a clicker? Yeah. Okay. So I'm John Williams, and I'm presenting this appeal on behalf of Dan Berger and a bunch of other people. And I'll try and explain what the fuss is about. If I can figure out how to make this work. There we go. The project bigger than the other existing grows out there. But at least for me and many of the people I've talked to, it's the impacts of the project piled on top of the impacts from the other grows and the increasing scale of this grow that has me concerned. This is the first one I've objected to. In English, this is the straw that broke the camel's back. In, come on, baby. In CEQA speak, it's cumulative impacts. And we think that the staff takes an impoverished view of what's needed in a CEQA analysis of cumulative impacts. And so now I'm going to try and argue that there are indeed impacts to accumulate. And the initial study in negative declaration found basically that the project as mitigated would not have significant impacts, and so less than cumulatively considerable. And as detailed in the appeal and in 14 letters to the Planning Commission and some subsequent ones, we beg to differ. And for instance, on housing, as noted, there are going to be 12 full-time employees. 8 of those will be housed on site in 160 square foot units. That's 8 by 20. And where are the other 4 going to live? And where are the up to 22 part-time workers going to live? The initial study just says that the project will not induce substantial population growth. And it ignores that we've already got people living in RVs and trailers out there, sometimes with rudimentary sanitary facilities, because housing is so scarce. Or traffic. Now, this is particularly a concern for the appellants who live along Chambers Road. And the initial study says that it meets Category 4 standards. And those include that it's a 2-lane narrow roadway, low to moderate speed, 25 to 40 miles an hour. And that better describes the Toll Road than Chambers Road. And we think that, as noted, there's going to be more traffic than the initial study assumes. And this is, I'll use this for this is the school, and well, this thing doesn't show up worth a damn on the on that lit screen. We've got Mattole Road running north-south, Chambers Road running off to the east. To the south of the road is the school. Across the road is the community center that I'll talk about later. You can see how narrow Chambers Road is running to the east. It widens out under the eucalyptus, but there's still a lot of concern about the time of day when kids are being dropped off or picked up, or when kids come to play in the playground, on weekends and other times. And well, let me go back if I can. This is a bit farther up Chambers Road. All those black spots are potholes that have been filled with fresher asphalt by the county road crew, which we appreciate. But these are literally potholes that you can see from space. And here's the bridge. You've seen pictures of this before, but what wasn't really pointed out is that the bridge is in the bottom of a U. I'm standing off to the side of the road in the wide spot, which does exist. But as you come down the road toward the bridge, you can't see what's coming in the other direction, and the same is true if you're coming toward me. It really is a problem. Another concern in the letter is here's a laundry list in alphabetical order. Different appellants are going to rank these differently. What I want to talk about more is impacts on the community, which is pretty much neglected in the initial study. And we also know from experience that permit conditions and laws are not effectively enforced in the Petrolia area. We're just too remote. It takes about an hour for a sheriff to get there. We see the lights, we hear the generators. By the time anybody gets there, they're not there. So we think there will be significant impacts that won't be mitigated. And that means we think the Planning Commission erred by adopting the initial study. In terms of cumulative impacts, getting back to that, we think the initial study considers them briefly, but it falls short in terms of geographic scope and substance. And in terms of geographic scope, as mentioned, the initial study only considers the impacts within a mile of the project. It otherwise depends on your 2018 EIR. I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'll just call it the Cannabis Ordinance. Here's some language from the initial study, saying that you considered all these impacts outside the 1 mile radius in 2018, and given the conditions are met, no problems. And I'll argue that that determination was a prediction that has not worked out. And the PG&E capacity problem is one example of that. And the kind of impacts that have driven the Neeland Initiative for new county ordinance are another. The future is hard to predict. I can't blame you for not getting it all right, but that's how it's turned out. And let's look at the 1 mile criterion. I'm not quite sure how I can do this without the laser pointer, but the project site is up just to the right of that pond, as staff pointed out. And if you draw a line from there over toward
John, you'll need to talk in the mic. I'm sorry.
I can't shout loud enough.
Well, you're pretty loud.
Yeah.
What's that, John Ford?
Oh, hey,
there it is.
Oh, there it is. Now I've gone.
That's yours.
That's
John, you
mine,
want to show 'em?
I'm going the wrong way. Am I? Yes. Oh, back again. All right, now where was that pointer? Well,
There it is.
Hey.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh,
Cursor.
ooh,
So this
ooh.
cursor is my cursor.
Okay.
Okay, no wonder I was having a hard time.
And
Anyway,
they're-
the project site is off to the right of that pond. And if you draw a line from there over toward greater downtown Petrolia on the upper left, a mile comes up just short of that. And if you swing that 1 mile radius around, it comes out just about short of the school and short of the area in the lower left, which is another area where there are a lot of houses and more greenhouses. That's where I live. So the 1 mile criterion, which is arbitrary, excludes the part of the area where most of the people who are going to be affected live. And there has been a recent court decision that talks about the geographic scope of studies. Basically, it sets a reasonableness criterion, kind of a Goldilocks criterion. It can't be so narrow that it excludes part of the area that's going to be affected, and it can't be so broad that the effects of the project are diluted out. And we'll argue that the initial study is drawn too narrowly, and in the county EIR, the effects of the project are drowned out. On the substance, the initial study considers the impacts in isolation instead of in conjunction with and on top of the impacts of the existing groves. Housing is one example, PG&E is another, and so is the effect of adding yet another project producer to an industry already plagued by overproduction. And there's no consideration at all for the impacts on the community. And recall that we're pretty isolated out in Petrolia. It takes about an hour for a sheriff or an ambulance to get there. So we have to depend on ourselves, on volunteer organizations a lot. And we have some good ones. There's a volunteer fire department, which is the first responders for all kinds of emergencies, not just fire. We've got a good list organization, neighborhood emergency service teams. We've got the lower valley broken down into neighborhoods, each with a couple of coordinators. And this can operate as a phone tree to get information out to people. It also operates to gather information and get it back to a central place during emergencies. It's a lot of work to keep this up. It's all done by volunteers. We have a Mattole Valley Resource Center. A resident who was active in the community died and left us his house, which we got a grant to turn it into a nice office. It has a paid part-time staff, but it has an active volunteer board that is proven to be important. We've got the community center, which is an old school building that was acquired by the community volunteers in the community back in the 80s. Rolled across the road from the schoolhouse site to this lot that they acquired on peeler logs one weekend. They didn't get a permit for that either, but they did it. And we've got this. The community center is pretty much what the name implies. There are all kinds of things that go on here. We've got classes, we have meetings, we have parties. We had a community Thanksgiving dinner just before COVID hit. 3 times a year we have events called cabarets that are fundraisers for local nonprofits where people get together and play music and perform skits for each other, have a dinner. And all of that allows for people to get to know each other, and that is something that produces a lot more resilience in communities when emergencies come. This also, we've also got a public Wi-Fi and an outlet out on the porch so people can plug in their cell phones and charge them. And that really provides communication with the outside, to the outside world for a lot of the workers in the industry here. You always see people parked out in front of the community center looking at their phones. And I'm going to go back. want to mention that in the, during the recent, community center served as a kind of a focal point after the earthquakes in 1990, in the early 90s, and during the recent storms. Supervisor Bohn bought a lot of emergency supplies out, water and some food. And we were running the community center as a warming center and a place where people who were out of power could come and charge their phones and that sort of thing. We've got a generator. And then in conjunction with people from the resource center, we moved a lot of material up to come on, aging brain. Honeydew, thank you. Where actually the need is greater than in Petrolia because they don't have the kind of connections that we do. I wanted to mention also about the resource center that because of the programs that we run and also because we help people connect to things like Obamacare or CalFresh, the staff has a pretty good idea of who the people are who are likely to need help. And that was really helpful during this recent event. We knew where to go. And finally, this is what we have for public toilets, also maintained by volunteers, one of the appellants who cleans these and keeps them stocked. So we have got a pretty good community that tries to take care of itself. And small-scale growers, people who grow to be here, have been an important part of this. And, they serve on the Resource Center Board, in the fire department, on the community center. But as the grows have been getting larger, they've been driving a change in the culture where we have, it's becoming more of less of an egalitarian thing, it's becoming more remote. And it's starting to wear on the capacity of the volunteers to maintain the community. And this is not unique to Petrolia, it happens other places. So with larger grows, we have more people who are here to grow instead of grow to be here. And it's, they're in the community, but not of the community. And I want to show you a little conceptual model to make this point. And I want to define the participation ratio as the number of people who don't volunteer divided by the number who do, which is to say the number of non-volunteers per volunteer. And as that number increases, the quality of life decreases, and we think that is nonlinear, so you get something that looks like this, where the community life on the vertical axis and participation ratio on the horizontal axis. And as the number of non-volunteers per volunteer increases, things hold up pretty well, but then at some point, some of the volunteers start to drop out and just focus on their families and immediate friends instead, and that increases the burden on the other volunteers, and so the thing snowballs, and community life goes to hell. And I don't think that's an imaginary concern. At a recent cabaret, I had dinner with a fellow whose daughter lives in Petrolia. He lives in an area that's more heavily affected, and he said that community life there had pretty much collapsed. And as I've been trying to argue in a remote area, this isn't just a social life issue, this is a public safety issue. So this is the end here. We think that CEQA requires that before you approve permits that drive this kind of change, you need to analyze the effects. And we don't think the initial study does that. So we're either asking you to either cut down the project to a size where the negative declaration makes sense. And if you don't want to do that, we think you need to require an EIR that does a proper job of assessing the effects of what's proposed. So that's my last slide. I'll come back for questions.
Thank you very much. And if there's any questions or clarifications at the board? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay. And now we'll have the applicant come up and do their presentation. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Cisco Beneman. Thanks for having me here today. Thanks for all of the community coming, those opposed and those in support. I just want to make it clear that I'm a community member out there, and I have been since I was born in 1976. My parents and I have maintained a residence out there. I'm doing this project on my own. I don't have any other partners or any other funders. I picked this, I'm trying to do it on my own. When I bought this ranch in 2019, I bought it with the intention of doing a cannabis project there. It took me up to now to position the property in such a way that it could qualify for this 5 acres. I could have taken a different approach and probably made it qualify for more, but this seemed like the easiest task or path. When I started the process and looking at the county ordinance and talking to my the people helping me with this, you know, we wanted to put a project forward that would be a community support facility. That's why we put a large nursery, commercial nursery space. At the time, the bottleneck in the industry was nursery plants. So we thought that that would be a good thing to add to the community at large and the small grows that are out there. You know, as far as the county ordinance is concerned, we really worked hard to make sure it's water catchment, mostly outdoor, and, you know, we're going to use renewable energy, regenerative farming practices. I'm trying to take an old cattle pasture and turn it into a farming pasture. I have 2 homes out there that are already, I have a couple that lives in one that work for me, and as far as community housing goes, and one of my other, my right-hand man has a house that he rents at the beginning of Chambers Road, and many times he rides his bike to work. As far as the traffic is a concern, and I understand that. We held a community meeting at the community center. I listened to my neighbors' concerns that live on Chambers Road, and I understand that. But this is a project that I'm going to scale over time. I'm not going to come out of the gate and go 5 acres and build this whole thing out in 1 or 2 years. It's going to take time. It'll be 1 acre at a time, 1 building at a time. It'll be scaled as economics dictate. You know, we'll be coming to work before school starts and leaving work after school starts, and the peak operating season is when school's out of session for the summer. You know, I designed this project to kind of have no backstop for me, so I could grow over time and not limit myself in really any regards. I would like to be able to have the potential to grow and scale this project for the next 20 years. You know, Petrolia cannabis has been a part of Petrolia's community for 40 years. And it's not going away, but it's changing, and we don't know what direction it's going in. You know, now I look at around the rest of the state and its economy of scale. So, you know, my goal is to be able to farm that field and supply cannabis to, there's, you know, 3 3 different local extraction companies that I have a relationship with. And, you know, really I want to bring jobs to the community out there. I'm not trying to bring outsiders in or take money out of the community. I'm trying to keep jobs local and keep the community happy at large. My door's always open to community members to call me or email me. I'm happy to take them to the site anytime. You know, I worked with local, Kate Sensi she helped me put the project together. I had Andy Sorter from Our Revolution Engineering. North Point Consulting helped me. I have a lot of local professionals, biologists, archaeologists, wildlife specialists that have helped me with this project. I'm really here to demonstrate today that I'm willing to compromise. I'm willing to make adjustments. I have my team at Praj here, and I think Kate can call in from she's somewhere, I think she's in Pennsylvania or something, but she can call in. You know, please give me a chance to rebuttal at the end of all the comments. You know, when I think about the number of employees, I didn't give myself a cap. I mean, I thought, okay, yeah, 30 people, sure, but that would be people that would come out like with the extraction company to come and help with the harvest, you know, when that needed to happen. I picked that site because it's tucked back at the northeast corner of Petrolia. There's really no, the view is across, the view to the west is across my neighbor's fence is Drew Barber, who has a grow himself. And then you can see a little piece of Chambers Road, which is past another grow. So that's why I picked the spot. It was just really to kind of be as tucked away as I could possibly make it. So, you know, once again, my goal is to have this be a regenerative farm, hiring local people. I still want to maintain a good relationship with all my neighbors and my community, and I'll be there forever. Any questions?
Any questions, clarifications? Not right now, but Praj is also part of your presentation, is that correct? Yep, you do have a little bit of time in your 15 minutes, so welcome.
All right. Thank you, Chair Madrone and the rest of the board. Just a couple things to follow up on.
And you are? Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who are you?
Oh, my name is Praj White, and I
Thank you.
am one of the agents that helped Cisco develop his project. Just wanted to touch on a couple things to add to his discussion. First, we are in agreement with the staff report, legal counsel, and the applicant's attorney that reviewed the project with regard to following CEQA and doing the proper process. There was a comment about the hydrology calculation and the collection of rain, and I just wanted to identify that in this case, a large portion of that collection of rain is actually the rain that falls in the pond, and so I don't think the analysis is off. I wanted to touch in on the history of larger projects. As we all can remember, you know, the #1 priority as we wrote, or the community wrote Ordinance 1.0 was to deal with existing operations and try to bring them into compliance. We came across Ordinance 2.0 and looked to still deal with existing operations and try to get them off of the hill and steep and deep out off of the dirt roads. As Carl mentioned, his project, he included a cannabis support facility. At a time, the county was advertising that cannabis support facilities were a priority in order to make sure that nurseries and processing facilities allowed healthy employees to work in healthy environments. Also with that plan was to bring properties down on flat ground. And in some cases, and I think we're dealing with that here, there's a conflict between leaving it steep in the hills and bringing it down to the flat ground that is near our communities. And I think that's what we're discussing. So the history of the ordinances have kind of led us to this day here. I want to be clear, this is the first of 8 projects coming through and allowed under the CCL MOU or 2.0. Staff can verify that, but at the Planning Commission, we discussed that this is in fact the first project of 8 allowed in the cap for the 2.0 operation. So that means 7 more projects could be in the queue coming through, taking advantage of this 1 acre per 100 acres on parcels greater than 320 acres in size. I wanted to touch in that there was discussion of the mess and RVs and problems within the valley. You know, I really think this data suggests that for every legal operation, you end up with better housing, better operations, and you get rid of the old ways, if you will. I am the engineer of record that reviewed the roadway and looked and certified that roadway, dealing with the width is exactly per standard. We have the pinch point at the bridge, and I followed the recommendations set forth by Bob Bronkel and followed the AASHTO standards for road assessment on very low volume roads. Let's see, and I think with that, I just wanted to also add the point that he did purchase a 1,000-acre ranch and chose to do 5 acres instead of 10 acres, which he could have put forward on this property. And, you know, we want to hear from you. The applicant and myself and the team believes that they brought forward a project that was conscientious of energy use, conscientious of rainwater, conscientious of neighbors, looked to be sustainable, all the things that we've been watching the community ask for throughout all the Planning Commission meetings and Board of Supervisors meetings. The applicant heard from some of the information concerned about intensive operation, and Carl shared with you that he's willing to give up the primary energy consuming element of the project, which is the mixed light cultivation. So just a brief summary of a couple items I wanted to add on to. We're here to answer any questions that you may have, and we're also available to be called up if there's some compromising and discussion that it needs to happen. Thank you very much for your time. Be able to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions or clarifications?
No.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Yeah, that was one on my list of questions to get to, was around the critique of the catchment calculations and that it didn't seem to include any evaporation. So you're suggesting that the pond wouldn't see much evaporation? Is that?
No, the actual calculation did assume a 26% evaporation using the same pan evaporation reference that was provided. What I was saying is that the initial calculation doesn't show a collection efficiency standard, and I was saying that it was referenced in comments that should be 75%, and I'm saying the majority of the rain actually falls in the pond, and the collection efficiency is close to 100% in that case.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you very much.
Great. All right, seeing none at this point, we will go to public comment, and we'll start with Zoom, and then we'll come here to the audience. And Director Ford, I assume at the end of all of this, you're going to want a chance to perhaps respond, clarify, and then also allow the appellant and applicant to also clarify and respond as appropriate. So I have limited it to 2 minutes today because we have a lot to get through. Just a quick reference. How many people in the audience are going to want to come up and speak? If you could raise your hands. All right, looks like we have maybe about 10. And we have about 10 in the queue in Zoom, although only 4 hands are up now, but I assume others will come up. So we may end up with about 20 or more. So we'll stick with that 2-minute time limit. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. Director Ford, I'm wondering, just because it's going to be a lot of information coming in from public comment, if there's anything you would like to address prior to going.
Thank you.
Not at this time.
Okay.
I think it'd be easier to go ahead and get everything together so that I don't have to be redundant.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great. All right. So we'll go ahead and start with Zoom. And again, if you are on Zoom on the phone and you're watching the video, there is a delay there. And so turn off your audio so that you can hear when you're called upon. and it is a 2-minute limit. So we'll start with, let me also just say that you don't need to use the whole 2 minutes. Sometimes you can just say, I agree with what so-and-so said, whether it's support or opposition or clarification. So we appreciate that, so we can get through all of this afternoon. And it's okay to summarize your points. And we did get a lot of letters, both for and against. And you can reference your letter. I assure you that we have all read those materials. Our clerk of the board has forwarded them to us, whether or not they had the agenda item on them or not. We did get them, and we did include them, and we have read them. So I just want to let you know that we appreciate that input, and we've done our best to try and keep up with that. There were a lot. Thank you for that input. So with that, I will call upon 7429. Press *6 to unmute. There you go.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Roby Tenorio, and I submitted written comments, but I'm going to add that unfortunately for everyone, the current development process and the cannabis ordinances don't really serve the individual communities, the watersheds, or even an applicant's best interest. The guidelines in the ordinance they're not based on an actual or honest valuation of cannabis farms before the current legalization, and the caps used to justify this permit and other permits are arbitrary, and they're not connected to on-the-ground realities. This leaves communities struggling with impacts that they thought would be alleviated with legalization, and it causes tension and negativity between neighbors. And I don't believe, and I don't think that is any ill will here towards Cisco, nor do I think that the applicant does not care about his community. I do think that it's necessary for the county to try to be more creative and not settle for a process that encourages a cannabis farm applicant to enter a financial trap that pushes them to get bigger and bigger, and alternatively requires the neighbors to be the monitors and the cops. So this current process doesn't support the cannabis industry become financially, environmentally, or socially sustainable. And in the staff's response to this and other contested projects, they've asserted that a decision
30
cannot
minutes
be based on
30 seconds,
person's
excuse me.
character, and this is good and important, but unfortunately the letters that support the Planning Commission's decision relied on the applicant's well-deserved good guy stature, but that's not the issue. The issue is the location of the project and its largesse and its impact. So I encourage your board to support the appeal, but also to work with the applicant towards a permit that's downsized for this site. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I apologize for interrupting people, but earlier we had folks ask if they could get a 30-second warning. So when you hear me chime in, that's what that is. And so next on Zoom, we have 9720, *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello, my name is Ellen Belts, and I live in Ferndale, California. My comment, which I've also submitted written comments, my comment relates to the current situation in our whole community regarding this project. I support legal cannabis, and whether we like it or not, supply and demand rules capitalist markets. Due to market forces, the price of cannabis has fallen so low that many growers are having trouble making their Measure S payments. The board heard and acknowledged that this morning. Think of the effect of the loss of cannabis income on the entire Humboldt County. I mean, I bet you do all the time. We've seen donations dry up. We've seen businesses fail. We've seen pillars of our community laid low after years of being the backbone of our towns. We've seen people spend a fortune to try to get into the game. Our tax base has fallen as these cannabis prices have bottomed out. Essentially, the terrain has become the terroir. Measure S taxes weren't paid by the 4 largest grows, and the county's had to adapt. And many growers aren't growing, and some are waiting to see what happens, and some have sold and gone. Others want to sell and get out. So you look on the interstate real estate pages. There's over a half dozen legally permitted, ready-to-grow properties for sale right now. 2 of these are nearly identical to the Chambers Road project, except that they already have infrastructure permits and are a lot closer to the freeway. It seems a risky move in the current market to invest heavily in infrastructure, which is already redundant
30 seconds.
and for an industry cannot support similar endeavors nearby. Today, I heard my supervisor, Rex Bohn, say our supervisors cannot support the self-serving activities of a few while not considering the whole community. So I ask you to not permit this project as approved by planning. At a minimum, a full EIR, which includes the community, needs to be done. And my request is for the benefit of the residents and taxpayers of the entire county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we have up 0520. *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hi, my name is Lisandra Salazar. I'm the president and co-founder of Arcade X Incorporated. We were the first Type 7 manufacturing business to be given a license in Northern California. Since 2018, we've watched the ups and downs of the market, and we have seen that there has been a lot of issues when it comes to growing cannabis at scale, specifically when it comes to the bulk flower market. Now, one thing I've seen in the last 2 years for other farms that have large licenses in the county is that there is a model that is collaborative and that utilizes the services of extraction and the harvest services that extractors may provide on site to act as a contingency plan during scenarios such as mold, which happens quite often, or simply not enough infrastructure on site to support drying, trimming, processing, etc. I've specifically walked this property with Cisco. I've told him some of our solutions that we've been able to offer farmers when it comes to coming to the farm to take biomass that is live, freeze it, and bring it off-site to premises that are in Arcata, specifically in this case, but across the county there are others who do the same thing.
30 seconds.
What this allows is for less infrastructure, less labor on site, and also a way for these farmers to have another source of income when these bulk flower markets are drying up. So I would just offer that as a way to understand the collaborative nature of this project, and the regenerative component of this is something that supports high quality oil as well, which helps the farm in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we have 7454.
Ken Sawatsky, thank you for my opportunity to speak. Things are obviously changing out there. Everybody's admitted this. Is it really in the public's health, safety, and welfare to go ahead and allow large grows to come in at this time? Minimum should be all these people that owe their Measure S taxes. They paid them, a lot of them, some haven't. And now you're allowing people to come in and do mega grows that are blowing them out of the business, and they're not paying any taxes at all. So I find this interesting. I personally think, as a caveat, any new grows of this size should be a minimum required to go ahead and maybe volunteer to pay the Measure S tax. I think that would be justified. I can understand the angst of all the growers out there who are struggling that you would permit something of this size. Now, this project is scaled. And I think maybe a request that I would make of the applicant on this particular case, not the appellant, but the applicant, go ahead and volunteer to just do, let's say, phase 1 and 2, something up to a maximum of maybe 2 acres at the most, and see how it goes, with the understanding that if at the end of a certain time period, whatever he thinks was going to be, 3 years or 4 years, at that time the project would be reassessed. And we'd have a better feeling as far as what impact this is having on the neighbors and the environment. I applaud some of the things here, solar. I applaud such things as not going for high power. I do have a question regarding Proj. I think he said, does this have a nursery? And my understanding is a nursery is very high energy use. So I'd like to basically say ditto to the first 2 speakers, and there's major concerns there should be downsides. Thank you for my opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. And the next speaker is 3526. *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello, my name is Flora Brain. I'm a resident of downtown Petrolia with children attending Madrone Elementary School located on Chambers Road. And as a local citizen who's working hard on building resilience and sustainable economic transition in our rural community, I strongly oppose the development of this new cannabis infrastructure in Petrolia. My children and their neighbors walk or ride bicycles to school along Madrone Road and Chambers Road, where traffic safety is already a concern, such that residents continually seek ways to slow down traffic and ensure the safety of pedestrians and bicyclists. This proposed cannabis development would necessitate more large trucks and increased traffic, notably supply trucks from outside our community whose drivers are unfamiliar with our local roads. And this threatens the safety of pedestrians and bicyclists on both Chambers Road and Madrone Road, as those trucks and vehicles come in from Ferndale and Redway. This is a particular concern for me in downtown Petrolia, where my family lives. The existing temporary one-lane bridge across East Mill Creek, located approximately half a mile east of the elementary school, is approached via a blind curve from both directions. It is already a dangerous spot where drivers do not slow down appreciably. Ask yourselves, what do the people who live on this road have to say about its safety? I appreciated that Cisco himself voiced a concern about traffic safety on Chambers Road. Further development of large-scale cannabis operations like this undermine the efforts of small-scale, locally appropriate cannabis farmers, businesses, and co-ops who are working hard on creating a viable cannabis industry that is ecologically and socially responsible. I support my small-scale, full-sun, responsible neighbors who are working towards a better cannabis industry future. That is the future that I want. I continually see permitted greenhouses with lights on after dark. I see grows that were permitted with requirements to catch rainwater operating with zero.
Thank you very much. I know the 2 minutes goes very quickly. Appreciate your comments. So we have 7207, *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello, this is Kate Sumpsey. Hello, Chair Madrone and the rest of the board. And I know I'm a consultant that helped Cisco put this application together, but I'm also a member of the Petrolia community, and I just wanted to speak on behalf of that today. And I really just wanted to address kind of the comments that were made regarding people in the cannabis industry not contributing to the community, or even, temporary workers not contributing to the community. And the vast majority of people that live in Petrolia weren't born and raised there. And I don't think that it precludes them from becoming active members of the community. As, we can obviously see, the main appellant, Mr. Berger, moved to Petrolia maybe a decade or 15 years ago. He's obviously an active member of the community. I know many people that have moved to Petrolia within even the last year or two, and they know more people than I do. So I just want to address that fact, and that to think that they're not active members of the community or can't contribute really is not true in any way. And it's just a little bit of, I think, a fear of keeping people out and trying to preserve something, and it's just a microcosm of a larger fear actually that is happening in our country at large. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you.
30 seconds. Thank you very much. And looks like that's everybody that we have in Zoom. No other hands are up at this point, so we're going to go ahead and call on members here in the audience. Go ahead and come up to the podium, and then if you want to speak, if you would line up over here, that would help us be efficient with our time. Thank you, folks. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Nancy Atkinson, and I'm a local civil engineer. I have been working with clients complying with the county implementation of CCMLUO starting in 2016 and CCLUO, known as 2.0, since 2018. I'm speaking today to support the approval of the conditional use permit PLN 2021-1738-4 for Cisco Farms at 1414 Chambers Road, Petrolia, California, granted on November 17th, 2022 by the Humboldt County Planning Commission. First, I am asking you to keep in mind that this agenda item, now under discussion, is not about the efficacy of the current ordinance and associated resolutions. I'm hoping you can separate your opinions on any modifications or objections to the current ordinance from your deliberations today, and focus on the specifics of this project and the Planning Commission's decision to approve this project. Secondly, compliance is verified by the county through site inspections and up-to-date aerial imagery. The efficacy of this process is also not at issue today. Historically, the applicant has been responsive to real-time neighborhood complaints, has met all conditions required by the conditional use permit for his current cannabis cultivation operation in Petrolia. The Petrolia area, I'll go just right to the end here. Therefore, I ask that you deny this appeal. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that 2 minutes goes quick. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Catherine Radke, and I am a resident of Petrolia, and I am speaking to support the appeal. I'm the chair of the Community Center Board, I'm the secretary of the Resource Center Board, and I'm at the apex of the NEST system. And I am burned out in trying to help our community maintain its social fabric and its public safety. You saw some of the effects of having a small community far from the resources of the towns. And our situation is supported by volunteers. I would love to have volunteers come in who are related to the large-scale industry. I have not seen them. I have seen many volunteers from the small-scale industry, and quite a few of them have had to move to town. We've lost EMTs, we've lost fire department members, we've lost board members and active people who are involved in the social fabric because they are priced out. And we need to replace them. So our town is suffering, and the social impacts and the safety impacts of large-scale grows are enormous. We will see the impacts of the additional workers. In our experience, the harvest season coincides with the beginning of the school year. So those things you need to keep in mind. I'm really concerned about the intersection right by the school, the community center. It's quite dangerous. I outlined in my letter why. It's at the top of a steep hill. There's a eucalyptus grove blocking the site for turning of large trucks. And I am not against having a project. I'm against a large-scale project and the prospect that the whole property could be sold with the permit.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Marcia Ehrlich. I live next door to where this project will be. The photos of the road did not show 5 blind curves. And this road, please keep in mind, this road with these blind curves has the de facto role of being in the park of Petrolia. There are no public parks like you have in the cities up here. So people who want to walk, 3 abreast, maybe visit while they get some exercise, or they're pushing strollers, or the kids are riding bikes around them. There's a lot of uses of the road. The older children at the school use it to run a mile, and then they walk back to school. But 5 blind curves, people are bicycling up to town. There's one gal at the end of the road who will bike to the community center, bike to the store. The idea of adding 68 additional car trips every day on this road means it'll be completely changed. It will no longer be able to be a place where kids and parents can exercise and be out on the road. Now, the other thing that bothers me is that since we're an unincorporated town, we don't have a
30
police
seconds.
force, so, or even one policeman. And cannabis does tend to attract armed robberies. It always has. I've been here 40 years. It possibly will continue. But I don't feel that having the sheriff's department downstairs here be the response to armed robbery is sufficient. So I think it's a danger to have a big grow that's known to be a big grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, board, community, staff. My name is River Walker. I'm a neighbor and landowner on Chambers Road in beautiful Petrolia, which I'm hoping most of you have been to. It's out the crazy Wildcat Road, and I recommend it. We have an amazing, vibrant community with events, organizations, beautiful nature that people travel from all over the world to visit. We have a rich agricultural history and an ideal climate for that. We've all benefited from the money and ease that the most recent agricultural commodity brought. No one can say otherwise. It's been a blessing to back to the landers and ranchers alike, and there's no room here for hypocritical anti-weed rhetoric, and we all hope that our neighbors and their families can succeed in this ever-evolving transition to legal cannabis. This change, though, is rapid, and to the community is very jarring. At a certain scale, it's becoming industrialized in a way that no longer makes any sense for this region. This proposal is too large by half for the surrounding community, and too small to compete with the emergent cannabis industry elsewhere. When rural locations experience industry outstripping a certain populace, the scales tip to the detriment of the community. We've seen it all over Northern California and Oregon, where larger weed scenes increase day labor but decrease community income and quality of life. This is unsustainable, but I don't think it's inevitable, and I hope before it's too late, the county can work with smaller grows to make them successful. This benefits the communities so much more than a few very large-scale grows. And for perspective, this grow is 22 acres, which is the size of downtown Petrolia. That's 16 and a half American football fields, or almost 11,000 American cars. That's a lot of infrastructure. I'm going to skip over all the other comparisons because that's crazy. The appeal urges a reduction on permitted canopy from 5 acres down to 1 acre outdoor, which I think would be great. It's a great location to grow, and I support Cisco in growing there. I think 1 acre is a reasonable size. To clarify, this permit is issued for a property, not an individual, and it persists even if the operator backs out, and I'm not comfortable with a permit being left unfulfilled.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next.
Hello, I'm Dave Grant. I live in Petrolia. I'm opposed to Cisco's project proposal. I think it's too large and too big of a scale for the area. Like I've said in my letters, you know, it's a small road off of a main road. It's a road that many people walk. Today when I drove here, I passed 2 moms with babies walking down that road because they know that there's not going to be an issue with traffic. Nearly every school day, I see the kids and their teacher and the principal walk down the school as a way to get out of the classroom. I'm concerned that with this large grow and with more traffic, it's going to make this road a dangerous road to walk on. There's no shoulders. You know, it's barely 2 lanes. Many times when I drive this road, I have to stop, let the car that's coming opposite direction pass because there's not enough room for us both to pass in several sections of this road. Some of you have been out there. Some of you probably have no idea what this road is like. Those pictures don't really show you what the road is really like. In those photographs of the road, it makes it look wide. It makes it look like it has big turnouts. It's the angle of the photo. They're not that big. That's my main concern, traffic down that road. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello all, thank you. My name is Dylan Mattoll. I don't have anything prepared because I was not planning on commenting, but I am a resident of the Mattoll Valley, born and raised on the river. And I'd first like to say that I hate to see my community battling this way. I think we all respect each other. I have great respect for all of the appellants as well as the applicant. Couple points I want to make kind of more generally about this appeal. First of all, I appreciate the presentation about all the fine community organizations in our valley. I would like to say that as a pot farmer, currently with an acre of cannabis cultivating, I also support all those organizations, as does the appellant. I don't think that this is a us versus them. It's not a growers versus the rest of the community. There's about an equal amount of support for this project as opposition. So I think that what I would ask of you is to look at this project on its merits. I've heard the appellants asking for an appeal to like a staged approach, which is actually exactly what's being proposed. So if there's something that you guys wanted to put in there for additional review as it's moving forward, you know, as phases are done, I think that would be reasonable. But, you know, I think that when we look at the school, students dropping, we look at people moving out of the community, I'd absolutely push back that this is related to the grows. I specifically know pretty much every parent that's moved out of the valley, and I don't know a single one that has moved out because of all these grows. It's actually quite the opposite. We're losing students and resources in our school because growers are moving it away and jobs are being lost. So bringing more jobs into the community is a good thing. I think people are scared in this community of outsiders, and I think that's a dangerous thing to look at.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Natalie DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. I'm here to give comments just generally, not specifically in support or opposition of this project, but to clarify certain things of record. I often am hearing a lot about we need a stronger EIR. I just want to remind folks that our two CEQA documents were legally challenged, and both have been withstood legal challenges. And they looked in depth at the cumulative impacts as well as the watershed caps. So they are solid and robust. Now, when we talk about CEQA, agriculture, do we have any other agricultural industry that has its own CEQA ordinance in our county? We don't. Cannabis is unique. The state required site-specific CEQA land use to look at our projects. Humboldt County, we actually have a functional land use system and a functional CEQA document. And so all of these projects that are being reviewed through then their initial studies are going through that whole process. So just want to put that out there. I know I hear a lot about these are really big grows and there's a lot that's out there. Well, they are probably bigger than people are used to. However, the overall cumulative impact in the loss of cannabis across our region is almost a 90% reduction. We had an estimated 10,000 grows and now we have maybe 1,000. And so, you know, we are seeing this vast decrease from 2016 to 2023. And we don't know what businesses are going to survive and what ones are going to thrive through federal legalization. But eventually we do expect to have direct-to-consumer shipping, and people will want access to the products that are coming from Humboldt, from our unique microclimates, and from our terroir. So thank you.
Thank you. John, you've already spoke as the appellant.
May I make a quick technical note here on the evaporation issue?
We'll ask questions of you and the applicant and the director, just to be fair. But thank you, John, for your offer to clarify. We will call upon you from the board. All right.
Hi,
Welcome.
my name is Bonnie Blackberry, and I'm here to support the appeal. I feel like even though you're saying it's 5 acres, you've got, looks like 1.5 acres of commercial nursery. The county's been giving growers 10% for ancillary for growing for the plants are going to stay on their property. This is commercial. So telling you this is 5 acres when really it's 6.5 acres is a little confusing. The traffic, we've got climate change happening putting these large grows out in the outback, which is Petrolia. It's a long ways to get to populated areas, no matter which way you go, is just adding to the pollution, which traffic is the main thing here in the county. I just feel like with 53 people signing an appeal is significant. I don't know if you've had any other appeals with that many people signing on to it. And I think you have your ordinance that's looking at promoting cannabis cultivation. And I think you need to start really considering the impacts on the community. So I support this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next.
I don't have anything prepared, so I'll be fairly quick. My name is Patrick Queen, born and raised in Humboldt County. I live in Petrolia, and I just want to address a few of the subjects or things that they were talking about. First off, these people don't speak for everyone. They may give you the impression that it's a collective, but it's not. There's plenty of people who support what Cisco's doing, or to have the freedom to farm their own property, the freedom to not be told what to do by other people. I own an equipment company, and I probably haul more 18-wheeler loads across that road than anyone. It is a rough road to get across. What they live on is the best road in the place. They got 2 lanes. It's straight. You can see it. That little corner is what you got to get there from Ferndale is a challenge. I mean, you kidding me? I would love to live on a road that nice. My road is not near that nice. You got to go down dirt and everything else. And it just doesn't make any sense to me that these people kind of blow this up to this size, when in reality, the cannabis industry is pretty struggling. Him jumping this out to that size, it may or may not even happen. But he should have the right to utilize his own property. And God forbid he creates some jobs and pays some taxes, because nobody else has any money out there. And most of these people have trust funds or independent. They're not spending money. We got to do something. And we've always done cannabis, so I just don't see the major problem. But I guess to each his own. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience here today that would like to speak? This is your chance. Welcome.
Greetings, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for
You can
this
pull it down.
opportunity. My name is Lindsay Merriman. I'm a resident of Petrolia, and I didn't really prepare any remarks because so much verbiage has already been devoted to this subject. I am here in support of the appeal. I'm in support of a reduced grow area to 1 acre after hearing many speakers highlight the importance of Chambers Road. I would like to see you include in this granting of the appeal an improvement of Chambers Road, perhaps a sidewalk. I'm sorry to see the division that these big grows have brought to our community. We can't go back to the old ways. As you know, Petrolia has a long character of a rural outdoor community at the tip of the Lost Coast. We have a lot of wildlife out there also to be represented. We would all be better represented by smaller grows and better roads. Thank you all for what you do.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is a last chance for public comment. Okay, seeing no public comment further at this point, we're going to go ahead and take a 7-minute break. We'll be back here at 3:05 to bring it back to the board, see what kind of questions they might have from Director Ford and his staff and/or applicants or appellants, and then we'll deliberate. And appreciate all your time and staying within the time limits. We'll be back in 7 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, folks. So it's nice to get a little break in real quick. And now we're going to go ahead and go to back to the board and see if there are any input at this point. But first, John, would you like to have a chance to respond?
Well, I would, but I also believe that it's in the procedures to allow the appellant and the applicant to rebut first and then to allow staff to respond.
That sounds good to me. Sounds good to the board. And so we'll go ahead and let the appellants come up and provide any. No, I think John's got it covered. If he needed him, he would have him. Your other guy, Michael? Okay, very good. Yes, the appellants. Any clarifying, rebuttal, et cetera?
The only thing I wanted to clarify is a technical point about the evaporation and the calculation of the water availability.
Hang on. Sorry about that. I turned them off during the break. Now they're on. Go ahead.
All right, I'll start over again.
Thank you.
John Williams. My only point is a technical one. I'm responding to the staff's comment about the comments about the water collection and how evaporation figures into that. There are 2 points. The staff is correct that they did calculate evaporation from the pond. If you look at their calculations or the estimate, it's actually from the applicant, but they assume no evaporation from the pond in the winter months, which is just wrong. This is an area that falls in my technical expertise. But my comment about the water loss really was about evaporation from the rooftop collection, and now with the change in the configuration of the project, I'm not sure where that water calculation is. But it's counterintuitive, but there actually is evaporation that goes on even when it's raining. There's 100% humidity in the cloud where the drops form, but it's less than that down at the ground. And when the wind blows, particularly, you can get a surprising amount of evaporation from even during the rain. And also the main thing is that the roof has to get wet before it produces anything. It stays wet when the rain stops, and that water is all lost to evaporation. Plus, any system like this has leaks and that sort of thing. So that 70% efficiency for the rooftop collection is not a bad guess. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other comments from the applicant? Rebuttals, clarifications, et cetera?
Just in regards to the pond, first off, every growing season will start with the water level in the pond. I did go to HSU. I studied hydrology. I know what the evaporation rates are. I mean, I guess it's, could be a foot, could be 2 feet, but at the beginning of each growing season, we'll be looking at how much water's in the pond and scale the project accordingly. I want to keep this property in the Williamson Act. I'm happy to keep it in the Williamson Act as long as this project exists. I'm not looking to sell this property. Let's see. I honestly think starting out that we won't see a huge noticeable difference in the traffic coming on Chambers Road. I drive really careful on that road. My employees drive really careful on that road. We try to be very conscious. That's it.
Thank you. And excuse me just a second. We do have, okay. Go ahead, Praj. Come on up.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Just a couple more comments and suggest that maybe, we did look up some statistics that the population at the school has decreased from about 41 to 24 students over the past few years, and that maybe by bringing a project that can contribute jobs could create a base to support the school and the volunteers in the community. I don't think it's always negative associated with cannabis, and folks in cannabis aren't always associated with crime. That's kind of a mistake and nomer. I wanted to identify that we did note that 70% of the proposed power use was associated with the mixed light operation, and that has been volunteered to be removed from the project. The road is pretty straight. There are no blind curves between the corner of Chambers Road and Matoll Road and that narrow bridge. There are 8 properties that are accessed beyond that bridge. kind of homesteads and ranches, not regularly used. So there's a very minimal traffic that makes it across that bridge. You know, I did have staff actually went out and measured all the road and put validity to that whole story, or the whole report. The water use, there was a question about considering all of the factors there. The story we're talking about is the lowest rain year on record in Petrolia in 1977, 27 inches of rain. And when you use that, falling directly in the pond and landing on all of the roof structures, you could still meet and accomplish the required project if the pond was empty and it followed by a drought year. That's what that calculation was trying to communicate. The average rain year in Petrolia area is more 73 inches, and the project was designed to be able to operate at full capacity with 27 inches of rain. Just wanted to throw those couple of items out, and we're available to discuss after this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so there we go. Director Ford and Mr. Holderman.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. So I think what we'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about first is cumulative impacts. And one of the things that hasn't been discussed that will be discussed with the board in a little bit more detail in the coming month is what is the real impact of cannabis to the county. And the impact of the cannabis program needs to be looked at not only from a permitting standpoint, but also from an enforcement standpoint. Because we started off, as one speaker said, with what was estimated by UC Berkeley to be 15,000 grow sites. That was probably on about 600 different parcels. We no longer have 15,000 grow sites. We've in fact abated more than 1,000 cultivation sites, so 1,000 properties. And so I said 600, that should have been 6,000, I apologize. So the number of new properties that we've permitted for cultivation does not equal the number of properties that have been abated. Want to also say from a cumulative analysis standpoint, with respect to the EIR assumed, as Mr. Holterman mentioned, that there would be 1,012 new permits. Now, new permits, I mean not permits for pre-existing cultivation, but permits for brand new cultivation. Existing cultivation is considered in CEQA terms part of what's called the baseline. It's there, it exists. And the courts have repeatedly found that even though it may be an illegal activity, the fact that it exists there means that it's part of the baseline. So when an environmental document is done, it doesn't evaluate the impact of starting an existing use. It evaluates the impact of a new use on top of what's already there and existing. So with respect to the CCLUO, I'm sorry I don't have a better breakout for you yet, but we've permitted 445 applications under the CCLUO. Unfortunately, that includes pre-existing and new cultivation. So the number of permits, just gross-wise, is about half of what the EIR assumed for new cultivation, and some of those are for pre-existing cultivation. I also want to say that when it comes to the comment being made that the EIR is drowned out because it's too broad, is that one of the things the EIR did is that it recognized the fact that it could not do an analysis on a project-specific level for each new cultivation site. And so what it did is it identified the potential things that could be significant adverse impacts and required that those be analyzed as part of each permit. That's why specific biological reports, hydrological reports, information on the road, all be submitted. So that becomes part of the analysis that the mitigation in the EIR carries through. So it's not drowned out, it's carried forward to a project-specific level. Then when a mitigated negative declaration is done, that's incorporated into the discussion that was already assumed as part of the EIR that was prepared for the ordinance itself, the programmatic level document. To say that there are 12 full-time employees, 8 will be residing on site, to say that the addition of 4 employees would be a growth-inducing impact is to mischaracterize what a growth-inducing impact is. And, you know, beyond that is a bit of speculation, but growth-inducing impacts is normally something that is done that either extends utilities or does something that causes land then to substantially develop that modifies the environment. And having 4 people, even if they move into the area, would not normally be a growth-inducing impact. Many of the things that people are complaining about is the impact to the community, and that it's a little bit more traffic or a lot more traffic, however you want to characterize it, on the road. It's more traffic on the road. It's something different. And unfortunately, what the cannabis ordinances have done is that they have identified the most appropriate place to have cannabis cultivation, and those are typically in the flatter areas of the community, which are closer to where people live. And so people now notice the permits more. And there is a lot of pushback on that. I don't want to undermine that. But the ordinance did take into consideration what needed to be looked at in terms of the infrastructure, the water, the roads, the transportation for that. A lot of the comments, again, related to large-scale cultivation sites, and the thing that the ordinance did is that it envisioned that there would be 8 of these cultivation sites. This is the first one. I only think that there's maybe one other that's still a part of the 1.0 ordinance in the queue, and I'm not aware of any additional 2.0 applications that exceed 1 acre. So this is a fairly unique application that's coming through under 2.0. We're not seeing applications come in to take advantage of that provision. There was some confusion for a while that not more than 10 persons shall be granted permits, whether or not that was inclusive of 1.0 and 2.0, but it has to be interpreted to apply to 2.0 since it specifically refers to the entitlement provision in 2.0 for that cultivation size. I just wanted to clarify that. Unfortunately, there is also a lot of concern about the fact that the cannabis industry as a whole is struggling right now, and whether there should be additional consideration given to additional cultivation sites. It has been at least the recommendation from staff that the regulatory system should not prejudice who is successful in the market. If people can come in, receive approval, and comply with county regulations and be successful in the marketplace should define who is successful and who is not successful. There were comments about the road and whether or not the road is adequate. We do have an analysis that was done by a civil engineer who put their stamp on it, who identified that the road is not a Category 4. Nobody here is trying to argue that it's a Category 4 road. But under the county's definition, it does operate as a Category 4 equivalent, which means that where there are pinch points, somebody approaching the pinch point can see across the pinch point to the other side, and if there's opposing traffic, they both have the opportunity to pull over, clear the road, and allow the oncoming traffic to pass them, or to go, in this case, go across the bridge. I heard two comments relative to phasing the project. The project is phased. However, there are not regulations regarding the phasing, and that is something that has been discussed in the past by both the Planning Commission and the board as an option for reviewing these larger projects to set a threshold that once they reach that threshold, then it can be reevaluated to determine whether or not it's appropriate to continue to expand. And relative to it actually being 22 acres was one reference and 6.5 acres. When evaluating the amount of cultivation here is 5 acres for cannabis cultivation. There may be area around that has a larger footprint. And then the nursery is 1.5 acres approximately. And the nursery is calculated separately. You could put it into something, you could call that cultivation, but this is a commercial nursery, means this is not an ancillary facility. This is not being something that only serves this site. This is something that the applicant mentioned that they wanted to do as a service to the surrounding community. And that's why actually it was put into 2.0 to create community support facilities or cannabis support facilities that could be distributed around the county so people would have access to nurseries, they would have access to processing, they would have access to local distributors. And so this actually is consistent with that. And the comment was made relative to climate change that generates additional traffic. On the other hand, for a nursery to be located in the midst of other growers, in this case in the valley, that would have access to a retail site, they would not have to travel as far to get that. I think those are the main points that staff wanted to address. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director Ford. Any questions from the board? Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I thank you for the nursery, because nurseries have been talked about a lot. I know I talked to someone the other day, and they were getting their starts out of Laytonville. So, and I mean, you can't, so I can see where that might create a service. You brought up, how many, and you won't have this number, how many abatements have we served on Chambers Road and out that road? I know of a few, but I also know of some very large operations that aren't there anymore. What I'm trying to do is offset how the loss of illegal grows now.
Give me a moment, I may be able to get that number.
And then the other thing I want to know, and I believe the applicant, I know River left, but I thought it was nice that River and Cisco were sitting back there talking after River came up. I mean, I got quite a few comments, phone calls, letters, and they always start the same way, so I never know what's going to go on. Cisco's such a nice guy, but, and then I'd understand, and then I'd say, why aren't we supporting Cisco? Because, so, Cisco, you should run for something because they like you out there. I just, you know. But, you know, as we move forward, and I think that's a big part of the community. You're not going anywhere. I know that. And you said you're going to phase this in for financial reasons, and the analogy, you know, because of finances. And I don't think we're sitting here telling you, we can say, hey, you're an idiot because this isn't going to survive. Probably the same thing the people who started Google said. What are you going to start, you know? But we're not telling them, the analogy I heard earlier in the hall was, we're not telling the crab fishermen not to go crabbing because they're getting 65% less than they got last year. So are you willing to do a phased in so we can, it sounds like you're going to phase in anyway. That's just the economics are going to do that. Is there a way we can sit down and phase this in over a 4-year period? And then we may not even get there, because I would love to know how many people have applications in that aren't going to follow up. I mean, and you know who they are. I got a phone call from a couple people that have moved to town, And they would love to be back out in the valley if they had a job out there and had talked to you or talked with you and everything else. And they had kids for the school. And I think that's a big aspect. We keep saying, you know, the number was 42 down to 24. You know, getting some young families out there is so important. So, and I agree with Kathy about the intersection. I think we can do better with that intersection. But I think the idea of coming to school, you know, having your workforce before and after those hours and working through those hours, I think these are all things that can be worked out. And then the curves and the one-lane bridge. Because can you imagine if we were having this meeting, was it 84 years ago, on the Honeydew Bridge? Because both of those are a blind curve jumping right down into a bridge that's used quite a bit by a large community. That would just amaze me. But is there a way we can phase this in to meet, you know, the fears of what the community or part of the community? Because again, it was pretty well split by my phone calls and letters. And I don't keep score. I don't go by that. I don't go by popular opinion. I'm just going by. I have a hard time turning down the Planning Commission every week when they come back with a unanimous decision, because I'd probably quit taking my Thursdays off to do it if I got shot down every time. So, and it was a unanimous decision by all our commissioners, except mine missed his one meeting and then quit. Is there a way to phase it in so we can, and I don't know, I mean, maybe maybe 1 acre, you're right, it creates such an impact we can't have. And I don't know if, I guess I'll turn to you, because it sounds like it's come up a lot. It sounds like I see some nodding heads. So maybe we go to 1 acre and half the size of the nursery to see how it goes and see the success of it and go from there. I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, make anybody not have, you know, heartburn over this, but it seems to be that might be the approach, because we're throwing out what happens. And, you know, I'm sorry to see the food truck sold that's left the valley. We're going to have to find something out there economically. Maybe we could, you know, I see what happens when they want to log, so we're not going to log. We're not going to commercially fish in the river. So, I mean, I just, you know, everybody can't do restoration. So, I mean, is that an aspect we can do? And I mean, I don't know.
If that's a direct question to me through the chair. Yes, it can be phased however the board feels most comfortable. It could be, you know, kind of a sequential, each phase gets reviewed before the next phase can be established. It can be a couple of the phases can be grouped, and those need to be reviewed before it goes forward. The size of the nursery can be phased so that it begins a little smaller and then continues to grow. So that is all very possible. And to answer your other question, there have been 3 abatements on Chambers Road alone and 13 abatements in the Petrolia area.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you.
And I've got Supervisor Arroyo and then Supervisor Bushnell.
So I realize I'm the unknown quantity here, the new one, new kid in town on the board. And so I wanted to kind of share a few thoughts about where I'm at right now, because I think it'll help with the tone of the conversation moving forward. I think I'm incidentally the only one on the board who's ever lived full-time in Petrolia, although it was 15 years ago. So it was in the, you know, what I would say was the heyday of a different era of cannabis. So I certainly saw firsthand the housing impacts. I was homeless for 3 months. I worked for the Mattel Salmon Group, but I definitely felt like an outsider. So that sense of, you know, outsiders versus insiders was very palpable for me. You know, I remember the impact of not having law enforcement or code enforcement or any of those things kind of present in the community. And in fact, I remember Sheriff Chompers sitting out on the front porch of the store. So self-appointed sheriff. So I definitely am familiar with the site, familiar with, I haven't been to the site directly with relation to this appeal, but I know where it is. And I understand where the school is and where the kind of core of the community lies. But we are here today to determine if this proposal is consistent with our current rules and not what the rules could or should be. And so, I understand that this board, prior to me serving on it, directed staff to bring back information about the ordinance and consider whether an update is appropriate or what other process should kind of take place to address some of the concerns that exist about the ordinance. And I invite folks to participate in that, but we are being asked to have a pretty, to determine whether this is consistent, but we're also being asked for a conditional use permit. And so, I recognize that gives us the ability to ask for additional things from the applicant. So on that note, I had a number of notes here about concerns. Most of them have been addressed in the presentation. So with regard to water catchment, I don't have questions about that really anymore. I understand there might be a little bit of differing opinion there, but it sounds like the water is sufficient. I did have questions about energy and roads and the changes to the 3 acres of outdoor and 2 acres of light depth, and some of the provisions that have been answered in the staff report addressed my questions about energy for the most part. And so we're back to roads and potentially phasing. So I'm interested to hear what the applicant has to say further about phasing. And then curious what staff have to say about any additional provisions related to the road. I'm at a loss there because I don't know, what has gone before as far as road-related impacts. And I know that it's not an enormous number of trips by the, kind of federal standards around roads, but for a small community, I understand, and with the school right there at that intersection, I understand that that's a really significant concern. So I wonder what additional requirements we might put forth or requests we might make as a part of this process.
Thank you. And Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I have a number of questions, and I'll run through them as well. Some of them are going to piggyback or may even answer Supervisor Arroyo's questions. So my first one is, go ahead. That's fine. So I have a question, and then I want to answer based on your answer. So the traffic and the increased amounts of trips, what are the trips that you have on the staff report that will be facilitated daily or weekly or monthly? Because I heard 68 trips a day, and I don't think that's accurate.
So the 68 trips per day, that's at peak operations.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when there are seasonal workers. There's proposed to be 22 seasonal workers for harvesting and planting. But for the rest of the year, normal operations would require only 12 employees.
Okay, so with that, and I understand that 68 trips a day on that road is a concern, and with the school, and given that harvest does happen after school starts, if we could condition, and I'll ask the applicant if he's okay with this, but that those people coming in and out are before school hours or after school hours, and that they do those trips within a half an hour or an hour of span that doesn't conflict with people dropping their children off. Ideally, it would be before school starts and after school's out, so that the kids could then utilize that road for their walks or whatever they need. And that would be conditioned for the heaviest amount of traffic, which would be the 68 during harvest time. So I would request that we talk about that. The second would be the phased in as well. I would be, as Supervisor Arroyo, want to hear from the applicant what that phased in process looks like, because I think probably it's going to be accomplished financially from him, that it'll be phased in slowly. The nursery space, I wonder if the nursery, the commercial nursery, is there any ancillary nursery in the acreage for the project?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So the nursery then is going to also do two things, which would be for his facility, giving himself his own plants. So that answers that question. And the housing, I keep hearing comments about the housing and that it's going to take up the housing stock. Is there any housing stock out there? So it's not going to take up any more housing stock because there isn't any. And so I would imagine maybe he would maybe accomplish putting something there. Ms. Arroyo, reference to knowing that area. Well, I'm a Stansbury, so if we're going to go, I also know that area. I grew up going out there a lot, and so it's a beautiful area, and I understand your guys' concerns. Lots of things were referenced to financial. Why would we do this when it's not financially viable? It's not our choice to make. Whether to say someone can afford it or can't afford it, or whether they'll be successful at it. That is not part of permitting. Permitting is not questioning the person whether they can financially do that. I would imagine if he can't financially accomplish what he needs, that would take care of the phase-in process of that. Thank you for all the information about the water. That's always been a big concern, and to the applicant, he really addressed that with having the rain catchment pond, and good job on the applicant, recognizing that water is such a huge concern for any community right now. And I think that's all of my comments for right now.
Great, thank you.
I would like the applicant to come up, though, and answer both of our questions.
Appreciate that. Any other questions from board members before we get that? Supervisor Wilson?
This just has to do with the nursery element of this. And when we were doing our analysis with relationship to nursery square footage and those sorts of things, it's kind of in my mind that we were considering nursery as support for the on-site activities in general. We were talking when we created the ordinance, but I mean, it's definitely changed pretty dramatically. It seems like a lot of people are that's almost what they are exclusively converting, even what you would consider their growing capacity, even if they have 10,000 square feet. A lot of them are that's what they're doing. They're just doing nursery work. And so I guess for me, it seems like if the intent of the 1.5 acres of nursery is for export from the site, or at least, to some significant amount, then it seems like it would be in the sum total aggregate cultivation area. It seems it's cultivating to me. It doesn't seem like it's just nursery if you're exporting, selling off site. Can you address that?
Be happy to. So there is a difference between a nursery and cultivation. Cultivation involves growing up to the stage where it flowers. A nursery is creating starts, whether that's through clones or seeds or whatever process it is, to sell basically the small plants to a cultivator, a grower, a farmer, to go and then raise them up to flower and produce the flower for sale.
Just a quick question to follow up on that. If I may.
Yeah.
Which is that, well, then if someone's getting a permit just to do a nursery and none of the other activities, are they then not doing cultivation?
That is correct.
Okay.
And so just one of the things I want to just affirm that with is in 2.0, there is a provision for cannabis support facilities that are allowed with a zoning clearance certificate.
Okay.
So this, I mean, we put it in there, one of the actions in there is to approve a zoning clearance certificate, but that's actually a ministerial permit.
Are there size limitations to that?
No.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it looks like it.
Could I follow, Chair? I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Holterman reminded me that one of the things that is in there in order to get the zoning clearance certificate is you have to comply with the location criteria, which include the road criteria.
Yeah.
You can't put it way out into hinterlands on a narrow dirt road, and so it has to comply with certain criteria before you get the zoning clearance certificate. But it's still a zoning clearance certificate.
Makes sense. Great. So at this point, Supervisor Bushnell had one more point she wanted to make? Or
Actually, it's a question, and then we already have the applicant up, so I want to just finish.
Very
So
good.
you heard from the community that, and I'm sorry, I don't know the woman's name with the blue vest.
John.
The blue vest, the woman.
The woman.
Oh,
Catherine, and that she's burned out and that she does a lot of volunteerism in the community. And I'm wondering, while you're up here, if you can address, it sounds like you're going to have some staff that's going to be out there.
Sure.
And whether you would be willing to address maybe giving some time to the community as a volunteer. And I'm sorry, it might include that you have to pay for that person to do that, a couple hours a month, week. I don't know what that looks like. But have you considered that, and would you consider that?
Sure. I've worked for the Mattole Salmon Group in the past, and they've offered to have me on their board. If time allots, I'll join the salmon group at some point.
I think, can I say one thing
Yeah.
specifically, though? You heard her say that she does like a hands-on base, I think that, which is at the center, is that correct? And that she's a little burned out, and so maybe it would be a little bit of muscle that she needs.
Yeah. My right-hand man lives at the beginning of Chambers Road. And he and his wife live right there across from the school. And they love the community. I can't speak for them, out of turn, but I have the feeling that they would happily come and help.
So when I'm a boss, if I tell someone they're going to go do something and I'm paying for it, they do it.
Yeah, if I tell them to do it and pay them to do it, they'll go do it.
All right, and while you're up here, it sounded like there were some questions about your willingness to do a phased approach, which I heard you say you were. I guess the real question is, how does that get codified instead of just your word, which I appreciate your word, I do.
Yeah.
A lot of people speak strongly for your character in the community.
Thank you.
But that's one of the issues. The other one was the roads, but most particularly the bridge.
The traffic, whether he would be willing to have, I know this board can condition it, but I would like to hear how you would feel about during your peak, which would be harvest time, which school, if you would, consider having your staff come before school and let out and go home after. And I understand that there would be maybe one or, some exceptions to that, which I think Director Ford could address, but that's a lot of increased traffic during that time. And I think that you could facilitate that I would imagine they would come to work early anyways and leave late during those times.
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as people are coming into work before 8 a.m., which this idea that we're talking about was already I was already thinking that this would happen. So as long as they're coming to work before 8 a.m., really starting at 7 for harvest, the earlier in the day you start, the better. I mean, like Lissandro would probably have his crew coming out at dark. And they would probably stay on site and be fed lunch and be leaving after 4:30.
So when you commit to that, though, it's going to be in your conditions. And so
Sure.
it's not might. If it's in your conditions, that's what you have to adhere to. And so I'm asking is if you would.
That's a commitment that I'll make. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we've got phasing and traffic. Well, there are other issues. I know that some people spoke strongly of your character, but were concerned, well, what if you sold it? And you said, I have no intention of selling it, but things change.
Sure.
I do believe we have conditioned projects in the past whereby the permit didn't transfer when ownership transferred. But I think there's only been one or so of those that have occurred. I'm just wondering, I mean, I suspect that if there was some restriction on, if you were to sell the land, then the permit dies.
Mm-hmm.
That would go a long way towards maybe convincing your neighbors that you're going to stay there in the long run, and if you're not, then the operation dies. I mean, I'm not trying to put that on you. I'm just asking the question.
I don't think I could make that commitment that it would die. I don't see myself making that much of a commitment, although I have no intention of selling it. What I would commit to is that as long as I have this project, the property would stay in the Williamson Act. Like you said, I don't know that I don't know what time's going to bring. I don't have anybody trying to buy the property.
So I guess another way of looking at that would be, if you were to sell it, but we've placed enough conditions on the project, such as phasing, such as traffic timing, things like that, that if you were to sell it, the new owner would be also constrained by those conditions.
Sure.
Which would go a long way towards meeting some of the community concerns.
Sure.
So, so whatever conditions apply here are going to continue to apply. Supervisor Bushnell.
So you keep referencing to the Williamson Act, and that means that you won't split that property up.
Right.
And I wonder if you would be willing also, I mean, not just going away from the project, that's time and investment and money, that's not anything I would ever do. But there is, you could, if you don't intend to put any other cultivation on that property, maybe do setbacks or do a restriction on that. I don't know if do you intend to do more cultivation in the, so maybe that would give some assurities also to the community that this is your project, and that you would commit while you own that property, or maybe however you would want to do it, to say that you would not increase cultivation on different parcels of this. It's 1,000 acres. So that, because, really you could.
Yeah.
And so that might be something would reassure the community as well, that you're not intending to do, to blow it up.
Sure.
Just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I own the property, I would be happy to not, I designed this project not to have to expand it, not to have to come back here again. Might take me 20 years to get to the size, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, if you were to, sell that, it still would take 10 years to get out of the Williamson Act. So as
Right.
far as subdivision, that's a lengthy process anyways.
Right. I guess unless you pay all of the taxes and others.
So, good. So the phased approach stuff, maybe we ought to explore that slightly, and then I'll come to Supervisor Wilson. You talked about how that's probably how you're going to do it anyway, just from an economics perspective.
Sure.
And the market and all those things. So I'm assuming that it might be something like, well, you start with an acre, and at an annual review process, looking at how the traffic worked, how the water worked, and these other things. And then if everything's working well, then second acre. I'm just wondering, Director Ford, what your thoughts are on that. Have we done that before, phased approaches?
I don't know that we have here at Humboldt County, but yes, that is a common approach to addressing things.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your willingness to consider that, and we don't have the details worked out yet.
Yeah, I guess we could discuss the details more. Would I be going to Director Ford or be coming back here?
Well, those are the details we would need to work out.
Okay.
And my assumption would be it'd be back here, but that's just my assumption, with Director Ford and the Planning Department giving us a report that would include community input on how things are working. I mean, I hear your commitment to doing it right, so I don't think that'd be a problem probably, but again, just trying to find a way to actually bring the community back together on this at some level.
Yeah.
So Supervisor Bohn?
Well,
I'm sorry, Supervisor Wilson, then Supervisor Bohn, excuse me. He had asked.
I'm going to say that it is actually my preference that I think at this size, and especially if it gets to the size that's being proposed, that the ownership, that the permit be basically tied to ownership, and I know maybe that the applicant doesn't want that, but that doesn't mean that we can't create that as a condition of approval, and I think it's not unreasonable, considering the size of this application. It makes it different than, because we haven't done one I think that's this size in a while, so I just think that's where I'm at. So.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
Well, I don't this will put it like 170th largest grow in California. So I mean, it's not a mega, it's not industrial, it's everything else. I think what we're hearing is, and I don't know if we need to bring this back to us, I think we're parlaying it to, not to exceed half the size of the nursery in an acre a year for 3 years, and look at it in 3 years and see where we're at. And if the evaluation, the complaints are going to come into planning and building or us, and if there is none, I think we can move forward. I mean, the idea of bringing it back here every time we want to examine his acre, I mean, it sounds really good, but I mean, I remember when we did this, we limited that we would have no more than 10 up to 8 acres. And we haven't even got to that point, and now we've got them dropping like flies. So, I mean, we've gone from 13,500, 15, whichever report you want to see, to about 1,200, 1,300 in the legal grows. And some of it is overcultivation, but a lot of it has to do with bringing tons and tons across from Oregon and selling them in 1,200 illegal dispensaries in LA. So that's going to affect any market. So with that being said, I have full faith if we put the limits. I really like the idea of a commercial nursery. It uses less employees, a lot less employees. It fills a void out there, so these people aren't running to town, Laytonville, or these people aren't running to them to get their starts. It's on site, as Director Ford mentioned, that this was something that has been brought up repeatedly. That's a void in the system. So he's filling a void in the system, and I don't know if an acre a year is it. I mean, that's a pretty good chunk to start with, and go forward. And if we want to change that, we have an outside caller coming in. Nice job, Queen. You're going back to work. But when we do this, if at the end of 2 years it's going well and the market has improved enough, but you also have to understand he still has to build it out, which is going to take some time and some expenses. So I don't know if we can go an acre a year for 3 years with half the nursery size and look at the nursery in 3 years or 2 years. I don't know exactly how we want to put that down, but if we can make it work, working through Proj and
Tuck and roll. That's up in the courthouse.
So somebody just dropped a drawer.
Something.
Or the elevator but.
Okay, a little PTSD from the earthquakes, right?
Yeah. So anyway, nothing moves. So I'm just saying, if you guys could work it amongst yourself, as long as we give you enough direction, I don't think we need to micromanage it, because we're looking at a system that we should probably, in all honesty, pass the Planning Commission unanimously, because it met all the rules that we met. Right. Everything, all the way, CEQA and everything else. It has met all the criteria, and we're sitting up here being cognizant of the neighborhood, trying to answer their concerns, but he is 4 years into a process and it passed unanimously. So it has met all the criteria, and we're sitting here pulling them apart going, well, can you do the turnouts? Can you come in before school, which he's already had said he was already going to do. And this has already been approved by the rules we made. So as we change this, and now we're saying, we want you to make a whole bunch of little more rules, but bring them all back to us so we can nitpick the hell out of them. I think, and the thing is, he lives in that town. He's going to hear if he's pooping the bed. They're going to tell him, Cisco, that guy in that red Fiat can't drive that fast because the kids are on that road. I'm walking and everything else. And I think, knowing Cisco, that it's going to be addressed.
All right.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, gosh.
Appreciate your input. Supervisor Bushnell.
I have two things. One, when I asked you up here, I asked what your phased-in looks like, which you haven't said yet. So I'm
Right.
assuming that with this big of a project, you have an idea, and I think Praj can probably help.
Sure.
So can you tell us what that phased-in looks like? Because maybe it's already addressed. Secondly, I wanted to ask Director Ford, with Supervisor Wilson's statement about the permit with the owner, we permit the property, correct? Not the owner?
And we permit the property. There is some concern that if we start to permit the individual, that becomes more of a license than a land use permit.
And since we've done environmental documents for this project, for this property, that's where this project would stay. Is that correct or not?
Well, that is correct. The permit runs with the land.
Right, and
If I could just
Yep.
clarify, because we've unfortunately had too many arguments about this, where property owners and where there's a tenant on the property, the tenant or the property owner want to kick one or the other off and supersede their rights. And if the applicant is the applicant, the property owner will have consented to the application being filed, but it is the applicant's permit, but it can only be on that property.
So if the tenant or applicant leaves, the landlord or whoever kicks them off, then the permit's gone.
Unless they transfer it.
Transfer it to the owner or
Correct.
another leasee.
Correct.
Okay. Did you get your?
I
questions?
understand, and
You wanted to get them to
I
state,
do want them, if we could, I was clarifying for myself, because I think I understood, so that confirms that I did. That doesn't mean that Supervisor Wilson doesn't have a different idea, but could we get the phased in of what he would like?
Yeah.
Just so maybe that would clear up some stuff
Let's
on
do
this
that.
board? Thank you.
Can I just add to that for a minute? Thank you very much. In your current staff report and in the operations plan, there is a phased build-out approach identified within the project and the assessment, and it goes through year one, or year 1, year 2, year 3, and I could just go through that right from the report.
Sounds good.
So what was proposed in year 1, nothing would happen because he's going to have to build a pond and collect rain.
So that's what would happen.
So that's what'll happen. If it's approved, that happens in the first year. And there's state licensing and chasing all that. Then the proposal is that he would build out for operations really in 2024, the 10,000 square feet of light deprivation, 5,000 square feet of nursery, 1 acre of full sun. And that was the phased approach for the first year of operation. And then the proposal came to that in year 2, there would be an additional 20,000 square feet of light deprivation, an additional 10,000 square feet of nursery, and then there would be the 2 acres of full sun outdoor. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped the line. I should have gone back. So year 1, I read year 2, I'm sorry. Year 1, 10,000 square feet of light dep, 5,000 square foot nursery, 1 acre full sun. Then it would expand up to 20,000 square feet of light depth, up to 10,000 square feet of nursery, and expand up to 2 acres. So very similar to the acre by the year. And then we get to year 3, and year 3 was, now we're up to 30,000 square feet of light deprivation, 20,000 square feet of nursery, 3 acres of full sun, and there's some other pieces about getting the drying facility and processing building and constructed in year 3.
So thank you for that. I did see the phased in the coal tops, but I just didn't think we understood that it was already a phased project.
And then the 4th year is where it was going to expand to the full amount. As you heard that he gave up the mixed light cultivation. And just to be very clear about the phased approach, it is the intent of the applicant in speaking to him that this is the CEQA approval, this is the project approval, and he has suggested a phased implementation, but not a phased approval. And if you're asking today for him to consider a slightly smaller or a slightly adjusted proposal, that then would you approve in whole, and there would be limitations to the actual size until he resubmitted an application and came forward to the Planning Commission for that expansion, is what I would imagine that process would look like. So phasing, I'm asking for clarity what we mean, because here we were talking about implementation phasing without having to redo CEQA, and that's what was presented. And there is consideration to remove certain elements of the project if that is the request of the board to find approval today.
Thank you for
I hope
that
that
clarification. I appreciate that. And it's nice that it's laid out in the plan. But I was a little confused. I think you said at first that year 1, which would be 0 to 1, would be the pond construction.
Yes.
And then when you say year 1, I think what you mean is year 1 to 2, or the second year.
Correct.
Would be the initial cultivation, et cetera, and the year 2 is really year 3, et cetera. Considering that year 1 is the construction of the pond.
Yeah.
So really, I think that's really fantastic that you've laid that out in there. And I don't see a need to redo CEQA as much as I want to make sure the community has the ability to be able to observe the operation and see how it's working and provide input. But I agree with Supervisor Bohn. I don't feel that we have to bring it back here. So I guess the question is, what would the process be for approving each annual phase per se, right? Would that just be something that could come to the planning department? What would you suggest, Director Ford, given what you're hearing here today?
So I would suggest that you could approve the entire project, subject to the phasing that has been laid out, and then identify that the subsequent phases are not authorized to proceed forward until, and we've got to work on the language here, until the previous phase has operated and it's demonstrated that it's operated within compliance with the issued permit. That includes the operations plan, that includes the conditions of approval, that includes any mitigation measures within the environmental document. Then the real question is who gets to make that call? Mm-hmm. And so a normal technical review by the Planning and Building Department is absolutely fine. I mean, we would feel very comfortable doing that. With Arcata Land Company, that's what the board did. You authorized them to cultivate a certain amount, and if they were able to demonstrate compliance with that, then the remaining area could be built out. If you were looking for the opportunity for public input, it could be done in one of two ways. Probably least complicated, but would still give the public a voice, would be to have a public hearing at the zoning administrator. That's still very technical, but allows for public input if people care. Or the second option would be to have the hearing at the Planning Commission in order to ensure that there's public engagement, if that's a primary objective of the board.
So I guess the differences would be at the zoning administrator, is there an appeal process if they disagree, if the community disagrees with your decision, whereas there would be at a hearing at the Planning Commission?
Yeah, well, we would schedule the hearing at the zoning administrator also. That would be a scheduled hearing with notice.
Yep.
And yes, there is an appeal directly to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. With a fee, or?
Normally the fee would be about $1,000. If the board wanted to direct that it be a no fee appeal, you could do that.
Well, they've paid once already, and it's not cheap. But I've got Supervisor Wilson in the queue, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
Director Ford, I'm just going to push back a little bit on this idea of the permit. I believe could have a condition by which if anybody transfers the property, the permit then becomes subject to a renewal of a discretionary renewal. I'm just saying that is something. It's not about a person. It's about a legal transfer of entitlement, and so I think that it is possible. That's just me, not a land use attorney, but it just seems that is the case.
My land use attorney is whispering in my ear.
Okay. All right. I don't have an attorney whispering in my ear, but if your attorney's my attorney, essentially. So, all right, I'll hear you.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
So if we condition this permit so that we deviate from the current cult ops, would they have to do a deviation plan for each? How would that look? Or would that be done here now?
Let me understand the question. If they deviated from what's currently proposed, would that require a modification of the cultivation operation
Or
plan?
yeah, or something, yeah. So if we get, so they do a phased-in project, and then you get back public feedback, and they have to deviate from what's currently proposed for whatever reason. I don't know why we would do that, but what would that look for permitting? How would that work?
I think there's a couple different there's a couple different nuances to the question that you're asking, if I'm hearing you correctly. And the basic question is what happens if we find out that they're not able to comply with the phasing plan? And the question becomes, why are they not complying with the phasing plan? And is that because there's violations or things going on there that they haven't been able to proceed forward? And that really then requires some adjustment to, well, number one, they wouldn't be able to proceed forward. That would be consistent with the condition. That would be consistent with the permit. They can't proceed forward with additional phases until they've demonstrated they can comply with the conditions and the terms of the previous phase.
Okay.
So I don't think that requires a modification.
Okay.
The thing I was struggling with, just, I know you're ready to answer or ask another question, but is that, you know, that raises implications for the permit itself if they're in violation of it.
Correct. And then, okay, so then my other question would be with what you said about going to the zoning administrator, and then what Supervisor Madrone said about allowing them to do an appeal with no fee. I would want it for cause. If we're going to do that, it would have to be for cause of conditions that we've already talked about. I wouldn't want it to be, oh, we want to appeal now based on something else, and so we're not going to have to pay for that. I'm not okay with that at all. So it would have to be for cause around what we've already been talking about. If it's a new reason, then they would have to pay for that, in my mind.
Seems reasonable. Supervisor Arroyo.
I'm having a little bit of a hard time following this, so I just want to make sure I'm checking for my own understanding. So first of all, it sounds like what we're discussing is that, you know, the appellant's requests about limiting to 1 acre and developing a new EIR. I think what I hear us saying is that, you know, there's a programmatic EIR that covers this, and, you know, limiting the size to 1 acre just isn't consistent with our current rules or what the Planning Commission's recommendation was or what the applicant wants. So given that, we're really talking about a few things. One of those was codifying the hours in which the workers would go to and from work. I'm not sure exactly what language we'll use around that, but I'm certainly open to that. I think one of the bigger impacts might be the construction phase, and, you know, so I don't know what, if anything, we want to say about that. But then when it comes to the phasing approach, it sounds like what you were discussing was like one phase gets completed, planning and building staff go and check it off and say, yep, this looks good, this meets your conditions of approval, you may proceed to the next phase, and so forth until the project is complete or until the applicant no longer wants to continue with the project build out. So those are the things that I think we're considering right now. And I'm curious what staff, do you feel that those are, and the applicant, you know, does that sound like a path forward? And do you feel that this needs to come back for us to be able to include those provisions?
Well, we're working right now on writing those provisions up so that when you take action on it, you're going to know what that looks like. So I think we'll be confident that we can present something to you that will be enforceable and something that can be implemented. And I feel confident that it is a good approach. Actually, it's an excellent approach to have accountability and have that kind of review. And given the fact that this is a larger project, to be able to have that checks and balances worked into the permit is smart. Okay.
All right, I got Supervisor Bohn, and then Bushnell, and then Wilson in the queue.
So, and I think it's not build one and make sure you built it right. I think it's going to build it, and then we're going to see it operate for a year. We're going to see it operate for a season to see how it works, both traffic flows and everything else. It's just not, you built it right, let's build next. So I think we're going to have an operational year. And then it may not always be, we're not going to force him to, on year 2, he doesn't have to build it out. He may not want to build it out, may not, the finances may not be there, the risk versus reward. So this could go on for a while. And again, we're making a whole bunch of changes to something that's already been unanimously approved and meets all our criteria by the Planning Commission and by everything else. So
Understood.
as we reinvent the wheel here. The other aspect of this, and the applicant's agreeing to everything. And I appreciate that, Cisco. I do. So as he writes this up, and we're going to see the year of operation, and okay, nobody, the kids have been fine. The bridge is still working as it did when there was Gillespie's and everybody was out there raising sheep and everything. So, do you see anything we're changing here, Director Ford, besides everything that's already been approved?
I don't think we're changing the fundamental permit. I think that we're providing, I think what the board is discussing is providing better sideboards to make sure that it does integrate into the community.
So basically what we're doing is we're taking his operations plan, which is in here, and saying, that's a great template. Now we're going to make you do it that way.
Correct.
In a nutshell. Okay, perfect. Make a motion, we do that.
So regarding what Supervisor Wilson has to say, I would request that we take a 10-minute break so that Director Ford could produce the language and put it up, and we could see if that's okay with the applicant and ourselves, according to what this board has discussed, to give him a little bit of time.
Okay, I appreciate that input. I want to get to Supervisor Wilson and then get your feedback, Director Ford, on that 10-minute break.
And I just haven't talked a lot during this, but there is one element of this that I think is, and I don't come in too far from the side, but we have gotten rid of, we've suspended Measure S taxes, which, has had an impact on our ability to reinvest in some of these communities to a certain degree. And one of the bigger impacts that people are talking about here is really the Chambers Road, Matoll, and the intersection in that space and the interface between those uses. And I was just really hoping that a condition of approval might be, as a traffic mitigation, something to the effect that the applicant would provide somewhere between, and this is kind of the way I was putting it, like $10,000 a year for 3 years, matching funds for RTAP or other planning and or implementation for traffic calming in the areas that people are most concerned about in that space. And we're at a place where we're not asking for any kinds of impact fees anymore with relationship to development. So we're talking about a fairly substantial development with no impact fees associated with it. This is like a tiny fraction of what we used to expect as an impact fee, which was Measure S. And so I think that something that shows that that there's that support for that, and it would only take into account if the community actually makes an application for, I'm just saying, as matching funds. So it would be basically a strong partnership between the developer and the community with relationship to traffic issues associated with that space. So that's my proposal.
Thank you. And I have one last comment from Supervisor Bushnell, and then I want to get to Director Ford.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Wilson, that confused me a little bit. So the matching funds would be if the community did what?
applied for some grant or some other, basically as one-to-one matching funds, so that if the community applied for funds to do any kind of work with relationship to traffic calming and or planning around that then the applicant would
Okay.
match up to $10,000 a year for the first 3 years to those efforts. If they don't apply for anything, they don't.
So I understand that, and we would, of course, need to ask the applicant, and also, because this is a build-out phased project with 1-2 years, probably with no income coming in, would think maybe it would need to be on the 4th, 5th year that he would be able to do that. And regarding Measure S, by the time he is cultivating, there's going to be another decision based on Measure S, because it's a 2-year suspension.
I hear that, but I'm throwing that out there as my proposal. I am willing to hear.
So if
proposals
Measure S is
to-
implemented back, is he going to do both?
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, we don't have it now. We're at this decision point here today. We can try and guess for things in the future, but certainly in the next 2 years. If you have some other way you want to do this, or if the board wants to amend that or kill it or do whatever they want, I'm just throwing it out there as a way to help mitigate the traffic issue.
Okay, I think we're starting to do a little debating here rather than discussion, and I would like to ask Director Ford, would a 10-minute break serve you well as far as codifying the changes that you've heard? I think most of them are pretty straightforward, and then we had this last final suggestion as well.
It would. I would ask, though, is that if the board may not want to break until you make a decision on this, so that if you choose to proceed with this, that we develop that language at the same time.
And you would bring the language back today, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that we should move
Yeah,
for a motion and?
A 10-minute break, but just, it's just simply the $10,000 a year matching fund for the first 3 years. I hear clearly Supervisor Wilson saying that.
You're wondering if there's support at the board for that, on that specific, so that you can codify all these pieces?
Correct.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I like the idea of that, but and I don't know, and again, I'm not an expert on this, but even if we came up with $20,000 out there with kicking in prevailing wage and then having to bring in asphalt or anything else, it's not going to make a bit of difference. We're going to have to look at a bigger project, which means we're going to have to go to roads. And we've spent quite a bit of money out there on roads, and I think this will be something that will be asked for. How many more do we have in the queue? So if any of them drive by a school, we can ask for this from every one of them. And this is what got us into this problem, because we thought we were going to balance our budget on cannabis. And we found out how well that worked, even though it did bring in $54 million over a 4-year period. So I like the idea. It sounds great. It's my district. I think it's great if I can get that out there. But I think the applicant, that kind of money, I mean, you just can't get much done for $20,000 and after you pay to have somebody write the grant for the community, so.
Appreciate that input. I would just say the things that I heard about traffic safety was not only the timing, but the corner there where Chambers Road meets the Mattole Road, where the eucalyptus trees are. So, some money may go a long way on trying to make that corner safer. The other one is that when the culverts blew out on East Mill Creek and the county put in the bridge, that was supposed to be a temporary solution. And I think there was always a plan to do something, a larger improvement to there, but it seems to have been somewhat permanent at this point. At any rate, there are some things that could occur that might improve traffic safety on that road, but I agree with you that there are probably going to be large expenses, but still, there is that. And then I've got Supervisor Arroyo, and then I'm going to come back to you, Praj, and Cisco.
Thank you. And just to expand on that point, which I think is an interesting proposal. So the regional or rural transportation and access partnership is a county program, just in case some aren't familiar with it, and the applicant may not be familiar with it, whereby folks can submit an application for basically technical assistance and and sometimes materials to be provided by the county, for example, crushed rock, or sometimes even asphalt, and certainly design services to design small roadway improvements such as speed humps or thermoplastic striping, or a raised crosswalk or a flat crosswalk. All of those kind of small neighborhood scale features for improving intersections and traffic calming. And these projects have happened in Lolita and Freshwater, and I've seen ones in the scale of $5,000 to $10,000 where the community generated that funding, applied to the county and said, we're going to put this towards the hiring of a contractor, but you're going to help us with X, Y, and Z, or the request is to help with X, Y, and Z. And that happens through our Public Works Department very efficiently. And so I've been a part of like 10 of these projects before, and many of them were in the dollar amount range that we're talking about, and that's one way to make those small roadway improvements more affordable. So I actually prefer that provision to requiring the applicant to pay for time spent on volunteering in the community. As much as I think that's really beneficial, I think this is a little bit more to the requests that we received from the community, many of which brought up the road concern. So I think it's more in line with meeting the community's requests around this and more concrete. And they would have to initiate the proposal and want to partner on this. And if they did not do that, then the provision would be moot. So I think it might be a really good way to pilot something that addresses these roadway concerns for a really low dollar amount.
Okay, so Director Ford, I think you've gotten a sense there, although Supervisor Bushnell hasn't weighed in on that particular issue. Okay, let's hear from Cisco and Praj.
I'll let Cisco answer the question of his commitment to matching funds. I just wanted to share the information. I had spoken with County Public Works and Ken Freed and talked about the traffic safety at really the two pedestrian facilities in that entire side of the county is those two crosswalks, and that a project was developed years ago by county funds, similar to what you said, Mr. Arroyo, about county donating gravel and other things, and there was a movement to create a pedestrian pathway that would take you down behind the community center and down to where the food court was set up down there. And so this idea had been brought forward. There was movement for it. There was also other contributions to that fund, and for whatever reason, the individual driving it lost interest. It just fell off, and Ken Freed had no understanding of why it didn't happen. But county made the commitment. There were funds there before, and the project that had been developed in that was pedestrian access to go behind the community center and down to the town center, if we can call that, in Petrolia. So I just wanted that information to be there, that would likely be the result of that effort and energy.
And Cisco, what are you thinking here?
I'm sorry, Natalie, I didn't quite get the crux of what you were throwing. Can you?
So Supervisor Wilson was suggesting $10,000 a year over a period of 10 years as a maximum.
3 years.
So that would
3 years.
3 years. Excuse me. I got my wires crossed. Yes, 3 years as a maximum matching amount. Should the community kind of proceed with an application for some kind of roadway improvement? I don't know if $10,000 is the right amount or 3 years is the right number, but I was just highlighting that there's already this county program to collaborate with small communities and for, in the kind of under $10,000 range, make some roadway improvements. And so that could buy a lot of goodwill with neighbors who have concerns about traffic calming. And I think the exact project would have to be designed in collaboration with some of the with the school or with neighbors or with the community center. But I think that's perhaps a good way to find some common ground with your neighbors. And again, I think any commitment of a contribution towards those ends would probably be would buy some really positive movement there.
Yeah, I'm happy to make that commitment.
Oh, thank you.
And just
Do you still have to leave at 4:30? Okay, what I'd like to do is go ahead and take the 10-minute break if we can, and then come back and see if we can deliberate and wrap this up. We're getting towards the 5 o'clock hour. One very quick comment.
Can you clarify then, are we going to remove for Director Ford the commitment to donated time to the community center? Because that was one of Natalie's, for him to do both.
I would say that it behooves Carl Cisco, in his business to encourage his employees to be involved and engaged in the community in that way. Should we require it or not? I'm not sure if there's consensus on that.
Both is fine.
Both is fine?
Yeah.
Both is
Wow.
fine.
Thank you.
You're being very agreeable.
And my question is we're not, since we just heard it was going to cost $5,000 or $8,000, and back in those days there was 20 of us down there working on that trail, trying to decide which side, east-west, go through Toad Cook's property, or whose we were going to go through. And it ran into roadblocks with a couple property owners. Yeah. And all the rock was going to come from Dry Creek when we cleaned out Dry Creek, where it's the single-lane bridge. So we were going to donate all the rock and all the transport. So anyway, as we go, are we still talking $10,000 a year? Because you just said it can be done for $8,000 because it's just 2 crosswalks. So, I mean, are we going to really put a $30,000 requirement on?
I heard a semi-agreement here of $10,000 for 3 years, including Cisco's agreement to do that. And
he just wants to get the hell out of here.
I heard matching funds up to 10,000 over 3 years.
Per year for 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, there's been several projects that have been pointed out. The one that's been talked about that you were involved in, the corner at the eucalyptus trees where it's dangerous to make that turn. The bridge, that's a much bigger project. That's probably $100,000 or more for that permanent replacement. But let's go ahead and take the break. I think we've got Director Ford.
We may be ready to go if you are.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
Let's. All right, we're going to 5 minutes. I mean 5, like literally 5. Okay, we're taking a quick break. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are back and we are live. So, Director Ford, you want to present what might be the considered changes to what was the original staff report.
Yes, please. Nikki, if I could share my screen.
Okay.
So this is in addition to the conditions that were recommended earlier during the presentation. There would be a new condition to state that traffic associated with all harvesting and planting operations must be done such that employee traffic shall not utilize Chambers Road after 7:30 a.m. or before 4:30 p.m. when school is in session.
And I think I heard that maybe it should also include construction activities or construction operations.
The pleasure of the board.
Leave it alone? Leave it alone.
The cultivation and operation entitlement shall follow the phases identified in the operations plan with restrictions as follows. Upon the county determining phase 1 has been constructed, planted, and harvested in compliance with all terms and conditions of this permit, phase 2 is authorized to proceed, and the same process shall be used to evaluate each subsequent phase with no more than 1 additional phase allowed per year. The results of the annual review shall be discussed at a public meeting in front of the zoning administrator. The zoning administrator shall not approve a subsequent phase if violations are unresolved for the preceding phase. The action of the zoning administrator may be appealed with no fee for concerns related to provisions contained within this permit.
Missing the 2 in there, related to provisions. TO.
Okay.
Otherwise, yep. Okay. Yep, right in there.
2. There it is. Thank you.
Yep.
The applicant shall dedicate an employee to serve in the volunteer services supporting the community.
Yep.
So 60 hours a week, 80 hours a week, who's going to pay us? I mean, we're talking about a volunteer, and I'm sorry. I try to get a couple hours a week in. But, I mean, and who keeps track of that? I mean, I think, if you don't think we're being nitpicky now, I mean, we're telling people when they have to volunteer, and I'm sorry. He said he'd do it, but I mean, we better be more, is it 2 hours a week?
What do you think, Cisco?
I mean, a couple hours a week would be reasonable.
Okay, put 2 hours in there. And I think we're looking at good.
Once operations start.
That seems reasonable. And I think we're looking at a goodwill approach here. We're not looking for a onerous documentation, but a goodwill approach. I think Cisco's going to make sure it happens.
Okay, then a new condition that the applicant shall provide up to $10,000 matching funds for the first 3 years to matching funds obtained by the community for improvements.
For traffic safety improvements. Supervisor Bushnell?
So I still have a problem with this, with number 4. His expense on the first couple of years is going to be enormous. And so would this board consider pushing that out, maybe to start at a production year, which would be, I think, 3 to 4 years in, so that he could have a base to pay that, and it wouldn't be financial, I don't want to have it be what breaks him.
So how about we say for years 3 through 5?
Would that?
3, 4, and 5.
3 through 5, yeah.
Okay.
And
Come up.
to negotiate, but can we do it $5,000 or $7,500?
5,000 for a total of 10 from the community and you?
Sure.
That just went from 30 to 10.
15, actually.
Supervisor Arroyo? That's true, 15.
Just to throw this out there, how about 20,000 within the first 5 years of the project? At some point within that first 5 years.
That sounds good.
Because and the reason
Matching?
I picked that number,
Matching?
yes, up to those matching funds. The reason I picked that number is I know that a lot of the crosswalk or speed hump improvements are often in the $8,000 to $10,000 range now because costs have increased. So that would allow for potentially like 2 sides of an intersection to have treatments, that kind of thing. So
20,000 within the first 5 years.
Is that give you
Up
more
to and
flexibility?
matching,
Up to 20,000. And if I could be nitpicky about traffic safety, I think that implies maybe roadway safety improvements, since many of the concerns have been about pedestrians.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
So to clarify, though, this would be initiated by the community, not initiated by Public Works or initiated by the project applicant, right? Can we add that language in there, Director Ford? Initiated by the community. I want to be clear.
To matching funds. To matching funds for proposals initiated by the community.
That means the community does the work for that also. He has to just put the money in if they are successful.
Well, I have to say, I really appreciate the community's input on all of this, and Cisco, your response to those community concerns in terms of trying to be the neighbor that everybody says you are. So I appreciate that process. Thank you. So can you feel in agreement with these changes?
I do.
Thank you.
So I'll make a motion that we accept staff recommendation as well as the additions Director Ford has put up. Go
Just
ahead.
for clarity, there were 2 additional conditions that Mr. Holterman
That's
presented
right,
at the very
earlier
beginning. So those are also included within staff's recommendation.
So those
Yep.
first 2 plus these 4.
Yes, I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second? Oh, you did. Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any final discussion? Seeing none, let's have a roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
What number do you need?
Which one are you looking for?
I've got one 5 times today, so it's just terrible. All this pressure. I hate being number one. No. Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
and Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
And before we adjourn, first I want to thank everybody for their participation, but also we need to report out on the closed session.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. With regard to item M1, the board voted unanimously to direct the risk manager to deny the claims for refund of property taxes levied for the 2018-2019 tax year submitted by Pacific Bell, AT&T Mobility LLC, and T-Mobile West LLC. With regard to item M3, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to enter into an amended contract with Remy Moose Manley LLP for defense of the appeal in the case of North Coast Environmental Center et al. Versus County of Humboldt, Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV 2100518. And there was no reportable action taken with regard to item M2.
Thank you, County Council, and I want to close this meeting in honor of Rex and Ruth Rathbun. Rex passed quite a long time ago, Ruth more recently, but 2 amazing community volunteers from Petrolia. We are adjourned.
Ruth? Didn't she die?
Ruth did?
Quite a while.
Yeah, they both did.